Strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah. Welcome, everybody. The PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you. It's Monday, January 8th. We have some racing to talk about. Anaheim won. Always the race of the year, in my opinion. And great to have a good friend of mine here in studio to talk about what we saw, what happened, what was good, what was bad, what were we wrong about, what were we right about. Lots to get into tonight as the 2024 Monster Energy Supercross Series kicked off at Anaheim. Super awesome. 50th year of Supercross as well, which we're going to celebrate later in San Diego. But, yeah, man, great to have the listening and watching tonight. 702-586-7857. Got a call? You want to talk to myself? You want to talk to my co-host about Anaheim or whatever else? Go ahead. We got a great show lined up for you tonight. We did our Racer X review show, myself, Weege, JT. All three of us said this gentleman was the surprise of Anaheim, Cooper Webb. And we're going to have Cooper Webb on the show tonight, man. He's in California, getting ready for San Francisco round 2. So Webb's going to call in and talk a little bit about his opening round and the changes he's made and how he felt and how his trip to Indonesia was and all of that. Look, good, bad, whatever it is, Phil's going to call in after every race. So Phil's calling in. He didn't get to race. He was the recipient of the first rider to score 0 points and make a main event. Making history. Again, Phil Nicoletti. So we'll have Phil Nicoletti on the show. And then a man who knows a thing or two about Supercross, two-time Supercross champion Chad Reed will also join us to give us his thoughts from the couch and maybe on the new 22 out there, which has got to be weird for him. A little weird for me. Got to be super weird for him to see Freddie Norrin out there. So Reed, Phil, Webb. We're going to squeeze in Cade Clason, we hope, later on in the show as well, depending on what he's up to. But for now, thank you again for watching and listening. PulpMXShow.com for all the codes to save. Everything else. We just added a new code for you people. You know the name Ethica. They've been around for a long time. Adam Cianciarulo, Jet Lawrence, you name the riders over the years. Well, PulpMX20 is now the code to save at Ethica. So thank you to the folks at Ethica for coming on board. That information and more is under PulpMXShow.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on. Use the code and save. Get some cool underwear and all of that. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles. We got the Race Tech Rant later on. We have the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Renthal, Acherbys, Michelin, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA Pro Filter, ORW, OGO Power Sports, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, FMF. Guys at FMF are doing big things out there. And we're happy to have them on board with the show. Works Connection, PulpMX20. Code to save at Works Connection. We have a Pro Launch Start device to win because Jet Lawrence won using his from Works Connection. We'll tell you how to win later. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Wiseco Piston, EVS, LiftedTrucksForSale.com, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Troll Training, all on board with us tonight. And, again, use the codes and save, people. We're just trying to help you. And, it's a great thing all around. So with me in studio, he was at A1 in a really weird capacity, I'm sure, for him. Daniel Blair, what's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. What's happening, Steven?
Just
one of the fans, man. One of the fans.
Bought a ticket? Or you got a free one? You got free tickets?
No, more than that. I bought over 80 of them.
80 tickets.
We did. Main Event Moto. We had a get-together.
Okay.
And we put out a spreadsheet. Who wants to go? Kind of feel it out. And there was a lot. So hit up Feld and asked for a bulk deal up in the 511 section.
Okay.
And I think it was 88 tickets we ended up buying. And, I watched from the upper deck at Anaheim 1.
Really?
Yep.
Just 1 year ago, you're down on the floor giving your analysis, all of that.
Yep.
And 1 year later, you're up in the 500s.
I'm in the 511s, dude. And it was honestly, I mean, have you ever watched from up there? Have you ever watched a Supercross from the top?
No.
You got to probably put it on your list. All you fans out there, some of you do. That's where you go. And let me tell you, it's actually really good. You can see everything, and the mood up there is different, and you don't feel that claustrophobic because you're not down in the middle. You're kind of up above it. So we had a good group, good friends. My son Evan, he's with me here tonight. He was with me.
We're gonna get him on later, maybe.
Maybe.
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
Right.
But dude, honestly, it was rad for
Did
me.
anybody recognize you and be like, "Hey, TV guy"?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I went to the bathroom before the 250 main event, and that was an experience by itself.
Yeah.
But no, it was really, really cool, and kind of some closure, to be honest, for me. Yeah, because I mean, I was down there or in the booth for 6-7 years. I haven't watched a Supercross outside of a monitor in forever. And I wanted to go to my roots and feel it like a fan. And it was honestly one of the raddest nights of my life, dude.
That's cool.
Loved it.
Yeah. It's not something I'm going to be need to
do it just once. Just say
I mean, I do. Yeah.
No, because you watch it from your seat with your friends. You have your view of it, but it's different up there. It looks different. It feels different. And I will say right off the top, because I haven't experienced this from not on the floor, is the opening ceremonies. And I know some people complain it's not as good and it wasn't dark. It was whatever. But the whole show is like an A+ show. Like, they do a really good job. I was entertained all the way through. It didn't feel as slow as it does sometimes, even with the headset on. So it moved. It was awesome.
A few years back, I went to Anaheim and I did these Transworld Bike Bandit videos in 2009. About how to work on your bike, how to change a tire, how to do all this stuff. And I saw a guy at Anaheim like 2 years ago. He's like, "Hey, Bike Bandit guy," and I'm like, "Yeah, man." And he's like, "Oh, those videos are great. I watch them all the time. They help me, learn things on how to work on my bike." And I'm like, "Oh, that's cool." He's like, "What are you doing now?"
No way. Knows you from that on. It just took a break. He just walked away for a while, and he came back.
So I'm wondering if you got that, like, "Hey."
I had a couple of people that were like, "What are you doing up here?" Like, as if maybe they didn't know yet or something. Yeah. There was a couple confused ones, but for the most part, it was really cool, and fans were receptive up there. And
look at you,
just a different environment. The tenders sucked up there, dude.
Yeah,
terrible.
Not great. No, we had tenders review them last year.
Oh,
from
up there.
Well, I think it's the same as any of the regular concessions, but.
I mean, I hope they're better downstairs. The 511 was rough.
Was it?
On the tenders. But no, it was a great night. I got to see things from a completely different lens because, for the last however many years, I watch what I'm allowed to watch in my box.
Yeah.
Now I have the whole track to choose whatever I want, watch whoever I want, which I did, which we'll get into. But, man, you just see it different. So it was cool.
Main event moto. You got that. You launched a new pod, I guess, is from what I see.
Yeah, like a new YouTube show. Okay. It's just a short, kind of quick one. We just want to do something a little bit different, and it's a tight 10-minute rough kind of very like no fat little show, just with a different vibe and style. So something new for this year. But yeah, just my time has changed, so I'm able to move things around in life and throw a new show out there to do that. Nice. So, yeah, just having fun, man.
Great to have you here. Looking forward to talking Anaheim 1 with you. And then Webb, Phil, and Reedy. So not a bad lineup. Chad will probably drop some bombs on us. Phil will drop some F-bombs on us. And then Webb was a surprise of the race. We'll get into that. Taking your phone calls over there in the corner, almost coming in late, like real close to the buzzer. But he's here, everybody. The Tits Legendary.
I'm here. I'm sorry I was almost late. I'll never do it again.
Okay, thank you, buddy.
Yep.
I got a rant later on. I need your help with this.
I'm actually really curious about this because I asked you before and you would not let me in on it.
I'll spring it to you live on the show.
I will do my best.
Working the camera angles over there and doing everything for PulpMX. It seems like lately. PulpMX Fantasy as well. The Travis Marks. Hi, Marks.
Steven.
What's going on?
How are you?
I'm great.
It's Matthew McConaughey over there.
Just FYI, I'm never apologizing for almost being late.
Yeah.
You might get one from me for being late, but almost? Yeah. Nah, I'm out.
Steve, you good with the hair? What he's doing?
I mean, honestly, the one thing I've said to these guys is like, hey, man, can you come each week and wear a sponsor of the show because you're going to be on camera?
I'm wearing my Ethica hoodie tonight.
Neither one of them
just
did
FYI.
Neither one of them did it.
I got the hair on both these guys.
That's an Ethica hoodie right there.
Okay. You're fine.
I have a
guy in the corner,
Renthal under my Puma thing. So
unbelievable.
I actually stole this shirt from Frank.
Find these guys?
Let's get Puma on board.
Yeah. We got Puma on board. Big Puma guys. Look, we're waiting to launch this until today, and we got it out there. I teamed up with the folks at Feld once again. They are giving me my own race Friday afternoon in Denver. Working on the Verb guys to live stream it again, but yeah, the Yamaha PulpMX LCQ Challenge is back. It is available to buy tickets. You can win a 2024 YZ450F. We got 20 other great prizes as well. Thank you to Race Tech. Thank you to Guts. Thank you to all these companies, Works Connection, that step up, Renthal, help us. So we're going to talk about that all year long. We're keeping track of the points in the LCQ, just like we always did. Daniel probably won't help me this year.
I don't think I'll be there.
To help
I don't
me.
think I'll be at that one. No.
So
but
that's sad.
I have an issue with your race.
Okay.
I went on Twitter today. Actually, it's X now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
It's X. And I already see you right away early just laying it out there that the dog's not allowed to race.
Yeah. Yeah, the
It's
dog.
like new year, new stank. Why you can't let him start over and start fresh and just do his thing and show up? No.
I felt like what he did to me was really wrong, and it affected my wife. It affected me, and because of his fans. And
so it's a forever.
Yeah, I don't forgive. I'll say hi to him. I got nothing against Stank. I just don't want him in the race. Like I just I know he's your buddy, but
okay, all right, it's fair. It's your race.
Yeah.
You're the AMA for that race.
I am the AMA.
You are the AMA for the race.
So yeah, looking forward to that. So tickets, you can buy the tickets. Appreciate everybody for doing that, and all the money goes to these privateers. So really thankful they were able to do that.
And if it stays stacked like this, that thing will be a dogfight this year.
Yeah,
because I think
Hunter Lawrence leads right now.
Hunter Lawrence is a points leader. We can get into that. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
But no, the class is so stacked. That's what one of my big takeaways was how stacked it is. But the LCQs are going to be good all year because of this field. So no, your race should be
I'm looking forward to
again.
that, man. We're going to pump that all year long and talk about that as we go. So Daniel Blair, by the way, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. Love these guys for the service and quality that they provide when it comes to stickers, custom stuff. Your logos can be put anywhere. They're sending me because I have the anniversary edition Yamaha. Mm-hmm. It's purple. They're sending me a purple sticker for my FMF can. They even make stickers for FMF exhaust. So thank you to the guys at Decal Works. PulpMX 24 is the code to save, bringing you Daniel Blair. He's down there working with Orange Brigade and working with a ton of kids. And Decal Works supports the sport through Red Bull KTM dudes and more. So thank you to the folks at Decal Works. Use the code, save some money. They'll send you cool proofs and all of that. So thank you to those guys. All right, Daniel, Anaheim won. I want your biggest surprise, good and bad. Like either class, whatever, just your biggest surprise, good and bad.
Man, I mean, I listened to the review show. As I've told you before, it's my favorite show.
We didn't really fight too much. I really thought the freeze start thing was going to get JT going.
Yeah.
I thought he would be.
He's probably in the same spot as me. He's upset that he can't be that upset about it because he didn't really do anything wrong, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that start is like it's kind of a greasy move, what he did. It's greasy.
It's DGAF, I think, what it is more than anything because I was up in the 511, Steve. So I have a good view of it on my phone, and he had it the whole time, and they knew he was there the whole time, and it was a gamble that didn't pan out.
How many times have we seen a factory rider pull that start from the LCQ, like he DNFs the heat, he's on the outside, and he's got a horsepower advantage, and he's a factory rider, and he sends it deep.
Well, and it sucks. It sucks for Vince because he has done so much to deserve so much hate, but he also gets it when he doesn't do anything, just because he does have like this evil force field around him. I think, where if you get within range, you just fall over. I mean, when you can take out Hunter, Chase, Malcolm, and Kenny all in the same night and not even be really responsible for it, that is like voodoo magic.
It's next level.
Yeah, and
how about just starting off the year in Heat 1 like that?
I mean,
like just
actually, it was 4.8 seconds in. I actually clocked it, and it was kaboom in the first corner. But he actually didn't really do anything wrong. So,
okay, so biggest surprise, good and bad.
Biggest surprise, I'm with you guys. That's what the point I was going to get at is Webb and. You know, he's your typical not A1 guy, and he kind of fights through it, whatever. But it was speed. He was just fast.
Qualifying.
And you could tell like it was with a lot of purpose from the beginning, you know. And there's always that thing with him. Hey, he just kind of gets into it and don't worry about what he does during the day, nighttime. No, it was like from the beginning he wanted to be fast, and he was. So that was my positive.
Yep.
My shocking surprise was Eli, and it's Anaheim 1, so it's, you know, you give the pass, and he's him, so you benefit of the doubt. But, dude, from 511, when you don't have to look through a monitor and you get to pick who you want to watch for 5 laps at the late stages of a moto, and it looks like that, like, it was a weird look, straight up. And I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Eli Tomac.
But that one looked weirder than a normal weird one. He I don't know. He didn't look like ready or I don't know. It just looked way different.
I saw Cooper go by him. I assumed he made a mistake.
Justin Cooper,
sorry. I assumed he made a mistake, but I was told that Cooper just tracked him down.
Yeah.
Just was going faster.
Chipped away and got there, and then
That's surprising. Now, in the past, I don't know what results Eli got, but in the past he has said I had arm pump, and that was all I could do. And I don't remember any particular races, but he said that when he's just ridden around, and maybe this was one of them.
He had one last year that was like that. It was a super bad one, and it was the same thing. He didn't feel right, and he just pretty much said, "That's it. I'm not doing any more than this." And he took it. But I mean, okay, if that's the case, then that's fine. But can you do that anymore? I mean, I feel like Jet just changed things a lot. Like the whole thing, just get through January and wear them out. I don't know if that's going to be the thing anymore. And you can't be giving up that many points and be realistically thinking you're in this. Like, if he doesn't, like, get it going right away, I don't know if you're coming back 25 on a kid that's doing stuff like that. So to me, it was just concerning that it seemed way off, and I don't know if the sport's going to allow for that whole get through January thing anymore. It doesn't. I don't know. I think you got to be good from the beginning now, and that was not good. So
21 other guys saw Jet grab that start and was like, "We got problems."
Dude, I'm not kidding. Like 5 minutes in, it was weird because everyone's pumped up. Which, by the way, the whole going dark at night with the laser light thing, good move.
You like that?
Yeah, a little reset. Kind of rebuild the tempo.
Right. Yeah, that was something new for him.
It was cool. And then Jet whole shots, Jason, he gets by, Jet stuffs him. You're like, all right, here we go. And I'm not lying. In 5 minutes, it was so quiet up there, and everyone you look left, right, dude, they can all in their face. You could see it. And it was like the reality was, like this isn't supposed to go this easy. And then I watched him make some mistakes. He almost went over the berm after the sand once. Almost went over it. Yeah. But outside of a couple little mistakes, that looked too easy. It
wasn't great racing at Anaheim 1 in either class.
It
wasn't great racing. Track was pretty basic. Basically from talking to the riders, after the finish until after the second set of whoops, that's the only spot you could pass. They were just like, there's nothing else you're going to do from anywhere else.
Well, the rhythm, because they're making mistakes, and then the berms back and forth. That was it. After that, it was pretty much follow the leader and just pressure and hope.
So, you kind of had to, if a guy didn't get that 3 in, you could do something there, but most of them got it.
I kind of thought at one point, too, if Webb gets around Anderson early, does Webb have a little bit more of a burst to go ahead and keep it more honest and then be there late? So I was curious if Webb got by Anderson, if there was maybe something to be done. Because Anderson was just a little slower the whole way. He just kind of was just like a tenth or two off. But he was impressive, too. I'll say Anderson and Webb were the two most impressive to me because you just wonder, are you guys like the title guys from the past that can't keep up with this new thing that's going on with Chase and Jet and Speed and all that? But no, they seem back, and that's really good.
How about Anderson doing troll training now? Yeah,
is that real?
John Wessling, Alex Martin. Yeah.
No way.
He's a troll training guy.
Dude, way to go, Alex. Right out of the gate, dude, on the podium.
Yeah, right. Not too bad. So check out trolltraining.com, everybody.
That is awesome.
We saw what they did with Grant Harlan last year, and now they're working with Jason Anderson. And John Westling's going to be more of Anderson's guy, Alex's partner. But, super smart guys, and they can really help you out. Trolltraining.com. Check them out. Great.
And Anderson was good.
Anderson was good.
That was that was 22 Anderson back. Yeah. Like just the complete package.
Yep. So. Yeah, it was good. Sexton will take that third. He was for Chase Sexton, he was just okay.
If Jet doesn't win, I think Chase leaves there pretty happy with it. Solid night, no problems, got the third, get the points, we're good, let's go to the next one. But I think the Jet winning makes that one feel not as good for him. If it was Cooper Anderson, he's like, okay, all right, that's fine. This is good. Mm-hmm. But I think everyone's leaving there a little like, because that was the first one. And, technically outside of the SMX races, he didn't lose an outdoor. Now he hasn't lost a Supercross, so he's, I don't know. It feels very changing of the guard and total pivot to me. Is this
where you take your victory lap? Is this where you take your victory lap?
Nope. I was early.
Is this going to happen now?
I'm still waiting for an apology from you. Until I get that, I can't brag. As soon as you tell me I was right, that's all I need to hear.
I think I said that. I think I said it.
Marks.
I think I did.
It was with attitude and weirdness.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Attitude and weirdness.
As do all things come from Steve. So
yeah, that's true.
Okay, so the surprisingly poor surprise was Eli Tomac. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was more. It was honestly more visual to me. Right. It was less the result, like ninth and whatever. No, it was actually like I watched for 5 laps straight, and it just looked like someone that maybe either wasn't ready or wasn't concerned that they were losing like 10. He's double digits down already.
Yeah.
So to me, that just looked very weird. And my hope I mean, as a fan, I think it would be absolutely awesome if he came back and won and just put that legendary ride on everybody and said, last year was not fair. Here I am. I'm back. I got it. But to me, I'm going to go one more round and just give him the benefit of the doubt because he's Eli and he's a boss. But, dude, it was worse than I think people think.
Okay, so we kind of touched on this in the review show a little bit. And look, it was Jet's first 450 Supercross. Okay. Mm-hmm. But he also raced 14 races, one of them in a stadium, against these same type of guys. Mm-hmm. It's so different from hey, it took McGrath 9 races and Stu 5 races and Chad 7 races and so on and so forth. It just feels different. I get it. He's got the record. Cool, right on. We'll say that. We'll go with it. But it's just not apples to apples to me. The guy's a 450 champion.
Mm-hmm. Perfect season as a rookie.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, here's two things. This is why it doesn't feel as big of a deal. Because, obviously, they're going to make it a big deal. And I did see the clips in the broadcast.
Yeah,
so they have to. It's a monumental feat. The problem is like I said, 5 minutes into the race, everybody acknowledged that it was this is a reality check. Mm-hmm. And then I'll tell you one other thing that happened.
There was nobody surprised.
That's why this doesn't feel as big, because no one's surprised. And here's another thing that I caught, which was very weird. Maybe it's just upper deck, okay? Maybe it's upper deck people here. But when Jet fell in the heat race, everyone cheered.
Oh, yeah?
Everyone cheered. And I thought, why would they cheer? It's not that they don't like Jet. It's that they wanted Cooper to beat him already.
Yeah.
The 2-time champ was the underdog against the kid in his first heat.
Yeah.
And they wanted Cooper to beat him, and I did too, because I already felt
the upper deck was well, Jets got this, and we want anybody to beat
already
though,
but before even a checkered flag.
Right.
So to me, that's why it maybe doesn't feel as big. He won his first one, because everyone already gets it.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, the fans already are looking for a 2-time champion to beat him in a heat race, hopefully, on his first. That's just crazy to me, but I think that's the reality.
Yeah, so. Maybe. Look, the kid was amazing. He was great. That's
unreal.
Starts are great.
Unreal.
I never felt like Anderson got kind of close. I never felt like he was going to get Jet. I never was like, oh no.
No, and he got close that one time. Jet made a mistake, and he got a little close.
He got 2.3 or something,
to where he could see him.
Yeah.
But Jet, I was watching him too, and it was managed.
Yeah, he was fine.
He was not up there going, oh my God, I'm going to win. He was playing around a little bit.
He was fine. So. We got a call on 3. Zach has a question about Phil. What's up, Zach?
Hey, how's you guys doing?
Good. What's your question?
Oh, I was just going to say kudos to Nicoletti for handling that post no start interview.
Yeah, classy of Phil, right? He didn't even drop an F-bomb.
Very classy. Yeah, I know. I was very impressed.
It was amazing. That's what sometimes you just think Philip will surprise you every now and then.
He's probably stoked he didn't have to jump the triple in anymore.
Yeah,
he's like done.
Yeah. No, you're right, Zach.
I'm an East Coast guy, so I just wanted to call in and give kudos to Phil, and bummer that he didn't make it out on the start.
Oh, okay. All right, sounds good. Thanks, man.
Why didn't he? What happened?
Bike problem. Yeah.
Just on this a starter or something?
Yeah, I think it's a throttle body issue. So thanks, buddy. All right, Daniel Blair here in studio. Chad Reed coming up. Cooper Webb, Phil Nicoletti as well. 250s. Let's talk Juju.
Yeah.
Orange Brigade kid.
That's right.
You took him away from Blue Crew when he was a privateer Blue Crew guy last year. He showed up, did really well at the Futures, and then you grabbed him.
Yeah, man. I got to tell you what, that was pretty rad for me too up there, because I did have a little skin in the game on this one, and normally I don't, right? I'm just announcing. Mm-hmm. But this is different. This kid, he was part of our program last year, and he came on, and his whole story from the beginning till he moved on to the pro team, it just happened so perfectly, and it's crazy because it's a kid that was so fast for a couple of years, and you could see this top-end speed, but it just never worked. He always had something. He'd fall or bike problems. So it was like this fast kid that just couldn't put it together. Since he's been on the program, since we signed him, almost a year ago, everything has really just gone right. Mm-hmm. It's like it's been buttoned up between Davey Millsaps, who's been the perfect person to be next to him.
Yep.
Carlos and Ian, the way they've took him in and handled him, it's different. Obviously,
I heard
KTM,
Carlos is very involved with him.
Very involved because he's Davey's guy, and Carlos is a crew chief, and I will say I think there is a real understanding in the building that the 250 program has got to step up. They're putting a lot at it. You could see in RJ's success too.
Yep.
But with Juju, they've done everything so careful and perfect with him that I expected Anaheim to go well.
Did you? Okay.
But not that.
Yeah.
I did not expect him to whole shot and lead and look like he belonged. That was all early for me. So, but then when it was done, I was like, yeah, I don't doubt it, because everything around him has been perfect for almost a year now.
He was impressive. He was calm, steady,
super calm.
Like, got a little tired, but dude, that's fine. Like, it's your first Supercross. Like, you're battling for a podium. Kid was great.
I mean, against guys that have done a lot of pro laps too. So
you got 42-year-old R.J. Hampshire and 39-year-old Jordan Smith. I mean, the mental ability and physical ability and everything that those guys have over a kid like Juju is phenomenal. Yeah. Like, you know, as a racer, like, they've got so much more advantages, so many more laps, so much more experience. Like, yeah. Yeah,
and Juju's temperament was pretty good. Like, he was up there, and I never felt once like he was out of line or out of control. It was, they got him and he took it, and it was fun. I mean, it was really mature, and he's only 17,
he
man.
He was the fastest dude. He rode B practice, obviously, first Supercross. Yep. He was the fastest guy overall after the second sessions, and I think he was third or fourth overall combined after 3 sessions. So that was impressive.
It was good.
And so is RJ, is this what we're going to see? Is this what's going to happen with RJ? Like,
I mean, that's what he hopes. That's what they hope. I hope it too.
What do you think?
Well, here's what I can tell you is RJ seems different. I talked to Nate Dogg about it this morning too. I went to the offices today and talked to Nate, and he said he's so relaxed and calm and just chill. And it's almost like he's just grown all the way up. Yeah. And not like he's always been a mature guy, but I think he's settled into the role as like, I'm the best in the class now. I need to act like it. And he was the Craig from 2 years ago, or the Nichols, or in the Ferrand. Like the older guys, when they get it right, they become kind of indestructible in the class, and they just do every moto almost the same. And so that's their hope. And I think so. And if Jordan ends up being like this polished version of him too, we could have a nice little old boy fight up there in the 250 West. So
RJ told me big improvements on the bike. Big improvements on the bike in the off season, and he told me, like, hey, you know me, I'll shoot it straight with the bike with you, and he will. He has. So,
he has publicly.
So I believe him when this isn't a typical rider saying, "Oh my God, my bike's so good." Like, RJ he's like I said, he pulls no punches, and he said the bike was good.
It is.
Big
I mean, they've been working on it. You know, this is 3rd year now with that model.
Yeah.
And I think, at least on the 250 side, engine has been just massive improvements. And we, on the amateur side, we're kind of downstream from that. So we're kind of getting pieces of their past. You know what I mean? And we just got an updated version of our amateur bikes, and they're insane. I mean, they're like so perfect for a 16, 17-year-old kid. And then the pro bike is just like the better version of that. They really did their work. And I mean, they're ready to win with RJ, and then they got the young kid with Juju, but at the same time, like, 250s, I think, still going to get loose. Like, Shimoda should be better.
Yeah,
right?
Shimoda got 4th, really worked out it was a little bit
quiet.
of a fortunate 4th. He got a terrible start in the heat, terrible start in the main event. So, not a great night for Joe. He's like Sexton. He'll take that 4th and be like, hey, I got out
of here with some points.
With some points, right?
But it was quiet for him. I was expecting he was kind of my expected to like really like shine at the opener and kind of like slap him around.
I thought Kitch was going to win. I thought this was going to be Kitch's night. I love the way he put in his last practice. Kitch put together like, I don't know, 6 out of 7 heaters or 5 out of 7 heaters. Like, the guy was just on it. And I love when guys practice like that. That just shows me that you're confident, you're ready.
He was coming out early too and hitting the front. You could tell he meant what he was doing. So.
Yeah. Interesting. Daniel Blair here from Main Event Moto, Orange Brigade, and more. Thank you to the folks at Renthal for coming on board the show. When you look at Jet Lawrence, he's got his Renthal bars on, sprockets as well. Monster Energy Kawasaki, Renthal products, and Red Bull KTM Renthal products, right? You know the name, you know the game. They've been around for a long, long time. They got more championships than all the other brands combined. And whether it's mountain bike products, chains, sprockets, grips, bars, Renthal's got you covered. What's your preference? Crossbar or no crossbar?
Crossbar.
Crossbar?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've been running no crossbar lately.
Really?
Fat bar, yeah.
997 crossbar.
I just feel like for as shitty of a rider I am, I get arm pump, and no crossbar helps my arm pump. I don't know if that's
Does it
true.
or is it mental?
I don't know. We can ask this guy on the line, though. He might know. Brought to you by Renthal, 2-time Supercross champion, Chad Reed. What's up, Reedy? How are you, man?
What's up, boys? How you doing?
Does a crossbar cause arm pump, or where you at with that? Like, I run no crossbar on Renthal because I feel like it helps my arm pump.
I'm not the right person to ask. I've literally went a whole career never having arm
never
pump
had arm
ever.
pump. Right, that is true. Yeah.
But I will say, I raced a vet race last year, and I had the most gnarly arm pump I've ever had, and I thought it was a myth all this time, and thought every teammate that ever complained about it was a pee. But anyway, it's real. I had it, but I had no crossbar, so maybe I need to go back to crossbar.
Well, weren't you riding twin shock bikes, or did you actually ride a modern bike?
No, I did not ride a twin shock bike.
I thought you might have rode a twin. I know the race.
24 PTM.
Okay, all right. Hey, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it. Love to get your thoughts on this. Let's start with this, though. You've been there as a defending champion, switching bikes and showing up, and all, just like Chase Sexton. Now, I think we know through the grapevine, and Chase sort of admitted it, his offseason was a little rough on the new bike, getting used to it. And then, he'll take that third. But what's that like coming into a race with number one on a different brand? I mean, you were an uber confident guy, so I feel like you're decaf, but maybe take us through that a little bit.
I think it's always, both of them can be split into two, right? I think that, the past champion or, the reigning champion has a weight to it, and then, add going to a new team. Mm-hmm. I think that is even a little bit compounded more. I mean, that particular group and team was the same group that I went and, partnered with after, when I was champion. So, they're well-seasoned guys. I think that they, it seems like the off-season went pretty solid for Chase. So I'm actually a little bit surprised to hear maybe those comments. But
it was a little rough from people I know that are around it. It wasn't all roses with the new bike. So
interesting.
Yeah.
No, I guess I was always, we were so busy in the off season and, with my own stuff with the kids and stuff. And I guess normally I actually love to hear it and listen and all that kind of stuff, but I was busy with the kids.
So what caught your eye? Look, Jet, I don't think that's it. Like Daniel and I were just talking about it. And I think we're all just like, okay, yeah, he won. Like we just saw him win, all these races in the fall. So I don't know if Anaheim 1 win was that much of a surprise. But was it to you? And if not, what was your surprise from A1, Chad?
Yeah, not really taken back too surprised by Jet. Right. I think, I think that everyone has said it more than enough, and I think it's real. I think that probably the biggest surprise with Jet for me, since I haven't been on the show or vocalized that is, as a 250 rider, I don't know that I would say he was great, but as a 450 rider, he's considerably better, in my opinion. Like I think he's the full. He had weakness on a 250. Like when I watched him, there was things that he needed to really be better at, and he had holes in his game. And step to a 450 doesn't normally fix all those holes. No. And he's exempt from that up until now, and it's really, really impressive to see what he's done. So. On the Jet side of it, not surprised at all. Scares me to think how easy he did it, and I think that at any minute he could have rode away. I'm not a big believer of a guy going and winning all the Supercrosses, because I think Supercross is very, very different than motocross, but it wouldn't surprise me that the guy runs in clean house this year,
Yeah.
Just because he's such a even his riding ability is one thing, but he's such a great starter too.
Yeah.
Anyway, off of that, I would say the biggest surprise for me is I hate the word stacked. Like I think that it's a bunch of really good riders in there, but the gaps and the time between everyone was much bigger than a stacked class would. Be for me. So yeah, it was interesting actually to watch it and kind of be a little bit removed from it than I normally am. Normally I feel like I have a little bit more of an understanding, kind of like just knowing where everyone's at and seeing it. And
sure.
But yeah, like just I don't know, I felt more fanny, like just being able to like I didn't get to watch any of the day stuff because we were busy and practicing and everything, and then so just kind of just to take that sit on the couch and watch the guys do their thing. It was actually fun to see.
Chad, when you're talking about Jet on the 450, I was watching that too, because on outdoor you could see that he used all the bike and used every bit of it to do his thing, which is obviously use excessive skill. I kind of felt like Supercross might limit a little bit of that, and it would take his ability away to do too much because it's so tight and small. You don't get moving too fast. But back to your bike point, did you feel like with him on a 450 now that there's just no restraints and he gets to kind of do everything easy, where I feel like he did have to kind of work on the 250 to pull it all off and be him. But on this, I feel like if it's the power or what, but it almost seems like a video game now. Like he's just playing with excess and he doesn't have to really try as hard as he used to on the bike.
Yeah, he 100% is what I see. Like I kind of have maybe the opposite of what you're saying. Like I think his abilities and his technique and skill were gonna be more beneficial in Supercross. So I think, I just can't see anyone that's close right now. Like I think that there's false hope for how close everyone was in the early or to the midway point. But I really just think he's very clever. He's clever at being able to gauge that. But then you see, like the heat race, Coop put a wheel on him, and you know the game. Love it or hate it, you know the game. And so when Coop does that, it kind of is exciting, because if he doesn't do that, or if everybody doesn't start doing that, this is going to get really boring.
I agree.
Do you think, Chad, and I've kind of grilled your old mechanic there, Lars, at Honda a little bit, and I think Honda's got something off greats. Since the greats have come in, especially in Supercross, it seems like the Red Rider guys have a bit of an advantage. Now, they're using the Get stuff, as far as that goes, but there's more that you can add to it. I don't know. I feel like Honda has some technology off greats. Now, Hunter got a god-awful start in the LCQ, and so maybe my theory is just out the window, but when you look at Jet starts, and again, a lot of it is the rider, I get it, but I feel like Honda's got something going on. Now, can't get anything out of Lars, obviously, but they got that thing perfect, man.
I would agree that they seem to be good, but then like when you go back to Kenny's days and Chase was kind of hot and cold, like you said, Hunter hot and cold. Freezy is really solid off the greats on a Honda. And also Jet has just been unbelievable through outdoors last year. And,
yeah.
But I mean, when you look at again, I don't think that Jet's heavy necessarily, but he's considerably much bigger than most of the lights guys. And, whether if you believe it or not, it seems that maybe the Honda was always a little more underpowered than, let's say, the Star bikes or the PC bikes, at least what they claim. And he seemed to always be able to hole shot. So I do think that his starting ability is next level too.
Yeah, it seems pretty nutty at times. We did a stat. My guy watched the races, and at the white stripe of 22 motos, there were 2 out of 22 that Jet was not in the top 5 at the white stripe.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's just it's phenomenal.
And if you have that, and then he obviously doesn't have any fitness issues, that seems to be just fine. So if the beginning and the end is covered, then it's just the 20 minutes in the middle where, again, it just seems like he does everything. Everyone does the same thing. They all do the same obstacles, but he does every single part of it better. Well, he's in the corner a little harder, out a little sooner, a little lower. It's like every little thing
comes down to turns. I think he's really good at scrubbing, and I think that his style probably hides a lot of how good he is at jumping. Because he kind of looks effortless, but I think he's pushing and doing much more internally that he's doing to do what he's achieving. But the turns, he's just roll speed is so much better than everyone else.
Chad, you've also been in the path of what Tomac did, a champion, would-be champion guy, not having his best Anaheim one. It's a lot of points already down. Like Daniel said, you're already down, over 10 points, right? What do you I know they didn't show Tomac a ton, but I think he had arm pump. I can't really get to the bottom of it. I've been kind of snooping around with some texts and stuff, but wasn't a good night for him. How does he regroup, or do you? or I guess, do you think he regroups and just gets back to where he is, or is this a sign that the panic button could be needed?
I have multiple kind of feelings on Eli, and it's like he looked very much like what I would say pre-Star and Eli, where he just something was missing all day, and he couldn't get it fixed. Where last year he may have a practice or two that looked like that, but he'd always able to pull it out of the bag when he needed it. Where he didn't seem like he had it. Going off of my own experience, I don't know if this is Eli's plans last year or not, but when you start getting to the end and the inner circle and all those things, when you're like, okay, this is it, and again, like I said, I don't know if it is his last season, but it seems that it's possibly his last season.
He acknowledged that, that this could be it. Yeah, he did say that.
And so I just think that there's so many emotions that go with that, and I underestimated those feelings and emotions, and anytime you get a good start or a bad start, it just seems like the emotions take over. Like if it's good, well, then you just want to win so much that you ruin it. And then if you get a bad start, you're so mad and you ruin it. And it just seems like, I don't know, sometimes like the walls coming in and like it all going away was harder than anyone could have ever explained to me. So I hope that that's not the case for Eli. I hope it's just a long layoff and he's just a little rusty around the edges. And, a couple of the comments I've seen is that it was Anaheim 1. It hasn't always been the greatest one for him. So he's trying to brush it under the rug and come out swinging next week. And I for a guy that was so fun to watch last year and as a real deserving champion, I would really like to see him up to speed and race Jet. Like I would like to see 2023 Eli against Jet. I think that would be really fun for all of us. For sure.
702-586-PULP. You got a question for Chad Reed, multi-time Supercross motocross champion on the line. Brought to you by Renthal. Thank you to the folks at Renthal for bringing Chad on the show. Appreciate that. Chad, so the average age of the 250 podium was older than the 450 podium. A couple of the gentlemen on the 250 podium has children. They have children. Well, do you care, Chad? Do you care about that sort of part of our sport? And I mean, you were a guy who famously was like, the only ride I could get was YOT. Otherwise, I would tell them to fuck off. I wanted to go to the 450 class, right away. So you were like one and done. Does that bug you, or do you shake your head at that, or are we just like, hey man, they're making a great living and they're not breaking the rules, and good for RJ and Jordan and their kids?
So. No, it doesn't bother me, and I do believe that East and West shouldn't be a thing anymore. I think
100% agree.
Far beyond that point.
100%
I do
agree.
believe that guys like Joey Savacci should be allowed to race, and I don't believe that our sport is big enough nor long enough to ever limit an athlete or a guy that to pay the bills, and that's my true feeling on that. But our sport in general, if you take this is what scares me about like. I think that when you look at Ricky, James, myself, and like basically everyone post Jeremy, when you really looked at what everybody had to go up against, like you couldn't really see anyone really going after that 72 number. But when I look at the field and we calling it stacked, like the average guy is in their 30s, like. All the good guys, all the factory guys are 28 to 31. And I just think, man, like in the next 5 years, who comes and takes or answers the bell to Jet? I don't see anyone being able to do that. I mean, Hayden, I think, is our only hope at this minute.
Yeah, Hayden could do it for sure, but I see what you mean. Like these dudes are making $300K in 250s and are like, I'm good. I'll just stay down here.
For me, that's not like, I'm good. You're trying to get something out of me on that, but I'm really not. But I have the opposite feeling. I just think as a 450 class, it's a very and I don't think they're old, and I'm not saying nothing bad about it. Geez, I raced until I was 38, and I still wish I could line up today. I really do. I miss it like anything. I miss the training. I miss the grind. I miss the travel. I miss it all. So I think these guys should do it as long as they possibly can. So I love that our sport is seeing people go into their later years. But when you see a generational badass like Jet come along with, with some people on maybe let's not even call it the downside, just the level outside, the plane maybe, man, it's a little scary when there's no one coming through.
Yeah. And Chad, it seems backed up, like the dam is full. The whole sport is backed up right now. Like normally these guys at 28, 29, they start moving on out, but you're right. There's like 7 or 8 of these factory guys that are all still legit, and they're all in their 30s, which means the Savachis and the McElrath and the RJs and McAdoos of the world are kind of left either out of a ride or still in 250 because there's nowhere to go. Like RJ and McAdoo, they're all good riders, but they can't beat Anderson and Barsha and Craig, and these guys are like still killing it in their 30s. So to me, the whole thing's just back. Yeah, it's just backed up.
Like not ready. Like even a Christian Craig. Like I think he brings so much to the 250 class, and I know it's our future and it's our younger class, but I just think he brings something to it. Like when I looked at the 250 class, it was on the weaker side. Geez, I can't believe that everyone's on the East. It's crazy that I've never seen such a lopsided, coast. Star has 5 guys on the East. I can't believe it. But so just I don't know. Something's different. Something's changed. Maybe just people got hurt in the off season, and that's the way the chips all fall. But it's interesting to see how it's playing out.
Yeah, I'm not like, look, Feld and the media, which I'm part of. I'm not sitting here, and you won't hear me say most stacked field ever. Well, first of all, DV would smack me in the face. DV hates that, which is great. But, I'm not going to say that either. It is stacked. It's good. There's a lot of champions. I get it.
When you break down the names, they are all very good riders. And
with resumes. Good resumes.
They're all got really good resumes. But when you see the gaps in the times and stuff on the weekend, it was considerably bigger than you would expect.
Yeah, and so I'm just, I feel like every year, most years, there's also champions, there's also great riders, and you can't really judge one way or another. Like in 1985, that year, I believe there were 9 national champions on the line. You know what I mean? For Anaheim 1 or whatever. So, I'm not going to be most stacked field ever guy. I won't be that way. There's no way to really measure that. There's tons of years that are full of great guys. So
it depends what your expectation is stacked. Is it stacked with names? Yes. Is it stacked with guys who can win? Maybe not.
Well, I think what people want to talk about is it's stacked with guys who have rides. No privateers. And that just means there's more teams or whatever. Teams come and go. I don't know if
there's a lot of good teams. I think the bikes, and I think that the fact that the bike rolls off the showroom floor so good now, the KTM group with having 3 different manufacturers, they're a large organization, Triumph coming in, Ducati coming in. It's actually a really great, fun time for the sport, it actually offers more rides and maybe that leads to a real change, and there isn't such a thing as an east-west thing and whatever. And maybe I'm wrong, but I just think that our sport's big enough now that and enough teams and manufacturers coming in to play the game that we could handle it.
Easy solution: 250s, just no east, no west, just full championship, and then go futures east and west. There it is.
Ooh,
You're welcome, everybody.
I like that.
All right, we got a phone call. We got a phone call for you, Chad, here from Nick's on 2. Nick, go ahead. What do you want to ask Chad Reed?
Hey, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. I know this is ridiculous. Chad, number 1, ride or die here, okay?
Yeah.
When I've been around for a while, RJ, when he retired, I had nobody to cheer for. Who do I cheer for? He tells me Jeremy. Jeremy retires. Who do I cheer for? He tells me Chad.
Jeremy,
Chad,
told you this. Jeremy, told you this to your face, and same with Rick Johnson.
No.
Oh.
I asked when Ricky Johnson retired. I asked him who do I cheer for.
Yeah, no, I'm saying RJ told you personally,
Jeremy.
or was this in a magazine article, or
Yeah. He told me personally.
Oh, okay. I was just like, oh, that's cool. So they personally told you who to cheer for. Okay.
Because you build a rapport with them over the years, right?
Sure.
And then Jeremy told me personally to Chad before Chad even got here. Chad, if he remembers, I've asked him 6 years in a row because you have to try to guess when they're going to retire.
Yeah. It took a while.
Right, it did. Last time I asked him was last round Las Vegas Supercross. He said, "I'm still not retired. Sorry, bud." Now, without being Tate, because that's a given. Who do I cheer for now that you're gone, bud?
Freddie.
Freddie.
You're killing me, dude. It's going to be a ride or
hard
die.
to say. I
And
think,
you've seen
you know-
Okay,
everyone
Nick.
else
All right,
pick a
Nick.
champion.
Nick, all right, thanks. Yeah, we'll drop you, and then Chad, you can answer Nick. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's a hard one to answer on a radio show, or whatever. But I think I think there's so many good guys. I think that Jet's obviously young, and I like what he means. He seems like a good kid. I don't know him great. I don't know him super well, but he's always happy. He's always joking around. He's always, I think and obviously he puts the work in. And same with Hayden. I have the same feeling about Hayden. So out of those two, I'll let you choose.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that Jeremy didn't tell him to cheer for Tim Ferry over Chad. That's bullshit. But whatever. Look,
Hey.
what?
So I was with Red Dog on the weekend.
Oh boy.
It was fun.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Beckett raced. Beckett raced.
We were on the same gate drop. Bex was on one end, Tate was on the other,
boy.
and we were there racing. Our kids were racing each other. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's really good. And I've been saying on my show, Chad, I'm gonna have a hard time with Evan because obviously I held him as a baby and I was his mechanic, and now I got to ask Evan like, how's your setup? How's it going? Like, fuck me, man. I need to quit.
And then before you know it, Tate might be there too. Careful.
Yeah, no, exactly. I need to get out of here. By the way, speaking of Freddie, what?
Yeah, Chad, I need to know how you feel.
Yeah, how do you feel, man?
Well, first off, how does Ellie feel?
Well, we know how Ellie feels.
I want to hear it from Chad, though.
Ellie's still mad I retired. And
She's mad at him.
She's
mad at Chad.
On a regular basis.
I told Freddie, I'm like, hey, man, no offense. It's still kind of weird, dude. And he goes, I get it. Freddie's the nicest guy ever. Freddie's like, I get it. I'm like, it's still weird, man. So
it is weird. And it's like, the hard thing is like obviously it's a number and it goes away. It is what it is. But it's and not that I'm really trying to race races anymore, but like sometimes you think, man, it'd be fun just to do something stupid and, get into shape and race a national or something. And it's like the thought of not being able to run your number.
Number 122.
Kind of actually makes me, makes me like, I'm like, I don't need to do that. Like it's almost like it's like the book's closed now. Like It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Hey, anybody reach out to you about coming on TV and doing some stuff? Obviously Ricky James are there. And, Jeremy was supposed to be on the booth this weekend. He didn't make it. Villapoto's done some stuff. When it comes back around to Florida, you think you'll get the invite, or is it something that you're interested in at all?
I touched with Mooey and Prater on Saturday morning, but nothing on the business side of it as far as like that. I was more just good luck for the year and kind of just checking in with those guys, but. I hope so. I'm wide open, honestly. I'm working hard so that that this Daniel Blair guy, I heard he's pretty good and he's pretty powerful. I'm hoping that one day he's gonna have my cell number and he calls me to offer me a ride or something. But anyway, no, we're just grinding away. We're doing all the races. We got 5 weeks straight. I think we got a weekend off, and then we got a couple of other races.
Yeah.
So we're really busy. I really hope to get to a Supercross or two. Mountain Motorsports has got a couple of new big dealerships in Alabama, so I maybe do some activation around that in Alabama or something like that, and then kind of like obviously I watched the TV show and seeing what Weeks did with RJ. Maybe that's an opportunity where I could do some stuff like that, and obviously like for me, I'm no longer with WSX, so.
I was going to ask you that.
So my time there's done. So maybe
someone will call you now.
Maybe somebody will call me. Maybe I won't get blackballed anymore. But I don't know. Who knows? But I haven't made that. Actually, it's the first time I've really said that out loud to the world. But Prater and that don't actually know that. Maybe I need to tell them.
No, you probably should
make
tell
them
them.
Aware. Make them aware that they don't have to blackball me.
Listen, I wish, like I said to you last time you were on here talking about, I wish Adam and all the guys the luck. I hope it works out. It's more money for riders, more races to watch. It's a cool deal. Now, will it ever surpass USA Supercross? No, but that's okay. Are you riding at all? Like, are you? When's the last time you rode?
I've been riding a lot.
Oh shit! Okay, all right.
Well, when I say that, let's keep it a little bit. Like I've been riding a lot in the backyard with Tate.
Okay. Yeah.
Tate really learns and takes information on from a visuals aspect, and so I actually really. My goal is to get a 125. It just gives me a better understanding of that power to weight as what he has, and so right now he's 13 and he's starting to get hormones and starting to flex on dad a little bit. So now, he's got the excuse that I'm on a 450 and that's why I can beat him. So I need to downsize to a 125 so I can still kick his ass and keep it real,
Come on, Daniel, find a 125 somewhere. Just find one. You got him lying around.
I'm talking to the Reed family. Come on.
Okay.
We're working on it.
Okay.
They're coming.
All right. Yeah. Get some. I mean, you guys have 8 million
but
bikes.
Other than that, just kind of riding and like that's what I want to do more in 24. Like I felt like last year was a real rebuilding year. Like I got hurt at the end of 22, and it was a much longer period of healing time than I ever anticipated. I was in Australia for 4 months, and I never anticipated that. We were homeless until June.
How's
so
that
just like
going?
a lot of things.
You were in an RV for a long time. Do you have a house? I don't even know. Do you have a house? I know.
Like January to June, I was in an RV.
I know. I was worried about you.
And we were just but no, we're all settled back in Florida, and the kids are Tate the most is chasing the dream. Like he's really saying it, and Kaya puts a lot of work into it, and Pace has been swinging golf clubs all day. So so we're just grinding away and loving it, and the sport of motocross and supercross is it's within our family stronger than ever, honestly. Like it's pretty damn cool. Like when I went to jump on the phone, like I said, I got to jump on the call or whatever at dinner time, and Tate's like, oh, what? And I said, yeah. And he goes, like that Pulp show? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, how do you know what Pulp is? And he's just like, it's very funny. And he's just
diving in.
He's like, and it's like he's getting to the point where he recognizes it. And he's like, oh, that's cool. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, don't worry. Soon they won't be calling me. They'll be calling you. Yeah. They'll be calling me to talk to you.
No, listen, we had Red Dog on last week, and I got to talk to Evan, and I talked to Brian and Hayden. It's a lot, man. It's a lot.
It happens.
Life comes at you fast. But before we let you go, Chad, we do have maybe a potential new job for you on the line here, because this gentleman may need a riding coach, something down the line. Phil, what's up, Nicoletti?
Hey, fellas, what's happening?
Well, Reedy's on the line.
Does Phil need a coach, or does he need a mechanic? I can do mechanic work. Or is that too soon?
Fucking shots fired. Jesus, right off the bat.
You can only do that with Phil on the phone.
Oh, I know.
I got to be me for 2 seconds. That's cool.
It's well deserved. I don't know. What do you do in that situation, Chad? And nothing you can do.
Listen, I don't know if Chad would have handled that interview as well back in the day.
There's no fucking way Chad was going to handle it that good.
He was going to do it.
Kept walking. Yeah. No, there's no way.
Let's keep it into perspective. At your age, I could have handled it.
That is true.
True, but the peak 2005 Chad is walking off.
No, I'm walking off very, very disappointed.
But
I had people like Steve Mathis working and overlooking my bike. It was
here we go.
Chad waking up.
Hey, it worked fine at those 3 or 4 heat races Timmy beat you in. I think maybe 3 or 4. I don't know. I think we beat you, speaking of DNFs, or speaking of mechanicals, Reedy, I think we beat you the night your seat fell off in Minneapolis. I think Timmy put it to you that night, too.
Yeah, I was sick that night.
Yeah, with no seat.
I still see that one in the nighttime. I just wake up, it's like in the sweat. It's like the one when, there's those ones that you just like, that cost me a title. That's the one.
Yeah, it really did. Yeah, when you think about it that way, sure, absolutely. That would have been great.
What about San Diego when we had a fire drill and we blew up an engine in the heat race or whatever it was? The gearbox went out, I think.
Oh yeah, that was rookie just revving the bike in the pits and the gearbox went, didn't it? Or did it go on the track?
It broke on the track. It's kind of crazy. Like when you look at the weekend and, Hunter not making the main event, and it's like all the things that you've had happen, and thankfully I went 265 races, never missing the main, but it's like all the moments when you're like, oh crap, anything could have happened, you know?
Yeah. No, yeah, it is funny, right, Phil? Like actually, Phil, we had somebody on social media that said your luck is changing, Phil, because the old Phil, that thing would have happened on the track, and you would have died. So
no, and I thought about that driving to the airport Saturday night. I'm like, dude, my luck, it would have bogged on the face of the finish line, you know.
Yeah.
So I'll take it for when it happens.
Did it happen? Did it happen on the parade lap?
It did. I went to do my parade lap start. It's so weird, and I did it, and it bogged, and I'm like, what the hell? My mechanic heard it and radioed to the guys, and yeah, the bike was warm, everything was good. At first rhythm lane, it was still doing it, and then I had to come back. I'm like, there's something's jacked up. So.
Injector.
You know what happened? Can you say, or
He
you don't know what
can't
happened?
I mean, they can, kind of comes back to something with the throttle body,
Yeah.
It's just you're stuck down there. You got 4 minutes to try and figure something out. I mean, there's nothing.
Yeah, and I ain't waiting on you. That's what I said. Like the kids are like, no. Like the kids are all like, that's Phil, and I'm like, yep.
Mm-hmm.
I said,
yeah.
They said, are they gonna wait? And I'm like, they're not gonna wait.
Not for Phil.
They're not gonna wait.
They're not waiting. I can get out there and stand in front of that gate, and they'll still drop the fucking gate.
Just run Phil over. Right.
Yeah. That's part of it.
All right, Reedy. Thanks, man. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it. Love to get your thoughts on A1. And, yeah, man, good luck with everything.
Yeah, we'll hope to see you. And, Phil, round 2, get him, boy.
Yep.
I'll go get him. Thanks, Chad. See you, bud.
All right.
Have fun. See you guys.
There,
See
Chad.
ya. Thanks, Chad. That's Chad Reed, everybody. Brought to you by Renthal. Phil Nicoletti, brought to you by ORW. OffroadWarehouse.com. PulpMX is the code to save. Get your bike to the track with style and performance from an off-road warehouse. They are staffed by a knowledgeable, experienced team, plus they install everything they sell, from suspension kits, tires, wheels, to steps, bed accessories, and more. Phil knows all about ORW, guys. They do a great job. Use the code to save at PulpMX at offroadwarehouse.com. I said to Phil, hey, Phil, 9 p.m. your time, ? And he goes, yeah. And I said, thank you. And he goes, can't wait.
Just fucking great. You fucking jinxed me on Saturday, man.
Why?
You said, we're going to have you on the show, whether you do good or bad. He goes, well, if you do bad, we won't have you on. But if it goes really bad, we got to have you on.
Yeah. There you go. That's a good point. You got a good point.
So,
dude,
you fucked me, dude.
That sucks. It sucks, man, for sure, because I also tweeted earlier in the day, I said, Phil's 12th right now. He will probably start around there and work his way up to 8th in the main event. Like, that's just, I called your main, like, that's how I felt like you were due, like, right around, Freckle and those guys, right? The way it was going, and that's probably what you would have done. But, yeah, huge bummer. Have you ever had that happen before, Phil? On the line?
No, but I can't say I have. If I did, it would have been with 11:10.
Yeah.
But no, I can't. I did have some issues with JGR bike one time, but it actually kind of worked out okay. We were able to unplug. Maybe we did unplug DPS or the kill switch, and it ended up working, so I was fine. But that we exhausted all those options, and there was there was nothing I could do.
Daniel, you ever had that happen?
No, I mean I'm from the old school, bro. Carbs. I not a lot of this weird electronic like confusion on the like. If the bike goes out back in my day, like we knew what it was pretty much. Like you guys have a lot of mystery when this stuff happens.
I had a bike, 2001 Glen Helen, concrete starting pad, right? So you're warming your rear tire up. And Kelly Smith I've got the rear fender in my hands and just seized. Dude, and then he's looking at me, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, "We're done, dude. We're done. Like,
all hope is gone." Did you hear that?
The gate is dropping, and then so pretty much the gate dropped, and we just got roosted. We just got covered in dirt, and to add insult to the injury, it's great. Good times.
Actually, no, I got to retract that. I do remember Indianapolis. I actually 2012 with 11:10. I refused to race the main because we were frying regulators, and the bike was just shutting off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then I just told him, like, dude, I'm not racing this fucking thing, and we couldn't figure out why, and then I had to go back to the coil. I don't know anything about that shit, but one thing led to another, and then we ended up kind of figuring out. I think Dan Bentley helped us out a little bit with it. So,
what'd you think of the track? It was an easy A1. The track crew guys even told me that they took out the Dragon back. Even they thought that would be a little dangerous, so they took the Dragon back out overnight. They really wanted to ease you guys into it. Was it too easy?
Well, you can say it was too easy, but I still didn't fucking go quad, which I should have. I was just being just typical being a bitch. But the rest of the track was super basic for what it is. That Dragon's Back was probably the easiest Dragon's Back of my 17 years riding on a Supercross track.
I liked it.
And yeah, I mean, it was totally fine.
It had options too. Like the guys on the inside and outside were doing like a different tap and over. And I actually thought it was cool. And I showed up on Saturday, and it was gone.
Yeah,
gone. And I'm like, okay, so wait, so we have a finish line that's seriously like jumping the fucking Grand Canyon, and then we have a triple quad going along the side of the stadium. Like, what? So I don't know. I guess Fell didn't want the Dragons back there. They were paranoid, but I'm like, dude, you're doing a Dragons back to flat.
Yeah,
there's nothing.
There's nothing to really, and you could ask 99% of the guys, and they're fine with the Dragons back. But if you ask them to fix that rhythm with the quad in it, I bet you a lot of them would have been like, yes, please. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of I mean, the whoops are small, but they did get a little bit tricky because they turned into little curbs.
The second set
they were
looked pretty rough.
Yeah, they were kind of curbish, So, it was just I don't know. We'll see how it goes in San Fran. I think they'll progressively get more and more technical. But that finish line was a fucking booter.
Yeah, it was a booter. Yeah, that was sending you guys. How?
Yeah.
Distance-wise, did you get a number from anybody?
I don't know, but obviously go down there for fucking press day, and I'm looking at this thing, and I'm like, what? I'm like, why?
The whole off season building all this hope.
It had to be.
And then that.
It was 67. It was a triple, right? It was 65, 67, something like that. I'm sure.
I don't know, but whenever you put a fucking gap in between there, it doesn't look like a triple.
And the lip was big. It was big.
And the lip was big, and you couldn't see the landing coming out from the corner. And the way the sun was on it, you couldn't see the face because it was just all shadowed. So all the ruts and like the kickers and stuff. God's face was on the fucking takeoff of that jump, and I was just like, every time I came around, and the first time I hit it on press day, it was like, I don't know who I followed, but I'm like, I don't know if it's the same thing when I followed Hunter at Atlanta.
Atlanta, yeah.
Yes, and I'm like, this ain't it. I got to give it a little bit fucking more. And I'm glad I gave it a little extra pepper, because if I didn't, I would have hung a wheel pretty bad. So I had pretty decent judgment.
Now, you did do the 3-in twice. Not super clean, but I watched it.
Not super clean, but yeah. But I'm just such a bitch. I mean, a bitch. But there's no way around it. I literally probably could have got second in my heat race if I just fucking.
Oh yeah, probably. I
would have. All three guys passed me in that fucking section.
Yeah, I know. Freckle, Freckle almost landed on you, and Freckle.
Freckle should have fucking landed on me. I'm in the way.
I don't want to tell you what he told me.
No, you really? Please tell me.
He said he's too old to jump those jumps. That's what Freckle.
Oh yeah, I know. I actually had a long chat with Freckle. He's like, man, I'm kind of glad the whoops are small. He didn't want to jump the triple quad either. But he still did it. Past that point in our lives, man.
I just was like, hey Freckle, thanks for not landing on our guy Phil, and he was like, he made that joke about it. So listen, your guy Coop. He was the surprise for all of us, like myself, JT, Weege, Daniel. Won the heat, qualified really well, which is not always something he's great at, and then probably would have got Anderson in the main, I think. But if not, he ends up on the podium anyways. And we saw him in Paris, and he was just in Paris. Cooper Webb, good A1, man. That's your guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about this, I don't know, a couple shows ago, but last year, Paris 22, he got his ass kicked. And then showed up at Anaheim and got on the box, and it was in the title hunt all year. And this year was kind of the same thing. Got his, ass handed to him at Paris, and then showed up at A1 and was fine. But I was down there. I rode with him on to last Friday before A1. I went down to Tallahassee, and I watched him do his 20+1, and he was on point, and their track was gnarly, and he hit his mark, and then, he looked fit and looked trim again, and yeah, he's back on point. I think it's a really good version of Coop. that we have in 23. Is he as good as Jet speed-wise? I mean, I don't think so, and I think even Cooper will agree. I don't think he has Jet speed, but for a 17-race series, I think he'll be there till the end.
He was impressive, man. He looked really good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess just bad on us for doubting him, or bad on us idiots for.
Yeah, but you guys do it every year.
I know. Why do we do that? Why are we just idiots?
I don't know. Every fucking year, it's just like shit on Coop year after year, and then he's still got to
Yeah.
I mean, I don't get it. I get it. I shit on him too, but.
Well, yeah, but you shit on
not.
everybody.
Yeah, but not with his racing ability. It's pretty obvious what he's capable of. So.
Yeah.
He did okay.
And then when it comes to this Jet guy, is this what we're in for? Reedy just was on and said he would not be surprised if he just ran the table. I don't think Reedy meant every single win, or maybe he did. I don't know, but it was good, man. It was good.
Yeah, and when Coop pulled his 5-second lead that he had in the heat race, obviously Jet was a little bit flustered, kind of missing his marks, but when Jet did hit his marks, that 5-second gap went away real quick.
It did.
It went away real quick, and he was on Coop. Now, Coop is really good at, being riding defensive, for guys like Eli and Kenny and stuff like that, but Jet is just so fast, and coming out of corners, he shoots out like a cannon. I don't know how you defend on something like that and not worry, without worrying about going forward. It's going to be a new challenge for Coop to be able to try and defend on that sort of speed.
Yeah, I liked what he did in the heat, though. He had no problem going in and giving Jet a little something in the corner and being like, "Nah, I'll take this." And that it wasn't dirty or overly aggressive. It was just like, no, you just don't get to have this. And I like that. And to me, it did make things a little different because Cooper knew he had to run with it. He went and sprinted. And then Jet was a little awkward for a minute, and it kind of disrupted him. So, and Chad even kind of hinted around at that a little bit when he was on that. They're going to have to find a way to get into his head and weird it up somehow, because if they just
can you?
I mean, they're going to have to figure out something. I mean, here's the truth. And the NFL proves it all the time. Bad teams can beat good teams sometimes if they just game plan correctly. They're going to have to game plan Jet and figure out something, because it ain't going to come from just beating him in skill. So Cooper's probably the best position to actually do it, because he plays games and usually backs it up. So my hope is that, this speed that he has is like a 17-round speed, and he could be in there and make things weird, because he'll be the one that would probably be willing to do it. So I like it.
Yeah, Coop did that to Jet in the heat race, but then in the main event, Jet took what Coop did to him, and Jet did that to
Jason.
Yeah.
And Jason, I think he's one of the best to play that cat and mouse game, and that's not between Bam and Jason is not someone that you really kind of want on your bad side to, fucking around with that sort of stuff. But he went in there, and Jet hasn't really been known to do that, or really make contact with anybody to pass somebody, and he did it, and he got the hell out of Dodge, So, he used what happened to him, for himself, and kind of pounced on it. So, and I think he was managing that race at 75%. I hate to fucking say it, and he just kind of rode around.
Yeah. It is scary, and we saw it outdoors more so than Anaheim won, but when that dude needs to make up some time, he can do it in three corners.
Yeah, I know.
Phil,
I mean, for instance, a section that was kind of basic where everyone was doing the same thing was the sand section. Jet in the fucking sand,
so
I swear
fast.
he was just hovering over the sand. If I tried to do what Jet did, I would be cartwheeling off into the fucking concrete. I just don't know how he can stick it, jump 3 sand rollers, and it's just amazing,
Phil, how about this?
Little things like that.
How about this? If this track would be considered easy, right? It had the big rhythm, and the second set of whoops was kind of whatever. But if this was on the easier side, do you think if the tracks get harder and more difficult, that's better for Jet, that he's even better than this? Or does that bring people back in if it kind of...
Closer?
Yeah, what happens if the track's tough? Because that was pretty easy track compared to what we saw last year a lot.
I think it gets harder for the competition.
So it gets even
worse. Because I mean, 4 lanes of that track were a fucking straightaway.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, when you consider the finish line, the Supercross triple, the straightaway coming across the start, going back to start, going back across the start into the stand, the start going, or the straightaway going across to the finish line. Like, dude, there was a lot of flat straightaways. You know, and it's just like you add rhythms into all that stuff, and the way, you know, it sounds like I'm, you know, jerking Jet off, but it's just like, if you add rhythms into all that stuff where he can push through, and I don't know, it's going to be tough, you know? So I'm really curious to see Eli, though, get back on the roll.
Yeah, what do you think of that? That was my next question. Like, we asked Chad, Daniel said Eli was his biggest poor surprise. Look, he's Eli Tomac. It's one round. He'd probably had arm pump. I get that.
Yeah.
Is he just back to where he needs to be next weekend, or are you on the fence a little bit?
No, I have to say, you won't see true Eli until maybe A2.
Okay.
You know, I think it's going to take 4 weeks, but he needs to be third. You know, if he wants any chance in the championship, you know what I mean? It's going to take a little bit because, I mean, even for me alone and Daniel, you know, when you come back and you're out for that long and you miss gate drops and that intensity, I don't care what he does in Cortez, and you miss that many races against, like, because every gate drop you miss, you're, you know, against Jet or Chase or those guys, like, they elevate their game a little bit, you know, and then you miss those gate drops and you come back and you're so far behind the 8 ball, even though you think you're prepared, but you just lose the race tenacity, I guess, you know?
That's what I'm worried about, though, is if you actually look back last year, like, Eli probably had one of his raddest seasons, but it was his ability to take advantage of moments and rise.
He wasn't beast mode.
It wasn't that. And in fact, if you look back in pure speed, like, Chase was kind of working him in speed almost every night. Well, if Jet ends up being a better version than even that, I mean, Eli's not going to all of a sudden go back in time 2 to 3 years and go beast mode guy. That's why I'm wondering is, what's the ceiling now? What will he even allow himself to do now? And is it what Jet's doing? Like, I don't think so, man. Like, I don't even think he would be willing to take chances like that because Jet don't care. He does whatever he wants. Eli wasn't even doing that last year, let alone a year later after an injury. So I'm a little suspect on what this next month looks like.
Yeah. And obviously, again, it's A1, so you can just throw everything out the window because everyone probably maybe Eli had a completely different setting than what he did last year, and that's what he ran at A1. And who knows, he might just go back to something that he was running last year and put it on for this weekend, and he might come out and win. Yeah. You know, like, who the fuck knows? That could just be as simple as that. Like, you don't really ever know. I mean, this race is just an anomaly. You can't really... Yep. You can't go by it, you know. So
his worst races last year, he always bounced back and won too. His biggest wins were always after his very worst ones.
Like Tampa, right?
Yep.
Tampa,
there was another one that was like
he
got smoked and then came back and smashed him. So yeah, I'm rolling with it's Eli. It's round 1. It's fine, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But I would say my spider senses are up right now that this could be possibly a more often look.
Offroadwarehouse.com bringing you Phil Nicoletti in the show. Code is PulpMX. They got stores all across America. But go online if you want a part for your truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, all that kind of stuff. PulpMX is the code to save. They sell everything from suspension kits, tires and wheels to steps, bed accessories, and more. They install it as well. You see the ORW on Phil's ass? That's what this is. Off-Road Warehouse, ORW. Also sponsoring Dean Wilson, who – did you see the tube of the takeout, Phil?
Oh, I did. Old Dino. Dino actually FaceTimed me, was it Friday morning?
Okay.
Actually, we got actually did Dino's goggle deal for him. He's now a factory ride. Yeah. So that all happened on Friday. So he's a part of the factory ride crew. And then he actually FaceTimed me last night and we were bullshitting about it. I'm like, dude, I don't know. I mean, his race is ruined at that point in time anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know why he just didn't go apeshit. Because at that fucking point in time, it's like, dude, it's fucking over, man. You know? Like, I don't give a shit, you know?
You know what? It reminded me of Vince's move on Joey in the World Rounds. Did you remember that? Where he just,
it was the
really
classic
reminded me of
meet
that.
you at the end of the berm. You have no idea, and I know you're not letting up, and too bad for you. It was a classic.
So
I can't believe Dean has let it go this long, to be honest with you.
Multiple times, too.
Now, I will say, we talked about this earlier, the heat race start by Vince, and let's talk where you're at this, Phil. I don't really have a problem with that. It's a little greasy.
No, to me that's fair game.
Okay, all right. So you're with us on that. Okay.
It's just the worst part is it's because it's Vince.
If that was AC or AP, no one says a word. Everyone says, Hunter, why didn't you let up?
I'm not sticking up for Vince because I really don't give a shit, but that's just that. That's more of a racing thing. Could he have faded it out a little bit? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
He did pinch it off pretty hard, but if you're a racer, you kind of have to do your due diligence on both ends if you have the whole shot or if you're right behind him to kind of be able to read the fucking corner of what's happening. So, but the fact that it was Vince made it 10 times worse. And then obviously in the main event with Mookie and Kenny, I'm like, the 1-2-5 is right fucking there. Go fucking figure.
By the way, Travis looked this up. Eli got 6th at Anaheim too. Then he won at Houston. He got 5th at Tampa, and then 1st at Oakland. So, and then 8th and Indy, and 3rd at Detroit.
Yeah, he had bounce backs.
Yeah, he had bounce backs. It is. Old Vince gets a bad rap for everything. But the start I was fine with. And you know what? JT didn't lose his mind either. I was really he was really
I just lose my mind that it was Vince doing it, not just
I just can't believe what is Dazzy thinking, man? When you've got Jet win his first one, and then on Hunter you have months of prep, and 4.8 seconds into the season, Vince comes crossing over, and he's flying through the air welcome to the 450 class, and the first thing you do is meet Vince in the first corner.
That's what I would say. Welcome to 450s, man.
Yeah. How do you even process it other than? I don't know, but I will say though the LCQ, because I watched Hunter in that one, and I feel bad for him because he was being so careful, trying not to die, and he was getting crossed all over the place. So he was a little too careful, but I know what he was doing, which was just not dying, and it just didn't work by a couple feet. But it was a rough watch.
To be honest with you, I don't know. Are you sport? I'll never know. I mean, Hunter did go down pretty hard, even in that LCQ. The way he was riding, I consider Hunter. He's pretty elite to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's an elite rider, but the way he was riding in the LCQ didn't look like he was an elite rider.
No, I thought it was
crash. That first turn crash. Something got taken out of him, whether he did ding his head or something, because obviously it's an Alpine Star helmet and his visor is off, so it's really kind of hard to tell how hard he hit his head. But he just, I don't know.
Good job for Cade. Cade rode smart, but I'm with you. Hunter didn't look.
No, and listen, Cade got in. That's the name of the game, dude. I mean, I don't care if you're getting paid millions of dollars or fucking making $40,000. LCQ is an LCQ, but I really want to know the thought process on Hunter going to the inside.
On the gate pick.
Yeah,
he's way in
going
there.
That route. Yeah, because you get down in there, it's kind of suicide. You know what I mean? I mean, if for some reason you miss a shift or whatever, you got no wiggle room.
You got nothing. I used to say that to RV all the time because RV was an inside gate guy, and I'm like, dude, that's where stop it.
That's where chaos happens in there.
Yeah, you got to be perfect, man.
Well, especially in an LCQ, man. I think about who's on the outside of the gates in that 450 LCQ. If I'm him, I'm going out with those dudes.
Yeah,
no matter what.
You're on a factory Honda.
Yeah, you could do fourth gear start or first gear start with no whole shot device. You're probably going to be all right with them.
Yeah.
Where the inside, one mess up, dude. And I watched him. He rolled down the start straight with nowhere to go. He just rolled.
Nowhere to go.
Yep.
Yeah, you're fucked at that point. And you really, and I don't know, maybe because they never really had to be in those situations, so it's hard to really have a thought process like that.
To do.
But to know what to do, because that's an art in itself to be able to read those types of guys, what they're going to do, because when you're going up against guys like Kenny and Jet and Coop and those guys, it's kind of pretty easy to tell how they're going to form or where they're going to push to or where they're going to let off, versus those other guys in the LCQ. Like, dude, you go to the outside, you get a little bit more wiggle room. If you get pinched, you can move around a little bit more. Like, yeah, inside is literally a do or die in those situations.
Yeah. Phil, your teammate, Garrett Marchbanks, I talked to him on track walk. Man, he looks fit. He looks ready to go. I know Troll Train is helping him out, and he's doing a good job with that. I feel like his race was just like not great, but not bad, like just What'd you think?
Well, I mean, obviously I had my issues, so I didn't even watch the race. I went back, got undressed, and I headed to the airport, got on a red eye, and got the fuck out of Dodge. G did okay. He obviously got screwed. Oldenburg hit the gate, kind of dead last, and he come from pretty much dead last all the way up to 7th, but G didn't ride the way he does at the practice track, which is kind of common. G is one of the best practicers that are known to man. I'm pretty sure he would take down Stu if you put him up for a one-lap battle. But he still is a second off from where the leaders were, which I know he can get to. But he hasn't raced a Supercross in 2 years. He didn't race at all last year, so he'll be better next weekend.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
I thought it was fine. It was fine.
He looked good when I saw him.
He came through. He passed a lot of guys. He was kind of with Joe for a little bit. He did all right. Got in there, got some decent points, and then he'll move forward. I know G can run with Smitty and those types of guys. So there's no doubt in my mind.
All right, phone call from down under. Tomo.
Hey gents, how you going? Phil Day. How are you?
What up, Homo?
Oh, not much. Just watching the delay on the TV through the phone. It's a bit difficult. So, hey, I'll just quick couple of questions for you, then I'll get off. WSX, Phil, much difference between setup for there and the American tracks, and do you think it helps you going from that series to an American series?
Yeah, I mean, the tracks are quite different. World Supercross was a bit more mellow compared to AMA. Even though Anaheim was a mellow track, it was still more technical than what a World Supercross was. I could get away with a little softer setting with WSX. And the tracks in AMA obviously get a bit gnarlier as far as rutted and, chewed out. So they're quite different.
Yeah. So like with Jet and that, they're really efficient with their throttle and stuff. Jet, Kenny, Chase, do you reckon that's helping them set up the bikes? I watch a lot of the 250 riders, and they're revving the absolute tits out of their bikes, and it's almost like they never settled the chassis and that down on them. So do you reckon that's an area where it's a massive advantage for Jet and Chase and that, the elite guys? Maybe not Tomac. But
Tomac's not that way for sure. Yeah. He's wide open like Bam. Well, he's not Bam level, but he's aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think there's a certain way to ride a 250. I guess it's really hard. I mean, that can make or break if you're a good 250 or 450 guy, because you can't ride the 450 like some of these kids ride a 250. There's no fucking way.
Yeah. Well, I think Eli can, because he's so damn strong and tall. But he's but yeah, for the most part,
anomaly.
Yeah.
Not many of them.
Roxon and Jet, they ride a 450 about as well as you want to ride it. Yeah.
Yeah, like
you just don't hear
Kenny was behind. Yeah, Kenny was behind me in WSX.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Kenny was behind me in WSX, and I can't even hear him.
Yeah. You're like, is he on a Stark or what's going on? Yeah.
Just a quick one with Daniel, and I'll get off, gents, and let you go on. Juju Beaumer, whatever his name is he under strict instructions to stay away and avoid the Star Trek truck at all possible costs, and do not make eye contact with Bobby Reagan?
No. I mean, funny story if you want to go back in time, but last year after Anaheim 2, when he kind of had his little breakout and showed all the speed, he was in the Star Truck that night, and he chose KTM. So.
I heard a story just a few weeks ago. A guy who has a ride now, not like an elite guy, but a good guy. Bobby called him up. Yeah, come on out, ride the bike. And the guy's like, I got a ride. Yeah, we'll get you out of that. Don't worry. Just come ride the bike. Like, the guy's like, no, I'm okay, Bobby. I'm good. But, like, this is the attitude. We'll get you out of it. Don't worry. Just come ride the bike. Just come test ride. Like, I don't know what the
Money
hell.
talks.
Like, yeah, dude, it's the weirdest thing ever.
I mean, that's not a lie.
That's not how it goes. I know.
It's not a lie. Right. That happened at Minios this year with two of my riders.
Yeah, no, him and Lance Langston, they'll figure out a way. They'll get out of that thing. They'll don't worry about it. So.
No, two of my riders were approached multiple times at Minios after they told them that they had a contract, but still in front of our truck.
Yeah, so. Doesn't matter. Thanks, Tomo. Thank you, man.
No, can I guess? See you, Homo.
See you, Homo.
Nice talking to you. Yep. Can I guess the two riders
of mine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pawnee and Fowler.
No.
No, not one of them.
Fowler was one of them.
Okay.
I don't even know who you just said right there. I don't know who those people are that you just said.
You will soon.
Hey,
give it a year or two. You're gonna know.
Austin,
a bunch of them.
Austin gave us $9.99 on YouTube and asks the question: do you think Jet and Hunter covered up the weaknesses of the CRF 250 because Joe couldn't get off the gate and struggled to come through the pack? And so, big problem for Joe. This Austin says he's not on Mitch's PC anymore. I think the Honda's a great bike, so I don't. Yeah, I don't see it.
I think I need to see a couple more races before I judge Joe all the way.
Right.
Yeah.
Philip?
I mean, I don't really know Joe. I can't really say I'm a fan of Joe, but he rode good. I mean, he came from way back and still almost got a podium.
Mm-hmm.
Barely missed it.
Yeah, barely missed it. And he was a ways back. And I don't know if I'm Kitchen or Voland, and more so Kitchen, not Voland. I thought Voland did really, really well all day. But Kitchen should have been, again, it's Anaheim. He should have been a lot closer to Smith and them, or closer to Hampshire, in my opinion.
Does it bother you that the top two in the 250 class have children?
I mean, if I had my shit together, I'd probably have children too. But I don't know.
He asked Phil if he's mad that the top two are old, and Phil's like, got him by a couple of years.
Wow. Phil's in a different spot, I feel like.
I got him. I'm a lot different spot and much older.
How speaking of Star, how is your brother-in-law? How's he looking? How's he feeling? Just give us a little. How's everything going with Enzo?
Yeah. I mean, I think he's doing okay.
Okay.
I went down. I stayed with Coop last week, so I actually, obviously saw Enzo.
Yeah.
And, seems to be doing okay.
Good. He had a little bit of work done. Yeah, he had a little bit of work done.
Yeah, and his problem that he had going on with his hand, I don't know if it's fully fixed yet or what the deal is, but he is riding and putting in his time. So
good. Can't wait.
They race here in a couple weeks. So,
yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of curious to see myself. Kind of wish I was racing him, but I'll leave that up to Germa. Take him down.
Yeah, can we get a Germa update? That was my next question. Can we get a Germa update? How's he feeling?
I talk to Germa twice a day, every day.
Okay.
He's doing okay. He's riding good. His arm is so gnarly, but he's actually riding. He's riding okay. We actually got lucky enough. We can go ride the Triumph track, so we went down there and rode with Jalik and obviously Evan. So that was really nice. And Germa's finally come around the past couple weeks, so speed's coming back and whatnot.
And for you to ride the Triumph track, like you said, and we saw some social media stuff from you there. Is that just because of Hewitt? Like, Hewitt loves you and Scuba? And
well, it's funny. Hewitt and Scuba both didn't like me for years. But now we are really, we're okay.
I mean, Hewitt gave you a Cowie that we think was stock?
Not Scuba. Hewitt gave me a shitty Cowie that barely ever ran, So after 2018, we kind of repatched everything, and we became okay. And they let me and Germa go down there, and ride. So it's actually pretty badass. So they actually got a lot going on down there with the facility and what. So it's pretty cool to have club, and then 4 hours away you got Triumph. So nice. If they get rained out, they're more than welcome to come ride with us, and vice versa. So it's nice.
Moto 14 on YouTube says, what did Phil think of Jet's 5 into the turn?
I don't even. Listen, I can't even go 3 out of a corner, and Jet's going 5 out. So, dirt bikes ain't meant to fucking do that shit, man. I'm glad they pushed the single out. Because obviously there's other guys going to be going for that as well. So you can't lie. That was just insane.
Look what happened at L.A. as soon as he went onto the table, they all started doing it too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to be the one to bait him into stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's better
well,
to take it
and-
out.
To be honest with you, I think that the one at LA was a little bit, I think, gnarlier than the 5. To
Really,
be honest.
huh? Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
just because of the repercussions of the quad onto the table off. Like,
if you went long.
yeah. If you went long, or you kind of got a little bit of an endo, you're going into the face of that Supercross triple. Like,
Sure.
see you fucking later, dude. And that 5 hours, just like, all right, either you cased it and you rode the front, or like I just didn't. Obviously, it would have been bad, but definitely not as bad as the 4 onto the table in LA.
Before we let you go, we got Nash. Nash.
Gentlemen.
What's up,
Gentlemen.
Nash?
Phil,
What's up, Nash?
the Moto Gods spared you. They spared you. We're all happy with that.
Yeah, it could have been worse. Yep.
But I really think, everyone, I think we have the answer. Daniel, I think we have the answer here. If we review the security footage, if you get Bonacci to go to the security footage, I really think that you'll see a Jason Wygant possibly mechanicking on that bike. Because
maybe.
Just touched it.
Yeah.
I mean, even if we touched the grip, Phil, I mean,
The
come
guy can't adjust the fucking chain on a YZ.
dude.
No.
It's incredible.
No, not a chance. If I would have asked
I
Reese
just-
to unplug my kill switch, he would have went cross-eyed. You know? He
good.
had no idea what the fuck to do.
It's a good theory, Nash.
Hey,
Yep.
that's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Phil, I'm confident you'll be the phoenix that rises up from the ash, as always.
Yep.
And Daniel, real nice kid, Clark Robbins, rode with my girls on a turn track New Year's Eve. Great family, great kid. Kudos on you getting him and getting him onto the program.
Awesome. Thank you, Phil. Kid from Jersey.
Clark Robbins, yes.
Yep.
I saw him at Loretta's 125 Schoolboy. He's fast.
Yes, sir. He's a gas rider for us now.
Never heard of
Yes,
him.
Nice.
You will. You're gonna hear, Steve. They're all coming. Just I got a whole
I'll be
pack
out-
of them coming.
I'll be out of the sport.
No.
There'll be a pipeline. There's a pipeline, Daniel.
It's
100%,
being built.
100%.
It's being built.
Thanks, Nash.
It'll all come together for Phil's riding school. Cheers, boys. Get him.
Thank you. Yeah, Phil's riding school. Phil and Weimer are going to do riding schools. That's what we worked out, I think.
It's good.
As long as there's CLs involved, I'm cool. Let's go. That'd actually be a good time.
Well, Philip, look, like I said, we had to get you on if it went really bad. So that's what we do here on the Pulp
I wish I had a little bit more for you, but I didn't get to really see the main event or anything like that. So it was kind of, I don't know. It's definitely mad, but there's not much.
No, I think you handled your interview really well. That was a good job on that. Yep. You got.
That's on the broadcast. They went right to him.
They went right to
JT
him.
did.
Will did.
Will did.
Yeah. Yep.
That's why he was nice. If JT would have came up, it would have been
that
different.
would have been great. Yeah.
Yeah, JT would have fucking really triggered me, but Will's a sweetheart. so
Yeah,
it's kind of
she helped probably keep it together.
Yeah, she lessened the blow for me, so it's fine.
Bondo's probably like, JT, go get. Wait.
Yeah.
Will.
Yeah.
Go get Phil.
JT presented him with a #1 plate the last time he talked to him.
That's
so
true.
That was awesome.
No, it was okay. So I'm ready for
All
San
right,
Fran. We'll
San
see where we go.
Fran. Are you doing press?
we'll get
What
after
are you doing press at? Which races? Do you know?
Why were you asking about press times? We're
Because I might go this weekend to press. I was thinking about you going. I don't know.
no, we're
Okay.
we'll do San Diego and A2 press.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Philip.
It's worthwhile. All right, sounds good. See ya.
See ya.
bro.
All right, that's Phil Nicoletti, brought to you by motorsport.com and ORW. Hey, I went mountain biking today with James Lissamore, and I got the MTX braking pads in my Intense Taser. And if you're a heavier guy like me, just super strong. That's why I'm heavy, just super strong.
Muscle weight.
Yeah, muscle weight. Or if you got an e-bike or whatever, even if you got a regular bike, but the MTX brake pads work fantastic. Code is PulpMX to save. Available in over 800 power sports dealers as well. Make your mountain bike brakes better, more power, better modulation while remaining dead silent. 2 compounds, one for e-mountain bikes, that's red. Another for trail riders and racers, that's gold. I like the red ones. These are inspired by motocross and power sports. MTXbraking.com. Code is PulpMX to save. Thank you to those guys. All right, everybody, go to commercial break here. Cooper Webb still coming up. Jason Thomas as well. Maybe your kid.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
See how he's acting.
See how he's acting. He might come on and join us a little bit. And then Cade, I think we're going to have fine time for Cade because, dude, brilliant last turn maneuvering by Cade Clason. So
I mean, he defended Hunter Lawrence and put him in the stands at the first round.
Absolutely. All right, be right back after this, everybody. Daniel Blair, Steve Mathis. See you after the commercial break.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage body engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
It's time to elevate your life. At LiftedTrucksForSale.com, we put you in the driver's seat of your dream truck today. LiftedTrucksForSale.com is your one-stop shop for brand new custom trucks from every major manufacturer. Full factory warranty, available financing, and a hassle-free ownership experience. What are you waiting for? Visit LiftedTrucksForSale.com today.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit. designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Derry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Type, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
It's time to elevate your life. At LiftedTrucksForSale.com, we put you in the driver's seat of your dream truck today. LiftedTrucksForSale.com is your one-stop shop for brand new custom trucks from every major manufacturer. Full factory warranty, available financing, and a hassle-free ownership experience. What are you waiting for? Visit LiftedTrucksForSale.com today.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance SCP Racing Engine Mount Kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Yeah, everybody, welcome back. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing, Decal Works. Daniel Blair in studio, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. Hey, I talked about these guys last week. I still want to get the word out. LiftedTrucksForSale.com, your one-stop shop for premium, brand-new custom trucks. As your ultimate vehicle search engine, LiftedTrucksForSale.com offers top brands like Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, Outside Van, Shelby American, Harley-Davidson custom vehicles, all in stock and available at your factory or at your preferred local dealer. Go through the search engine. They retain the factory warranty, which is really the best part. They're easily financeable as well. Skip the hassles of do-it-yourself customization. That's a lot of work and money and time, like waiting for parts, poor ride quality, avoiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Elevate your own journey at liftedtrucksforsale.com. Thank you to those guys. And also, this isn't Daniel Blair's series, but I think it's the better series. 2024 Arena Cross Championships are back. They got a 2-stroke race in Guthrie, Oklahoma. They have racers on the power band at select rounds chasing a $20,000 total purse. ArenaCrossUSA.com. Kyle Peters, of course, we had him on the show a little while ago. He's got the points lead. Shocking. Mm-hmm. Kyle Peters got the points lead. Who's leading your series?
Hicks.
Michael
Hicks.
Oh, so I thought he was – okay. I thought Hicks was doing something else. I didn't see him. But, okay, so we need to get another Hicks-Peters battle. They met up last year a couple times.
Yeah,
right?
That would be good. It's funny you say Daniel's series. I actually support both of them through KTM. I actually have riders in both that we've supported. Well. So, no, I'm a big believer in Arena Cross.
I like the AMA Arena Cross one, Daniel. That's
I like them all. I like them all. I mean,
okay.
there's a third one in the Tennessee area, Tri-State Arena Cross. They do some rounds
really?
too, and they're putting purses together. Man, they're all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, look, you race pro, you chase this kind of stuff. It's great.
It's great. I mean, it's great for certain riders, either young ones on their way in or old ones on their way out. And I think Arena Cross needs to survive, and the more the merrier for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks to the folks at AMA Arena Cross. I'm going to be doing the live webcast from the Daytona round Friday night before the Supercross. I'll be there. So look forward to that. AMA Arena Cross. Please get tickets available.
If only it's like last time.
Oh, yeah. I know. Yeah, that was great.
One of the best nights of all time.
Speaking of that, Jason Thomas, Fly Racing, JT, Vegas finale, Regal, Hayes, all-time Arena Cross. Love it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And you know both of those guys now, and, like, they're both just normal guys, even-keeled.
Yeah.
You know, and you look back at that night, and it – oh, man, what a great, like, was there a full moon or what the hell was going on?
I mean, Hayes was supposed to race Vegas the next day, and Cal was just like, yeah, no.
Yeah, well, we're gonna maybe take a breather on that.
Let's relax a little bit.
Take a night off.
Yeah.
Take this one out, Jacob.
Right. So, look for me at the AMA Arena Cross in Daytona. I'll be there Friday night. Looking forward to that.
Oh, you're talking about Daytona?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Vegas.
No, Daytona.
Are you doing a live?
Yeah. Webcast.
Oh,
from Daytona.
rad!
Yeah.
I think I'll probably go Friday night.
Oh,
I'm gonna go watch that.
Well, then I will grab you and put you in the webcast.
That's awesome.
It'll be much like the one we did here in Vegas.
Well, and that one doesn't conflict with the other series too, so you might get some more guys too. And it was good move going to Daytona too the night before.
All right, Fly Racing. Get it at themotorsport.com. Get it at your local dealer. Big things from the folks at Fly Racing. And man, Dean Wilson, RJ Hampshire winning in Fly Racing gear. Yeah. And I mean, JT, RJ could join champs like Jessamine and J-Law. 250 Supercross champs in Fly Racing.
Oh my gosh!
So he's
certainly possible.
Certainly possible.
It looks pretty damn good.
I got a couple of emails here to read. We got the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs to do as well with JT. But I mean, anytime JT and Daniel are on the show, I mean they're racers. I'm gonna just sit back, Daniel.
Yeah, you can go take a walk. We can take it.
This is the racer segment right now, everybody. Racers only. So go ahead, Daniel.
All right, I'm gonna start by embarrassing JT. Because I know how he is, and he's not going to like this.
I embarrass myself on a daily basis, so it's
no, okay. I'm going to embarrass JT because he's humble and he don't like this, but the baton has been passed to JT, and, dude, you absolutely crushed this weekend, especially Race Day Live, because I actually got to listen to Race Day Live while I was there. And, dude, I'm just, as your friend, and you've been very complimentary of me, and I wanted to give it back because you absolutely crushed it. And just want to make sure everyone knew that. And I think they did because the response I got on Twitter when I posted that was 100% positive. So absolutely crushed it, JT.
I appreciate it. I don't necessarily agree so much. I will say this. I know it was better. Like, I can tell that I'm getting better. But to be completely honest, man, you set the bar so damn high. And Justin Brayton, too, on RDL. It's really hard to follow. So it's raised my urgency level. Not only do I want to be good for myself, but I know what I'm kind of, the act I'm following. So it's tough. It's not an easy thing to come in and be like, oh, this guy's been doing it for a really long time, like 8 years or whatever, and he's going to leave now, and we want you to do it. I'm like, okay, great, perfect. I'm just going to follow, like, the best that I've seen do it. So, I do appreciate that, but, man, it's hard. You make it hard.
Well, what I appreciate is me as a fan wanting to know what you're thinking when the riders are on the screen, right? I mean, obviously that was my job to always present either a story or some analysis or some track coverage, whatever, and you're always bouncing in and out of like where you want to go with it. So I just like listening to your take on it and seeing where he wants to go. Like, where do you want to go with your coverage? Because it's you, it's unique, and I just want to say I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and I'm still learning. Like some of these things, I need to talk to the production team more because I'll give you an example. This weekend in the heat race, it was really obvious to me that Jet was losing time in that corner that I did a report on, where Jet kept going outside, and he ended up crashing going out there. But Cooper Webb was killing him by going inside and jumping. And I saw it in qualifying practice. Cooper was following Jet around, and he did that same line behind Jet, and he literally almost landed on him because it was so much quicker. And I was like, oh, man, that line's really fast. But Jet didn't see it because Jet was in front of him, right? So Jet didn't ever really know how quick it was. And then Cooper used the same line in the heat and was just, it was half a second at least in that one section. And I was like, I need to be better at communicating to the production team, like, guys, you've got to get cameras on this section because it's everything right now. The whole race is happening in this one corner, which would bring so much to the show, right? Because unless you're focusing on it and have the right camera angles and the right, whether it's a 2-box or whatever you need to do, things like that would really improve the quality of the broadcast, in my opinion.
Just let me know when the racer segment is over.
No, it's good.
Okay.
We're good. Steve's holding a bat, and I don't know what's happened here. He's just leaned back, and he's holding a baseball bat. So.
I'm not a racer, so let you two guys discuss racing things.
Well, we talked about our job, and
Yeah.
So now we're good. Now we want to talk. You can come back.
I can come back?
Yeah, come on.
Okay, I got a couple emails.
Well, if we want to go back into racing, we'll tell you. And
we'll let you know when you got to step back out.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
Come on in.
Fair enough. FlyRacing.com. All right, a couple emails I got from Jonathan. Jet winning is subject. Jet winning his first Supercross. Ha, 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 ha. The body emails. Jet won the World Supercross rounds at LA Coliseum last October. He won a Supercross race in the building that the sport of Supercross started in. Feld is just trying to start another storyline about this guy. Yes, Bradshaw finished on the podium in San Diego in 89 at fucking 16 years old. Damon won Anaheim in 90 at 17. If you don't count Damon, then you can't Jet. The next time Wedge or JT is in a meeting with Feld and somebody comes up with a dumbass idea like this, please, for the love of Christ, just head slap the shit out of the guy. Feel free, anybody, to jump in at Jonathan's email.
I disagree with the premise. Like, that is a very specific thing.
Yeah, if they
exactly, go ahead.
If they forced some weird angle to create a stat that allowed them to do that, I would be okay. I get it. It's just the truth.
Which JT and I did not. We felt they forced the Jet and Hunter 250 Supercross comparison last year. They conveniently forgot about Hunter's. They conveniently forgot about Hunter's other attempts when he got injured.
Yeah, that was a carving of stats to hype. But this one is like you can't run from it because it's just a fact. And I'm with you on the feel. He did go perfect in the summer, so it doesn't feel the same, whatever. But that was his first AMA Supercross in the big class, period. It's just the truth.
All right, Jeff's email here. Question for tonight's live show. After hearing Chase Sexton's comments in his pre-race press conference, do we think Chase Sexton really is happy at KTM?
Well, I know you're looking right at me, into my eyes right now. To be honest, I don't really know that part of the program as well because it's 450, so I'm not as connected. But I had heard that he was having, they were testing things. I never heard it got as bad as it kind of came out as. But I had heard that they were kind of ran into a trouble spot. But then it kind of turned into something bigger than that. So I don't know that being any worse than that. I don't see. I've never seen anything around when they're all together. It's all super positive. So I think like any team probably ran into a trouble spot on the bike, maybe got stuck there for a while, lost a little confidence. And
it is making a lot out of some press.
That's what I think. It was maybe more of like looking for something to talk about when really it's what most of the guys go through in the off season when they're trying to find stuff.
All right, Jeff says I was almost more excited waiting for this podcast to come out than I was waiting for the gate to drop. Good, keep up the good work, Steve and the team, all the way from Northern Ireland. All right, so that's
nice.
That's his call. All right, okay. X Brown goggle tear-offs. Let's do this. We got some questions. Here we go.
It's the X Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
X Brand goggles. Pulp Show 24 is the code to save with X Brand. Shane McElrath, new X Brand guy. Kyle Chisholm back into X Brand. That factory ride goggle that Dino has, and then Alpine Star goggle that Hunter Lawrence has looks a lot like the Lucid goggle that the guys at X Brand sells. Fast Freddie Norton, also X Brand athlete. Lucid goggle, fantastic foam, great fit, quick change lens as well. Pulp Show 24 is the code to save with EKSbrand.com. Thanks to those guys. These questions are submitted by a Roto Modo, and you have 30 seconds on the clock. Rapid fire. Here we go.
Steven, we'll start with you. New Year's resolution. How many trips to the Sphere are you aiming for in 2024?
Honestly, I got one more U2 coming up at the end of this month. Can't wait. Kiefer's coming up. I would like to hit one more show to make it 6, and then they're gone, and I will be sad, and I'm not seeing Fish. Fish is the next band at the Sphere. I'm not seeing Fish. JT's already upset the Fish Nation. So, yeah, 2 more, I hope. 1 more for sure.
JT, what type of information are they conveying to you through the earpiece? Are you ever told what to say?
I'm not told what to say, no. Usually the only things I'm getting told to me are like, we're coming to you, or any sort of pertinent information. It's usually me telling them I have something to add or something like that. So they're usually just making sure I'm aware of things and giving me a heads up that they're coming to talk to me. But it's a lot of once the racing gets going, it's pertinent information only, because their truck is chaos to find, and you have to remember, like, Bondo, our producer, is talking to everyone.
It's 30 seconds,
so
sir. It's already over.
There's a lot of chatter coming at him. So if you don't have something important to say, you pretty much just shut up.
Do you have a button that gets you into the guys in the booth, or no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
And to the question, most of the communications with the play-by-play, because it's a lot of traffic. And for JT, it's more one direction. It's
Right.
him to them more than the other way around. He's noticing and getting in more than they're asking him to get in.
We have a riders only segment. We could have a TV guy segment only, because I'm no longer on Mav, so I'm not a TV guy. So you two, yeah.
Call Weege.
All right, next question.
Daniel, a percent pie of how much credit you can take for Beaumair's signing and performance in Anaheim.
None for Anaheim. I mean, none. Signing, I don't know where the percent goes, but we had communications all in the fall. I was talking to.
We need a percent.
Not much. I mean, for the signing, 10%.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, we were talking in the fall and communicating, so when the opportunity came, it happened quick and fast. We already had a relationship going.
I think Roto means the signing to Orange Brigade, not the pro team.
Oh, on the pro team?
Not the pro team.
More than 10%, but not a lot. It was a group effort. I mean, honestly, the way it happened was pretty rad, and it was a group effort.
Steve, how are you going to change? How are we going to change the LCQ challenge for this year?
Mm-hmm.
We can't keep letting guys like Cartwright, Chiz, and Freddie win it.
Well, Freddie didn't win it. Freddie crashed out. I don't know. I still like the idea of wild cards, and I don't know. Cartwright, like, he's the epitome of a privateer. Like, I don't know. What's the big deal?
I'm good with Cartwright winning it.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Chiz, not so much?
No. I mean, I love Chiz. I don't want to take money away from him, but probably shouldn't have been in.
Are the rules the same?
Rules are the same. I'm going to run a different format of a race, but yeah. All right.
JT, 112 points in fantasy at A1. Is this the worst performance of your career?
It's pathetic. I mean, absolutely horrific. But, like, I don't hate any of the picks I had. Like, Hunter, we know what happened. Dino got freezied. Like, it was just a comedy of, bad situations. Like, I don't think that I just chose a horrific team. It just went really, really poorly for me.
And Dean.
Yeah, I said Dino. Yeah, he got freezied.
Yeah, and Dean.
Daniel, now that Juju has arrived, who is the next one down the KTM amateur pipeline?
Next one? Jeez, I got 5 of them.
Wow.
We're stacked, dude.
Okay,
we got a good roster right now. I'll throw out a bunch of names. Davies, Fowler, Fapani, Gibson, Robbins, Deno, Harrison, Dennis. Remember all of them.
Is that a law firm? I don't know. I'm out.
112
What about anal
is your
bleaching?
worst. Is your worst, JT? Just FYI.
I believe it.
Steve, you were very vocally against 22nd getting 0 points. Do you still think Phil deserves a point for Anaheim?
Yeah, absolutely. This is something JT and I can see eye to eye on. 0 points for 22nd is ridiculous. And then now 21st in the outdoors gets a point.
Really?
Like, what kind of world are we living in?
How'd that happen?
Because they just want to make it equal, the same. So 21st in Supercross gets a point, and 21st in Motocross gets a point.
Phil got a point for every lap he rode.
Yeah, wow. Shots fired. I don't like
Good
it.
for him.
It's ridiculous.
All right.
Yep.
JT, if you could blink Vince Freeze out of existence, but it meant Steve also disappeared, would you make the deal?
What the hell?
Do you think if I
just read the question.
If I got all the rings like Thanos, I could snap my fingers?
Yeah.
But I don't want to disappear.
That's not up to you.
Fuck you, Roto.
What was it to you?
No, I love Steve too much. Freezy can live. Like, I'll give like the gladiators thumbs up.
Yeah. Whew. Thank God.
Barely made it.
Turn into black.
He
black
didn't even like hesitate. There was no like waffling
Roto,
at all.
That question's stupid, Roto.
No, man, I've had to live with Freezy most of my racing life. I can continue to.
And
do
he
it. I don't want
doesn't. And he
Steve
doesn't
to go away.
take you out now anymore, JT. Like, you're off the bike now. He doesn't take
He
you
would.
out.
He would like to. I'm sure he would if he could.
Speaking of that, actually, let's pause the X Brand segment. Wesley has a comment for JT. Go ahead, Wesley.
Hey, JT. How you doing, bud?
Hey, man. What's up?
I was watching your interview during the race. You talked to Hunter Lawrence. I kind of feel like maybe the dig at Freeze was a little out of line on that one. I don't think Freezy did anything wrong that particular time. I mean, Hunter kind
That's
of.
okay. What did I say to him? What did I say about him that was out of
You said,
line?
well, we've all had encounters with Freeze, and it wasn't like nothing too terrible, but it made it implied that Freeze did something wrong. I don't think he really did that particular time.
Yeah, there's something way wrong for sure. But I didn't say anything negative. I just said that I had also had run-ins. But if you're thinking that I'm going to pull back or not say things that I believe about Vince Freezy to be true, that he continues to prove me right on, I can't help.
Well, like I said, I didn't notice it that particular time. Maybe I missed it, but
you gentlemen will have to agree to disagree, I think.
Yep.
But,
I'm cool.
Okay,
Hey,
so
Steve.
Yeah. What's up, Wesley?
Sorry you went to Paris and had another bad shower incident, buddy.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Thank you.
Gotta get that union right, bro.
It's ridiculous. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Shower doors in Paris, absolutely insane. And now I'm getting photos of shower doors in America that are like this. When did that happen?
I think I was actually pretty kind to Vince. I didn't
I was
say
gonna
anything out of
JT,
line.
I was gonna say I chuckled at it and I was like, that was nice actually. I thought you were a little nice.
I thought I really held back on the review pod also. Like, I didn't go hard on the Hunter thing. Like, I took it pretty easy. Like, the Dean thing is ridiculous. It's just what he always does. But I don't know. Like, in the scope of how aggressive I've been towards him with my comments, I thought I went really, really easy.
All right, next question.
All right, last question. Daniel, as an LCQ veteran, what could Hunter have done differently to sneak into the main?
I mean, rode better in the beginning. I mean, straight up. I watched him. He was scared to death of those guys.
I know what you said. I disagree a little bit. I just think he rode bad. Like, I mean, I've seen, and so have you, many factory guys get poor starts in LCQs. Hunter was freaked out, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I saw him twice, actually. Like,
I mean, you were in the 500 section, so.
I mean, I saw everything.
Okay.
You know, the sand, then you rally outside. He went to go 2 and was going to launch off 1, and
Okay,
someone
I
was
did see
close,
that.
and he checked up just out of fear that
Yes.
someone might cross. It
I
was a
did see
couple
that.
of those where he just was like, nope, and he could have probably been okay.
Okay.
And so I the whole time I was watching, I was feeling bad because I'm like, I know why he's doing this. He's trying not to die, but he ain't going to get there. And then he didn't. So to me, that's the only thing going back he would do different is be a little more aggressive in the beginning, but I get why not. I mean, it started out rough. He was probably already
really
scared to death.
I think it really, like, the rhythm section in the last lap is where he blew it. Like, he gets it done if it's not for that, right?
That's right.
Like, and that was purely on him.
Yep.
Like, you can say the start with Freezy, I don't agree with the way Freezy cut all the way over like that. I don't think it was necessary. I think you have to be a little bit more aware of your surroundings. But, you know, Hunter has to take some responsibility. Like, the start in the LCQ was absolutely atrocious. Like, he has to do a better job than that. And then when it comes down to the most pivotal point of the entire night, you can't screw up the rhythm section like that. And I don't think he would have a problem with that. He would probably say the same thing.
Well, not only that, but, I mean, if it's me and I'm on factory Honda 450 and it's Anaheim 1, I'm hitting Cade at 40 mile an hour.
Yeah. Oh, I
don't know what that was.
Why he didn't make contact.
He didn't even touch him.
Absolutely. Yeah, right. I don't know why. Or maybe didn't think he had an angle. I'm not really sure. But, yeah, I agree with you.
Was there a privateer that stood out for you guys, either like that didn't make the main or did make the main? Or was there somebody that stood out for you guys as a privateer?
Lux Turner, until he got hurt.
Yeah.
Like, that kid was riding really good. And I know him. He's Northern Nevada kid, and he looked really, really good. But
is he okay? Do you know?
I think he got hurt a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What about Ferrandis? What do you think of Ferrandis ride?
It's good. I mean, really good. JT,
Racers Only segment? Do I?
I can talk to him, right?
No, I know, but should I step back? Or
no, it's good. You can stay in this one, but
okay.
Dylan was kind of quiet. The one thing I noticed, though, he was really sneaky on the starts, going inside and kind of just navigating the first corner and kind of staying out of chaos. So I don't know if you saw that. I was in section 511. It was right in front of me, but right straight down.
Yeah.
But no, he was good too. Him and AP were really like the I'd say the fast ones that no one really watched.
AP's
they were good.
The guy that I'm writing about and talking about. That I'm like, he had a really good Anaheim 1. You're not going to hear about it.
Yeah.
He was good. And
I
Dylan,
think the one.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you're the racer. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say it wasn't a privateer guy, but I thought Justin Cooper's ride was pretty good. Underreported on.
Mm-hmm.
Qualified 5th, I believe. Came through the pack some. Passed his teammate Tomac. Like, nothing to write home about. Like, it's not, I get it. It's 8th place, but I thought it was a pretty solid start to the season.
He was 16th after lap 1. So.
He was down with Kenny and Malcolm, I think, right in the start. Wasn't he in that?
Was he?
First, I think he was involved in that, or behind. He got stuck in. I'm pretty sure he was something in that first straightaway.
So I said on the review pod that Malcolm was catching Kenny at the end of the race. So Kenny texted me today and he was like, "What are you talking about? Like I got him. Like I passed him. I pulled the mechanics area and I got him." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I think he caught you near the end." And then Kenny's like, "Well, maybe I went off the track and I fucked up the rhythm and I jumped off the track." And I'm like, "That's what I'm talking about. I just at the end of the race, Malcolm made up time on you." I don't know.
So he's listening.
I was just like, Jesus, Kenny. It wasn't like I said,
I mean, Kenny kind of got robbed if you think about it, too. He smashed him in the heat race, and then the main was just on the ground in 10 seconds.
I think, like we said in the review, Kenny's race gets an incomplete. Like, we don't, he's good.
Can't even judge it.
Right. He won a heat.
He was so good in the heat, dude.
Yeah. In fact, I mean, who knows if he's in second like Jason, or, who knows what happens then, because purely on speed, he was pretty phenomenal all day, too. He was good.
He's a lot better than he was at Anaheim 1 last year.
He is a lot better than that.
Yeah. So, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. I think Kenny, I picked him to win A1 because he's so good at the openers. So let's just roll that into San Francisco, and that'll be his true opener.
What's the vibes on San Fran? Pits and all that. It's been a long time.
I wish we were going back to Oakland, man. It's a premier race.
Oh, God.
It's a premier race in the series.
Well, I can tell you what you could do, Steve. You could go to Oakland and go to that Chipotle or Starbucks by the stadium.
Yeah, the one JT saw the mugging last year.
They will relieve you of anything that you don't want, or anything that you do want.
Okay. Yeah, I loved Oakland. It was great. Commitment to excellence. The Raiders won the titles there, the Oakland A's, the Bash Brothers.
I just like how run down it is, and they're like, they don't care. They just ran with it for like a decade. Like,
it'll be that stadium on the water, the AT&T Park. I don't know if that's what it's called anymore. It's really nice.
Oh, it's awesome. But I'm just wondering, like, Pits, like,
we were across the bridge before, right? I got to think that's all condos now and everything. So I don't know what they're going to do.
JT, anything on that?
I think it's going to be a little dicey. That's my guess. I think. I'm here to go back there. I don't want to go to Oakland. Honestly, I never want to go back there ever again. But I think it's going to be one of those where it's a little janky, like the San Diego Petco situation, things like that.
Right.
But as a spectator, I remember being there and loving it out on the water like that. It's a cool.
It's going to be great.
It'll be great.
Weather?
Right. Was there someone say there was rain?
We're gonna get a little midweek rain, and then it's like 35 to 40% chance on Saturday. So we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, JT. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. RJ Hampshire, Fly Racing rider, holding the red plate for the first time in his career. RJ's got a red plate.
Wow. That's cool. One thing I was going to mention: if you ever want to hear me just talk for like 45 minutes by myself, which I don't think anybody probably does, but my podcast came out today, and then I do a Patreon one on Saturday mornings. Much like Daniel, I'm expanding my repertoire of shows. Daniel, what's the deal with your new show? You guys probably already covered this, but
it's just it's a YouTube show, something small and unique. We had a producer, Joe, and I had an idea a long time ago about just a different style of show, and we decided to pull the trigger, and we did it. So we launched last week, and
cool.
I'm going to record Wednesday when I get home, and it's a new YouTube show.
That's going to be very successful, I have no doubt.
Well, this
Thanks,
week
man.
also, while we're at promoting new shows, this week, Lewis versus Kellen, LVK, EVS Sports, presenting it.
Saw that.
So I got
really?
Lewis and Kellen doing a
Okay.
show on the PulpMX network.
Saw that.
And they're also going to they're going to touch on topics of non-moto, and the topic that they're touched on this week is Lewis's brother is from England, obviously, and he's here for a month, and Lewis is charging him rent. And this is not going over well with the family.
Can you imagine if you charge Jay rent when he comes down
Oh,
to stay with
dude,
you?
right? Yeah, I just.
Oh, my God.
So Lewis is charging his brother rent, and they're going to debate this out on LVK.
Like if it's okay or not?
Yeah. Like, Kellen is appalled.
Man, my first
at
instinct is this isn't right. That's my first
Of course.
instinct. But I'd be willing to hear his side of the story, because to make that move,
Stay tuned for LVK More Than Moto pod coming out this week. Thanks, JT. Appreciate it. Thank you, man.
All right, guys.
Later, bro.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everybody, let's get right into our next guest. It's brought to you by Wiseco. Pulp 23 is the code to save. 2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons. They got a full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, and more. And obviously, the factory Honda guys have teamed up with Wiseco as well. Whether you want the variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite Series, they got it all, as well as the Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits. The best part of Wiseco is the code. Pulp 23 is the code to save with Wiseco. And let's bring in our next guest of the night. A guy that we all mentioned as our surprise of Anaheim 1, and you think we would learn by now. It's Cooper Webb, everybody. What's up, Coop? How are you?
What's up, Steve? How's it going?
Well, I feel bad. I don't know. You looked really good. You had a podium right there. You qualified unbelievable. Like, for you, that's great. And all of us are like, we didn't talk about you much, Coop, and we're just idiots, I guess. Daniel, me, Weege, we're all idiots. I don't know. Good job.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate that.
I mean, yeah, you were great. Yeah.
No offense. I tend to not listen to you guys, believe it or not. You know?
Coop, I got one for you right off the top. Different approach. I mean, I've watched you in practice all these years, and this looked different to me. It looked like you really wanted to be faster, when typically you look like you're working things out and you're kind of learning and preparing, where this just looked different to me. Am I right, or do you just feel good? Because it looked noticeably different in approach.
Yeah, I think for me, just overall, things were clicking, and I think we had a great off season that definitely showed. And I mean, coming into the season and watching into outdoors and SMX and being at SMX, and even Paris, I think I quickly learned that we needed speed. That we needed a lot of things, but we really needed speed, especially to be able to go, the speed of Chase and Jet and Kenny at that time. So we put a lot of effort in with motos and testing and all that, but I think we put in a lot more emphasis than I ever have on just pure speed as well. And but I think that also comes with comfort. Like, I felt really comfortable all day. I felt I didn't touch one click all day, and I think that's for me never happened at A1. So I think just coming in comfortable. Even this last month, I haven't made one change to my bike, and just having a good program and riding with good guys, and having the team and I on the same page, and knowing what we need to work on and staying true to that. And when you show up to A1, you don't ever really know, but I just felt like I had a lot more confidence than maybe I had in the last few years. So yeah, it was like you said, a good day with practice, and to be 1/10 off Jet in that final one, I was really stoked, and on the board pretty much every day was first time in a long time. So it felt good though. It wasn't like I kept telling the guys, I felt like I could put those laps together. My first and second laps times were good, and I wasn't riding over my head, and just overall, we felt in a good spot.
So when you ride as well as you did at A1, and then we saw you in Paris, we saw you at the SMX races. Now SMX tracks were a little funky, so maybe this isn't a great question, but like, how different is your setup from SMX and Paris? Because I think that you're going faster and you're in better shape, and maybe some of that stuff didn't work so well. Like, has there been a lot of swapping suspension and things like that since Paris, since you're going this well?
Yeah, there was. I mean, we've changed actually a lot since Paris, to be honest.
Yeah.
SMX, was tough, like you said, with the tracks because they were kind of the hybrid. I felt like LA was maybe our most closest to Supercross, and I think the biggest thing that's pretty crazy, and I kick myself in the ass for ever doing this, but I never tested with Gilly before SMX, and I never tested with him before Paris. I was pretty happy with my bike.
Can I ask why?
I mean, yeah, looking back, I'm a complete dumbass. But he had sent me a setting before SMX, and honestly, I was stoked. Like, I just told him, like, hey, I need to get back to riding, and the thing doesn't do anything bad, so let me just ride it. And then, I think, like I said, it was little things we needed to work on. And then before Paris, it was kind of more of a timing thing where I've made a lot of mistakes in my past where I'll ride for 3 days and then I want to test and I'm simply not up to speed or in shape. And then a month later, we end up going back to our base that we started with. So I just kind of told Gilly, like, hey, let me get in shape. Let me get back to speed. Let me be able to do a solid 20 before we start tinkering. And, maybe I should have took Paris a little more serious, but it was kind of one of those things, hey, let's go there. Let's get a gate drop. The setting, yes, we can be better, but I think it's decent and see where we're at. And that's exactly what we did. And then the next week we were able to test and pretty much, attacked all angles. Like for me, the engine thing was still something that at Paris I wasn't comfortable with. I was getting a lot of arm pump. And so like me and Brad spent a whole day just, making a map and engine package strictly for me. And then the next step was then, all right, let's get Gilly here. And we spent 2 whole days and it was unreal. It was one of those things where we left. I was happy after the first day and he's like, I think we can get 5% better. And then we're there a whole nother day and we end up getting 10% better, So
nice, yeah.
It's been really cool. And, I guess for me it was a bit different with, other teams and stuff. Like it was more of, hey, here's your packages and you kind of choose, to where I learned quickly with Gilly, like he has such a good eye, and as a rider himself, he can just like, I call him the wizard. So got me really comfortable, and yeah, I think it showed. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm stoked with where I'm at.
Yeah, it's great. On your crash, I don't know how much you've focused on it. If you got the team film and looked at it or whatever. What exactly?
Yeah.
Like it didn't look to me like you did anything weird or you took a different line. I know Thrasher kind of got kicked over that thing, but I felt like other guys were going where you went, and you just had sort of a weird reaction. What did you see when you broke it down or looking at it?
Oh, it was crazy. Like at the time, I honestly thought I hit Jason's back wheel.
Okay.
Like just the feeling that I had of the front end dropping. But yeah, luckily, like we had film right away. I got back and, we watched it right away, and I saw, like, I was, in my mind, I wanted to get really close to Jason and get to the right of him after that hip to be able to dive up the inside before the mechanics. And I'd gotten really close to him, and honestly, with that shallow rut, like, you couldn't really see. Like, I'm just looking at his back tire, and I went, I think, just a little bit more right than him, and there was a kicker there that, to be honest, has been there since press, and we all knew it was there. And I happened to scrub, which, I'm back scrubbing and stuff, so like that's nice. And just hit a kicker and went OTB.
Yeah, it was not. You were a little dingy, huh, from it, I think?
Yeah, no, for sure. It was like one of those things where I landed freaking eyeballs first and then got hit from the bike behind, but I mean,
got up.
It was in my face and just like, whoa, what happened? And kind of scrambling to like, all right, we need points and get going. And I had a little bit of like, just like all that emotion mixed with like, dang, I definitely had a pretty big crash right there. But yeah, luckily to get up and, the bike was pretty mangled, but to be able to, salvage that result with that bag crash was a good overall.
Good.
Coop, one pass attempt. I want you to kind of take me through them. The first one was Jet in the heat race, and to me it looked like you just said, That door's open, and I'm going to take it now, and I'm fired up, and I want to win this thing, and you didn't hesitate at all. But on the Jason one, I thought you could have maybe been a little more physical with him. Did you approach that one different? Because it's Jason, and Jason has a round one thing. I don't know if you've seen the past, but did you approach that one a little bit different?
I mean, yeah, looking back, instantly I was kicking myself in the ass because going back to your first question, yeah, the heat. Honestly, I saw that opening and just kind of went for it, and I felt like it was just an opportunity, really, right? If I wanted to win a heat or even see where I stack up against them, like I just wanted to go for it. So obviously, it ended up being a good move and was able to get a heat win, and then. Yeah, like you said, and that Jason pass, it's tough, right? Because it is A1, like you're saying. You don't really want to make enemies right away. But for me, I felt like I was kind of, getting a little bit held up at that point. So it was getting late in the race, and I felt like I had an opportunity to at least catch Jet, and who knows what would have happened. But I knew it was getting late and it was time to go, and I could kind of see, you can tell in someone's riding language when they're getting a little bit, sloppy and making a few mistakes here and there, and I saw that opening, and like you said, I was trying to make it happen, but not just put them in the bales at round one, because you don't really want to make an enemy of Jason.
No.
It was tough, and looking back, like I think I actually had the wheel on him after the finish and the triple. Like I should have just kind of maybe started more right, and I don't think he would have been able to stick his wheel in. But definitely a bummer. Like I said, looking back, I'm like, dang it, I should have. Looking back, like I wasn't aggressive really at all, so like I could have maybe been a little bit more for sure and just made sure he couldn't have retaliated. But then when that happened, then we kind of played cat and mouse, and then that's when I saw you start doing that and the leader got away, and that's where I was like, I got to go now. I can't wait. And like I said, I'd kind of planned that pass, and I was literally going off the takeoff, going, all right, I'm gonna get him right here, and. Next thing you know, I'm head over heels.
I was talking to a guy we know. He had a little bit of bike problems in the main event, in the 250 main event. I don't know if you're.
Oh yeah. But he's a new to the 250 class, right?
Yeah, new guy. Yeah, just trying to get his feet wet. He was telling me though
he beat me at SMX, by the way.
What's that?
He beat me at SMX.
He did. He did, and. Our group text got a little tense around that time, so I'm just going to move on over. I'm going to move on over that. But he was telling me, though, for real, he didn't really get into specifics, but he just said you figured some things out with your health a little bit. I imagine it was blood work and things like that, and you really, you're feeling really good. You found some stuff that has really helped you feel better, and I would imagine recover and train more and all of that? Yeah, no, for sure. Like you said, I was heavy, and it was getting a little frustrated because, I'll eat bad here and there, and we'll go into off season, and I'll definitely for 2 weeks let my hair down. But I was putting in the work, training hard, and really just feeling pretty flat, and just like I wasn't getting any fitter, any stronger. I didn't lose a single pound of weight, and I was fat, and I just thought maybe that's age and having a kid now. Maybe that's just what life is. But I got a hold of some really good doctors in Florida and just did a bunch of blood work. And I'd really never done much. I've kind of just always trusted how I feel overall. Never really done much blood or anything like that. And found I actually had it's called Hashimoto's, which is a thyroid issue, and then I had a bunch of parasites and E. coli and stuff on my insides that were kind of rotting at me. So kind of a mixture of things, and it was super cool to just kind of change my diet up and change some of the supplements we were taking and add that in, and instantly was able to feel good again, and get that training and recovery and start losing weight. And I've obviously been stoked. So it's tough. Like I said, you try, at least for me, we have access to doctors, but
for me, it's always scary because you don't know, and some doctors nowadays just want to, put you in on a prescription and say, here you go, not knowing the effects. And for me, it's kind of a scary thing, especially in our sport. Like, you don't know what can hurt you or what can help you. So I've always just kind of stick to what I do, which is nothing crazy,
Right.
try to eat healthy. And,
Yeah.
Eldon always was tough on me there, and kind of learned that way. So anyway, it was really cool to understand a little more about, some of the stuff that was holding me back.
There's some trainers and people in the pits that can prescribe stuff that they really shouldn't, and I don't know what's going on with that. And I hear these stories, and I'm like, wait, hold on. That guy's not even a doctor. How's he getting you that? So, yeah, you got to be careful. You really do.
Yeah. No, for sure, and especially with, the drug testing. And just, you never know, right? Like, hey, you can take a medication, and you might feel like crap for 6 weeks. Well, I don't have 6 weeks to spare. So it is really tough for sure.
Weisco Pistons bringing you Cooper Webb on the show, star Yamaha rider. Weisco's performance partner, Factory Honda HRC. Full range of performance components. PulpMX is the code to save with the folks at Weisco.
Coop, I over the years covering you, I guess from the media side or from the broadcast side, it was obviously fun to watch you in your approach and how you'd go about a championship. And I think back to the Kenny years and how you approached him. Man, this one's different, right? Jet's different, and we all have eyes. We all see this. What is the approach with him? What are you going to do with this guy? This is different, And obviously you came ready, but there's 16 of these things. Without giving away, what's the approach here?
I think just honestly for me, I came in this year just with open mind, and I obviously want to win. Like, that's why I race, and that's why I made the change, and I've invested into this new program, and I've literally moved my family, to small town Tallahassee to try to win a championship. So for me, I think the biggest thing is he's fast, and he's going to be good. And I know he's a rookie, and you can say all the crap, but like I said, you saw it in outdoors, you saw it in SMX. He's the real deal. So I think for me, if I'm being completely honest, I didn't think I was going to have the pace and be able to run with him coming into Anaheim. He was the only guy that truthfully I was like, man, I don't know where I stand against him. I kind of know, where I am against Chase or an Eli because I've raced him before, and, Kenny or Jason and guys like that, but I haven't even really gotten to race yet besides Paris where, like I said, they ran away from me within 6-7 laps. So I think for me it was really, really encouraging after practice, and then going into the heat. And, he had that mistake because he didn't make a charge there at the end. But to get that heat win, and then, like I said, in the main event, I felt like I had a really good pace, and I couldn't maybe go the pace I wanted to because of, trying to get around Jason. And we stayed with him for, until I crashed in my mind. So I felt like I had a lot more on the table. And so for me, it was just really encouraging, hey, and maybe he just, like you said, rode nervous or whatever he was saying and stuff like that. But I think he's smart and he knows how to manage races. So that's tough. So it's hard to say, like, he could have been riding at the same kind of thing, just in a comfort zone and not really going too crazy. But like I said, I was kind of expecting him to come to A1 and completely dominate, which, don't get me wrong, he won the main event and he did. But I was honestly expecting kind of more like how the free practice went, where we look up the board and he had a 2-second gap on us.
Yeah.
So for me, it was encouraging. And like I said, I've been in this position where over 17, I truly feel like I am a threat and can be consistent. And I feel like now I have good speed, which last year at least I didn't. If I needed to go win a race based off speed, I don't truly think I had that last year. I feel like my fitness is really, really strong, like it has been in my championship years, and my starts, are back being where they need to be. So I think for me, I'm just going to stick to my guns and let it play out. Like I said, if he's going to come out and hole shot every round and do it that way, then that's definitely a tall task. I think it's not a crazy thing to have happen, for him to pull a hole shot and beat us some nights, but 17 out of Supercross, a lot can happen.
Yeah. No, well said for sure. Getting back to training a little bit, you've obviously worked with Swanee during your title years in the 250 class, and you've been with Alden. Now you're back with Swanee again. Like, can you just plug and play your workouts from back in the day with Swanee and do that, or because you're older, you can't quite do that grind anymore, or is it the same, or does Swanee learn things while you were gone and you've adapted that? Like, how close is your training to your glory years of championships in the 250 class?
Yeah, it's honestly been really cool. Swanee's program, since I, went to Eldon's before and stuff, going to KTM, has really progressed a lot. I think, he learned a lot in those 5 years that I wasn't with him. And I think for me it was cool to be able to, before the season started, we kind of had to sit down and just said, hey, these are some of the things that I did think were really good at Eldon's. And he told me, hey, these are some of the things that I think we really need to work on and some of the areas that you need to be better. And, as far as numbers, like I said, I have the last 5 years of Eldon's, program. So if I wanted to do it, I could. And I just know where I need to be at hour-wise. I know where I need to be at lap count. I know where I need to be at weight-wise, strength-wise. So, and I shared that all with Swanee. Hey, this is what I think. And a lot of his stuff was right on the par. So it made it really good. If anything, I feel like I actually had a bigger load this off season than I have in the past. And maybe that was just me really wanting to come in prepared. But, I think it was a great off season. And like I said, he has to manage, obviously, some of the 250 younger guys. Like, they can't manage the same load I can. So it's been really cool to have those adjustments, but then also have, from the riding standpoint, like that youth and speed and resilience that those guys have. I think that maybe with something like at Eldon's, all the guys we had were all great riders and very fast, but we were all, around the same age and weren't really on a practice day maybe taking a risk that now these 17-year-old kids I'm riding with every day are. So I think it kind of helped me there, like I said, when it comes to just that speed and just that overall, like what Jet has, like you're going to have to hang it out if you're want to win.
Cooper Webb on the show, brought to you by folks at Wiseco Piston. You can decline to answer this, Coop. I don't want to get you in trouble, but I do wonder if your buddy AP back at your old team, I'm sure you've noticed, like, they're free to use the 48 forks. They're free to switch frames. A lot of flexibility over there that maybe when you were there, didn't always happen. I just think that maybe your legacy at Red Bull KTM is the team going, hey, guys, maybe we need to listen to these guys, and if they want to try something different, they can. And it's not a kicking and dragging and screaming thing. So I don't know.
It is weird. I did notice they had a 48, a clamp, a frame, a shock.
Yeah.
That I swear I might like, but nah.
No, it's just I don't know. I just thought of you, honestly, when I talked to some of the people at KTM, some of the insiders, and they told me what was going on, I immediately thought of you, and I was like, this is literally what they were all butting heads over, this kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, that's what's funny. But, for me, like I said, it's easy to sit there and look back and go, if only they would have done it with me or whatever the case is. Like I said, I made my decision. I'm happy with my decision. It showed me all off season, but then again at A1, like I said, I feel like I'm really a good version of myself right now. I feel like I'm at least at A1, like I felt kind of like 250 Coupe again, where I could do things on the motorcycle. And even this off season, like I'm able to do things on the motorcycle that I haven't been able to do in a long time, and just have overall trust. And so for me, if I stayed and they changes and but it's like, hey, it is what it is. That's part of it. Like, I think from a personal standpoint, they'd be idiots to not listen to me and try to make these changes, knowing that this last year's Supercross champ's going to come and probably have the same complaints. So, it is what it is, and it's just didn't work out in my time period. That's for sure.
Right. I thought that was pretty funny. But thanks for joining us, man. Great job at Anaheim. And we're some of us in the media, like I said, you don't listen, but we're looking like idiots. I think we should have devoted more time to Coop than what we did, and he looked really good. And honestly, even more so than the main event. Like Daniel said, the qualifying, the speed and the qualifying. Yeah,
major intent from the beginning.
Yep. So. Thanks for joining us.
It.
Yeah, and we will see you in San Francisco.
It's easy to count me out, man.
Yeah,
believe it or not, I've only had really one bad year, Steve.
You know what?
I know. I don't know.
You're right, Coop, but we all watch Paris, man.
I mean, I was there.
Nah, sorry.
Just
joking.
His Paris this year was better than last year.
No disrespect to JB, but JB literally kicked my freaking butt at Paris, and then we were right where we needed to be come A1.
Yeah. No, this year's Paris was better than last year's Paris on the KTM.
Yeah. No, it was.
That
like
one.
I said, it wasn't great.
Right,
it wasn't great.
Thank you for the time, man. I really appreciate it. We'll see you in San Francisco. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
All right, bro. That's Cooper Webb, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Wiseco Piston. Thank you to those guys for coming on board the show. What'd you think of his interview? He's a really good interview.
He's honest.
He is.
I mean, he said straight up, he raced SMX, he raced Paris. He was well aware that what was coming. And I've always thought with Webb, it's like his racecraft is like the best. You get him in one of those situations, and he can usually get you. But my biggest concern was, well, are you going to be fast enough to be up there to use any of your racecraft?
Yeah.
And, I mean,
just tonight, he said he wasn't fast enough last year. He said that he thought Jet would be better, like kick his ass.
He was well aware.
Thought Jet would kick his ass, but they didn't. So, good stuff.
Well, and the good thing too is I could tell by just in his voice, like he thinks if he gets alone in that main event, he makes a run on him. And we were all in the stands up in 511. We were talking the same way, like, man, if he gets by Jason, he might. And for him to think that was possible, and that's why he was pushing and made the mistake, is that. Again, I sense that he left there more confident than he went in with.
Yeah.
And that could be scary because when he's confident, he's just as dangerous as when he's counted out. So
I got a note from a text from on a side note of Star World. I got a text while Coop was on the line from somebody that said Moseman was testing a Star bike today. So, I mean, why not add another guy?
I know.
Why not? Hey, by the way, the 7 o'clock hour, 7:58 right now, but it still counts. Brought to you by the folks at Cherubies USA. Disc guards, frame guards, chain block and slider kits, replica plastic kits, hand guards. Check out the latest products by visiting them at CherubiesUSA.com or follow along on the social media pages by searching for Cherubies USA. The industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories. Thank you to the Cherubies. They fine-tuned their products as well. Speaking of Cherubies, Lone Wolf's kid won a heat race for the first time. Had a few... Really screwed up that section with the red flag. That red flag got him. He got passed a couple times on that.
Did he go too safe? Is that what?
Yeah, he went too safe on it. Like he wasn't going on the table.
At first, I thought, did they just cheat? And then I went, no. I think he may have overplayed it a little bit, and that's.
Kitch admitted to me that it was a little greasy what he did, but it's legal, but a little greasy. But you got to do what you got to do. You're a racer, so you understand that.
I'm from Arena Cross.
Yeah, you're from Arena Cross.
Greasy.
Right.
We do whatever it takes.
So thank you to the folks at Cherubies USA for bringing you the 7 o'clock hour. Cooper Webb, Phil Nicoletti, Chad Reed on. We're also going to have Cade Clason calling in a little bit. We're going to talk to Cade.
Yeah.
Race Tech Rant. Race Tech Rant time of the show.
You mad at some?
I got a couple things. You got anything?
Okay.
You're a pretty positive guy.
Life's good right now, man. I'm just happy.
Racetech.com. Pulp24 is a code to save. They've got motor work. They got suspension work. They do a hell of a lot of work for racers and teams all over USA. They got service centers, of course. They patented and invented that gold valve way back in the 80s, and the thing is still working great. So, use the code. Tell them you listen to Pulp. Get your suspension serviced. I mean, good God. If it's January right now. You're probably not riding if it's all snowy and shitty.
Now's the time.
Your oil, your seals, your bushings, it needs it. Racetech can completely rebuild your stuff for you, give you a deal through Pulp, and please look after your suspension so it looks after you. I got 2 rants tonight. One is I touched on it earlier. The new rule of not awarding a point to a guy in the main event is absolutely insanity. I don't understand how a person can make the main event, which is a super cool thing to do in our sport. Daniel, you made a few of them. But there were some you didn't make. It wasn't easy. I never even got good enough to even try. And to get 0 points is a tough blow, man. I understand they went back. So Supercross went back to 25 points for a win. That's a good thing. Thank you for doing that instead of your asinine 26 points structure that they went to, which I fully believe was a thing with like, let's be better than outdoors. Let's give one more point. But now that outdoors and Supercross work together, they went back to 25 points. Thank you for that, Feld. But to just give 22nd 1 point also. Just do that.
Yep.
What's wrong with that?
Well, it's super easy to be done, too, because I'm looking at the points, and they are not the same as what they used to be. It used to go 25, 22, 20, 18, 16. Now it goes 25, 22, 20, 18, 17. So that's why they were able to get 21st, 1 point. They moved up the points a little bit. Because I remember 10th was always 11 points, 11 was always 10. Well, that's off now. So here's an easy fix. 4th is 19, and then just go single from there, and now they all get points. So
sure. Whatever.
There it is.
Whatever
It's
it
done.
works. It just, can you not? So I'm in a group text with a bunch of privateers, and they're like, to make the main event is $300 more than the 5th place in the LCQ, and then you're doing 20 minutes, and there's a possibility you get 0 points. Like,
now,
you know.
To everyone out there who's like, yeah, that's right. Steve's right. Y'all know Vince got 22nd and got 0 points in the 450 class, right? So before you all get too excited, he didn't
So
get no
guys are
points
happy
either.
about that?
There's some might be
Right,
some
right.
that are like, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Vince running number 125 of all numbers.
Oh, how do you feel about that? Did you get hit up a lot about that?
Oh yeah, I confronted him in the lobby at the hotel.
Oh.
From like far away, I said, "Really? Really?" And he just kind of yelled back. He's like, "I have to ask for permission." And I was like, "Kinda, a little bit." And then he said that he tried to buy 719 from some amateur or some kid that had it, and they said no. So Tony Alessi recommended 125, and I'm like, dude. And I warned him. I said, "Man, I'm not cool with it, and I'm going to probably have to say a lot of bad things all year because you're going to probably do things with that number that I would have never done with it, like take out half the field."
Does he need a cape?
Yeah, Wonder Warthog cape, and then it's complete.
Right.
But
Does your
no,
kid know you had a cape on? I'm going to ask him when we get him on later.
he doesn't.
He doesn't know?
He doesn't know much about me.
Okay.
You know what's sad, actually? He used to think that I was like the best racer in the world until he was like 6, and then when he found out that how I really did, he was super disappointed for a while.
Was he? Yeah.
Like, because I think he was just a little kid. He was like, "My dad was the best ever." Like,
Yeah,
no clue at all. And I never
right,
corrected him. I just kind of let it, and then he found out the truth, and it was like a weird period where he lost a lot of respect for a little bit.
He's like, "Why is this McGrath guy so much better?"
Yeah. Well, he was just like, "Why aren't we rich?"
Right. Why aren't we rich?
Well, it didn't go as well as
that's my race
you think.
tech rant for that. Unbelievable. Simply ridiculous.
It's easy fix. Just
it is easy.
move him up 1 more point.
Don't even do that. Just give him 1. If you want separation at the front, which I understand, you want a little bit of
give
separation.
21st and 22nd both 1. They can.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. I'm with you. So you don't even need to rant that hard. That was just a lot of common sense.
And even JT's like,
spoken smoothly.
Absolutely, right. I didn't even start yelling.
Support.
My second rant is about the city of Las Vegas. Tits.
Yes.
Is your family fortune not in construction? Like, that's how you have your family fortune, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Long time concrete people here in Vegas. Like they, I don't know what they do, but they make concrete and they pour it everywhere.
Okay.
So just gobbles of money over there, and Tits runs the place now. Golfs a lot and just runs the place. So, what's going on? There's 2 construction sites by my house here.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And they're like, nobody's working. It's been 6 months. So I have 2 outlets from here to get out to the southeast side of Vegas.
Which is the only way you would mostly go.
Yeah.
That way.
Yeah. And there's no work being done. The roads look done. The one road is torn up. There's nobody there. Ironically enough, today they were there. Like today, they were there. Why? I went on the web, the internet, and I tried to find Las Vegas construction jobs and Las Vegas public works, and I want to find out what's going on. When are they done? Why aren't they working? Like, I understand. They're putting in a sewer pipe on one way. The other way, they're repaving the road. The road looks done. It's got the blacktop on it. It's got the signs up. And I still can't go that way. The other way is torn up, fences everywhere. No one is working for weeks on time. Like, What is going on? I thought when you bid on a job, correct me if I'm wrong, concrete, king that you are.
Concrete king.
You bid on a job. You say, we will start at February 1st. We expect to end February 21st. This is how long the road's going to be closed. This is what we're going to do. Blah, 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 blah. What's going on? Like, these guys aren't working. There's weeks with nobody there. And I can't get out. I can't get out to the way I need to go.
You can just drive through it.
I can't. There's a ditch. There's an 8-foot ditch.
I drove through it today on the way here.
You could if you had a truck.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't going to get into that whole finger,
Okay, all right.
tagging Steven.
Listen.
So there's a lot of things. One, I'm really glad that I'm not on either of those jobs, by the way. And I've seen exactly what you've seen, where the one that's like on the east side of your house, like heading towards
Yeah. They're both on the east side, but
that job baffles me because it has been sitting there forever.
Oh, so you know about this?
Oh no, every time I'm coming to the Moto 60 show, I'm coming that back way. Like I get off at Blue Diamond and come on through there.
Oh.
And I always see and I just say, they haven't done anything.
Dude, they're not doing nothing, and I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Like, I want to fire these people. The city should fire these. That has been, it's January 8th. They started around September. And they're putting a sewer pipe in.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because I can see it. There's a mass. I walk the dog that way. But is there no responsibility to get this job done? Does no one care? Does the city of Vegas not go, what the fuck? Our residents literally there's a school over that way.
They just need you to pay taxes. They don't care about anything else.
There's a guy with a castle, and he's pissed about it. So pissed.
The guard out front is really upset about how hard it is to get into his job.
I'm shutting your mic off. What are we doing?
Okay, so not all construction companies are created equal. So I have to
Sun
start with that.
Sons.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You'd be surprised.
Oh, okay.
You ask around. We've got a pretty
Can I
good
go on a
reputation.
website and complain or find out what's going on with the job?
So actually, yes. At any given job, there's a sign. Usually, it has like the name of the project.
Okay.
Who the general construction person is on there.
Yeah.
There's like a desk thing and gives there's a permit or a contract number that's on that sign. So there is ways that you can look for that information. Having said that, like I said, not all construction companies are created equal. A lot of times people are going like, hey, man, we need work. So they will go because these are prevailing wage, like public works jobs. They're open to anyone as long as you can bid, and you have to have a certain types of contractor's licenses. But if you're low man, like if you bid it for the cheapest, that's your job.
Yeah, but doesn't there some sort of expectation of getting it done?
No, there is. So they have estimated schedules of when you start, when you finish. If you don't finish on those time frames, there's actually something called liquidated damages that I don't have a lot of experience
I knew
with.
Tits would help this rant, and that's why I did not. Talon would not have this information.
That is correct. Talon would not know this. So there are ways that these contractors can be punished for taking too long. But I'm not part of any of that stuff, so whether or not how often that actually happens.
There's been nobody working for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Yeah, there was even a time where I saw it look like they were getting ready to pave, and then that sat for a month. This was like back during outdoors.
So now we're going to leave the house.
Yeah,
we got to go straight and through suburbia.
Yeah,
and like you're and there's a school over there, so people are dropping their kids off, and it's like it's Formula One with the kids and the parents, and I'm walking the dog. And there's lots of traffic, and so are both jobs the same company, do you think?
I'm going to guess no. I don't know. I've not driven south out of your place, like going over to Decatur and heading south, so I don't know which job that actually is. But the other one, I know who does the underground stuff on it, and I'm not going to throw a name, but
it's bad.
It's
bad.
It's one of those faces.
I'm going to go over there. What I'm going to start doing, I didn't tell Pookie this. She'd not be happy with this. But what I'm going to do, I walk the dog that way every time. I'm going to take a giant dump every day.
There you go. Now you're talking.
Every day by there until they, like.
You or the dog?
Me.
Okay.
I'm going to take the dump.
You are, okay.
Because.
Are you going to climb into like one of the loaders and do it right on the seat?
How's this going to go down?
I'm just going to take a dump right by the ditch every time that they're not
I don't think they're
fixing.
going to notice or care. By the way, they'll just think that's a homeless person that's going and.
Okay. I don't know, man. There's no.
I feel your pain. I do. I hate Avzi. benefiting from construction is providing me this wonderful livelihood that I have
That
now.
You never work. You golf every day.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. I hate construction because it slows everything down. Like this whole thing that's going on over on Tropicana.
Yeah.
We're actually doing a small amount of work on that, like not the main
Don't
bit
even get me
there.
started on that.
Yeah. No, trust me. Every time I drive through it, I'm like, these freaking guys. I don't have anything to do with that. They're taking forever. And I'm just like,
Why
I don't
are
know
they
what's
coming?
going on.
What are they doing off of Flamingo in the middle of the 15?
I don't
What is
have it.
do-
I don't. It's
what
they're
is doing
changing
that?
the way you get on, off, and on of Tropicana, like specifically.
Yeah, but
then
did you see
also
the 15?
Harmon.
There's a bridge going up the 15.
Yes, that's Harmon and whatnot. I'm sure all the people outside of Vegas are really enthralled by this, but I don't have access to their master plan on what the big picture design is. But I agree.
Okay, can I complain somewhere?
Yes.
Is there somewhere?
Yeah.
If I
There
get
is.
that permit
Yes.
job,
if you go, you find the sign.
Get the sign.
You'll see a permit number on there or a
Okay.
contract number.
I'm gonna find
and
it.
then you can. It'll say whether it's a Clark County, whether it's City of
Okay.
Las
Well,
Vegas, whether
listen,
it's whoever.
these fucking guys.
Start calling.
The guys on the street out in front of my house.
Yes.
Going
East. Yes.
That looks done. It's blacktopped. There's signs.
At the far east of the project, there's about 30 feet that's not paved. Why, I don't know. They paved everything else, and then they just stopped and just said, we're not going to do this
And
30
then the
feet
other
here.
fucking guys with the sewer pipe, like
Yep.
they're not even working. They
No.
it's just fucking.
Oh, no.
It's
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in big trouble. Yeah,
Just
I
be
saw-
grateful for Sundell and Sons Concrete, okay?
Oh,
Because
okay,
we
all right.
get stuff done.
Shocking.
Yeah.
I saw.
Okay.
I've gotten to a point in life where like I like to search on Instagram. I just like to see things that
Yeah.
I don't follow just come across.
Okay.
And I've had this video come across a few times where in China they are able to like put an overpass in over the weekend.
Uh-huh.
Like a whole overpass. They
Yeah.
like in one weekend bring it all in, done, work, and it's done in
They
one weekend.
prefab it
And bring it,
off-site,
yeah. We're
and then,
talking
yeah, they
like a
go in
big
there.
over tunnel
Uh-huh.
in a weekend, Steve.
Yeah.
That's why we're getting our
Unbelievable.
ass kicked over here.
Unbelievable. That's my Race Tech rant. Construction in Vegas and just the lack of effort that I see, and it's affecting. There's also there's also the Valley View Bridge that is also fuckered.
The Valley View Bridge, okay.
The Valley View over the 215.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Valley View
Over
over
the 215.
The 215.
Yeah.
Okay.
That bridge is gone. They
Okay.
took it down, and
Okay.
they're not fucking fixing it.
Oh.
So I can't go that way either now.
Okay.
So now Decatur is overblown with traffic and.
Because they're redoing the interchange there at the 215 and the 15.
Yeah, what are they doing there?
I don't know. It's not us either.
Oh, everything that's shit
Yeah.
is not Sundell and
Yes,
Sons.
that's correct.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
got it.
100%.
Got it.
Noted.
All right.
I'm just really glad you didn't bring up any of my jobs because at least then I'd actually have more info on what's going on there. But yeah, I can't control other people's companies, and what is people bid to get work, and then all of a sudden they realize, oh crap, how am I going to finish this job? I don't have enough people.
Stay tuned, everyone. I'm getting the permit number. I'm getting the phone number. I'm calling,
I love it.
and I'm
I
going
do
to find
too.
out what is going on.
Please do.
I'm going to
Say,
do
if you're
this.
gonna rant like this, you better get to the bottom of it.
I'm gonna. Stay tuned, everybody. Weekly for updates. All right, speaking of jobs, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week at Risk Racing. You know the Risk Racing guys up there?
Risk Racing, yeah. What's this? What's a spot?
Outside sales, a commission job. Risk Racing seeking independent outside sales reps with motorcycle industry experience. It's a contract role for an independent sales rep. The independent sales rep will be responsible for selling a new line of dirt bike-focused tires called Plews Tires. They have also have access to Risk Racing and STKR Concepts. Striker Concepts, kind of. Products to prospective clients. Job of the week, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Please check it out, Risk Racing. And, yeah, absolutely, upload your resume for free today. And if you're a company looking to hire some people out there, then please check out motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Post your job up there. It's a really good spot for a lot of people to get started in the industry, and you can fill any role you need. Daniel Blair here on the PulpMX show. Factory chassis parts. You ever done much with engine mounts in your day?
Yeah, we're actually working with them right now a little bit.
Oh, you are?
testing
With Orange
some of the
Brigade?
kids. Yeah,
Yeah.
just it's fun right now with these kids. They don't know how to test yet.
Nope.
So we're teaching them how to test by doing little things at a time. You know, bars and bar mounts and clamps and
Yeah.
engine hangers. And stuff. So we're in that world right now.
Nice. It makes a big difference. I've been there as a mechanic, changing engine mounts for riders. They really noticed it, especially when we don't tell them what we did and we tell them to go ride, and then they come back and tell us, hey, it turns a little better. It's got a little more grip here. And we're like, yeah, we changed an engine mount. They really do make a difference. FCP guys, factory chassis parts, Rock River Yamaha, Starling, Phoenix Honda, F&H MXGP Cowie team using factory chassis parts. And please check them out. Designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. The code is PulpMX-chassis. PulpMX-chassis to save some money. CNC machine parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. Easy to install and drastic improvements right away. Chris Kiefer's tested a lot of the FCP stuff over the years, so we'll have Kiefer in a little while to tell us more about it. But thanks to those guys.
That's
use
right.
Use the code PulpMX-chassis.
Question for you.
Yeah.
It would have been cool to ask Chad, but I remember hearing back in the day that Chad would run some pretty unique just like how he would tighten the bolt package around his engine. He would run things real loose. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if specifically Chad, but yeah, you can experiment with different types of torque.
I heard
he did.
He was like that. He would run it loose.
I'm sure he did. Chad had some nutty things that I know from Goss and Goosler, I should say. Gossler, Goose, and Lars and those guys, Oscar. He had some stuff that they tested a lot of things. Stan is on one, and he's been on hold for a while. Stan, what's up, man?
Hey, Steve. Thanks for taking my call, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, what's up,
Question on East Coast, West Coast rounds. Maybe you guys already covered this, so I apologize, but why 8 West Coast, 7 East Coast with only 2 shootouts? Isn't that kind of screwing over the East Coast guys?
Well, yeah, it is, and you saw that in SMX last year where they dropped your worst round to count the SMX points up.
That's an easy fix, too. Which side now has more? Which one has more, East or West?
The West Coast has 8, East Coast has 7. Why don't they just add one more shootout, and then it's 7-7 with 3, right?
That's what they should do. So 2 East-West showdowns is what causes it to be lopsided. If they added one more to the one at the most, it's done.
And
it's
I
equal.
think the team said no more than 2 shootouts.
What?
Yeah, I believe the teams have shot that down.
How about all 17 shootouts?
I know. Listen, don't
You
get
guys
me
can't
started.
take 3?
We don't want our precious championship to be affected by having more shootouts.
I'm just, it is.
I
The math
believe
is
the
there.
teams-
One more.
Yeah,
One more.
I believe
fixes
the
it.
teams are like, we don't want any more than 2. Blah blah blah. Why do you want to get
So
any
are
hurt
the
feelings? So yeah.
Are the East Coast riders pissed, or the team owners? Are they say, hey, this is not fair, or are they not saying anything?
No, they don't care. It doesn't matter. It's sometimes it's different, right? East has one more than West or whatever.
It's gone back and forth.
Yeah, it's gone back.
It's never
and
the
forth.
same.
Yeah.
Even St. Louis is a West this year. I'm pretty sure.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah. All right,
Nashville's
guys. I appreciate it, man.
Thanks for listening.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
702-586-7857. You got a question for Daniel Blair? Give us a call. I want to thank the folks at Works Connection, by the way. More than half the field had the Pro Launch Start device on their bikes. If you're talking about starting devices, then it starts and ends with the guys at Works Connection. They do a great job. And in honor of Jet Lawrence's win, the guys at Works Connection are giving one away. It's that easy. Let's do still mad about that construction thing. Still mad. Okay, let's do a contest at PulpMXShow.com to give it away. And we're going to, what email, Daniel? 125?
Yeah, 125 in honor of Vince Freese, number 125.
All right, we're going to give away a Pro Launch Start device to email number 125 that emails in with the Works Connection Pro Launch Start device. Email contest at PulpMXShow.com, and we'll pass that on. Thanks to the guys at Works Connection. Guts Racing as well. Talk about NorCal, where Daniel's from. He has left NorCal, but at one time he was a NorCal guy. And Guts Racing up there, Andy and the girls and everybody at the Guts Racing doing great things.
Went to dinner with Andy on Friday night.
Oh, you did? Nice.
Yeah.
I saw him there, but yeah.
I remember. He doesn't.
What?
He doesn't remember.
The dinner?
Yeah, he was on his way.
Oh, really?
He was on his way to a fun
Okay.
night.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
So I don't think he remembers being there, but I remember seeing him.
Nice. By the way, Pro Filter 2, Pulp 20 is the code to save with Pro Filter. Top quality air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. Sold through Power Sports dealers nationwide. Pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter or oil filter for your next service. I got to change mine in my Blue Crew. I got to put a new Pro Filter in. That reminds me. Pulp 20 is the code to save at profilter.com. Thank you, those guys. And same thing with Maxima USA. If you need a discount on oil, Pulp 20 is the code to save at anything Maxima has, whether it's suspension clean, contact cleaner, MPPL, the Peak oil additive that they have. It's really, really good for 2-stroke and 4-stroke oil. Please check it out. 927 as well. Super M. I was a Super M guy growing up, but they like to push the 927. So, and I imagine you still have some 2-strokes in Orange Brigade. So
Yeah, 125 on down.
Thank you to the folks at Maxima and Pro Filter. Pulp 20 is the code to save with those guys. Daniel, so all right, we're gonna have Cade calling in here shortly, but I think we touched on this last show you were in, but it kind of got brought up again in a group text for us, and then you going to Anaheim in Section 511 kind of maybe makes me think about it a little bit. So, I mean, we're friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're friends.
Yeah.
Good friends?
Yeah.
Yeah, good friends. We like each other.
Good friends.
I'm in a group text with some people that you know, that I know, and frankly, we're a little concerned about you.
Me?
Yeah, you. We're a little worried, all of us.
Oh.
We have questioned your life's choices. And maybe you being in Section 511 at Anaheim 1 has maybe reinforced this.
Okay.
Like, so, yeah, I mean, look, you had the TV job. You were in the booth. Kind of walked away from it. You know, you do your thing. You're doing Orange Brigade. You're teaching schools and helping kids, like judging by your Instagram. You know, you're at the track a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You're at these amateur races. You're in Section 511 at Anaheim 1. Like, are you good?
It's crazy.
Are we good?
It's crazy that you're concerned.
Well, not just me. A group of us.
I would say I'm the absolute best I've been as an adult right now.
As an adult?
No, I have. I mean, life as a kid was good. No, I'm in the best place I've ever been, and obviously it's different and harder in a lot of ways, but it's better in so many ways. So I am 100% the best I've been. So whoever you and your group are can
like we're just
rest
like
easy.
We're
good.
just like, God, Daniel's at the track all the time, you know, teaching and you're getting dirty all day long. You're out in the sun and the rain. You're sitting in 511 at Anaheim Stadium. You're, you know, like, yeah. Are you good?
I'm really good. You know what happens is
you're happy.
I'm happy. So life's all about perspective. It's all about the way you look at it. And in all honesty, I chased something very, very, very hard for a long time and made crazy sacrifice, crazy commitment. And when that was over, and I knew that was over, I went on the hunt for a different type of fulfillment. I couldn't replace it with the same thing. I couldn't replace it with the same type of life. I needed a reset. And what I found was that I was really enjoying myself at the track, helping other people accomplish things in life. I felt like I needed to take a break from chasing my own dreams and start helping other people chase theirs. And that's giving me more personal fulfillment right now than I had in my past life.
Is it really?
Yeah, and it's not forever. I can tell you that right now.
Get a blowjob before the main event.
I mean, none of that.
None of that. But
did you see Uncle Jim?
I did.
Oh, how was that?
Obviously, he's Uncle Jim. I mean, he's a legend.
But
But
a classic.
no, I'm
okay.
I'm the happiest and most fulfilled I've ever been in my life right now, and it's in ways that are current. So
Are you just saying that, or do you really mean that?
No, I'm really good, dude. Like I said, I honestly enjoyed Anaheim. I was 2 tall boy Stellas deep, watching it from 511 with my friends,
some chicken
and
fingers,
with some nasty tenders.
Yeah.
And no, it was good. And I'll admit straight up, I'm still in a fog. There's not a lot of clarity in my next forever move in life. It's a little gray. But I can't say that I wake up any days at all upset anymore, and I can't say that for the past. So I'm happy, man. So thanks for the concern, but
I think
super good.
All of us in the group text knew how hard you chased it and all the things that you did to try to, you know, be better on TV, and also there were some other roles you were trying to do and all of that. And and now we see you at the motocross track, and maybe some of us are worried. And then now you're in 511.
Well,
at Anaheim
life's
Stadium.
about perspective. You all might be concerned and think that there's something wrong, but to many, I
think it's just friends. Friends are concerned.
To many, I'm living an absolute dream.
Okay.
And that's how I feel.
All right.
So,
because we have another friend in the pits that, like, we were also discussing in the same text. He looks like he's drinking more and more, and we're like, hey man, like, should somebody say something to him? Like, we're all friends with this guy. He's having a little bit of a really good time, and we're like worried for him also. So maybe we're a bunch of like little hens. This one text group where we worry about people, and maybe they're saying that when I'm not in the group text. Maybe they're saying that in another group text.
There is, yeah.
Okay, all right.
No, I'm just joking. No, I'm good in all the ways I need to be right now.
Okay.
And
all right.
again, I'm I'm very happy.
Okay, fair enough. We'll drop it.
Thanks.
We'll leave it on. I'll
Yeah.
tell this group the things you told me tonight, unless they're listening. Some of them listen. So
I'd like to know who you're talking. I mean, I appreciate the concern, but like I said, I'm actually it's the opposite.
Okay.
Happiest I've been in a long time.
Speaking of happy, this man on the phone call on the line 1 right here, he's pretty happy. He made the main event in Anaheim 1, rode a really good race, and it was nice to see him out there. I always believed in him. I always knew it was going to happen.
Always.
Cade Clason. What's up, Cade?
What's up, Steven? DB, how are we?
We're good. Sorry about that tweet. You know?
It is what it is.
I saw Hunter Lawrence coming. I saw Hunter Lawrence coming.
What'd you say?
And I just tweeted, poor Cade.
Oh.
Because you know how this I've seen enough races. I'm like, Cade's 4th, and here comes the factory guy.
Here comes the guy. He's finally clear.
And Cade has got some problems, but our guy, Cade Clason, held him off. So, and then I corrected myself. You know, said, hey.
It was well played. I thought, Cade, you did great. And not only that, I mean, think about the pressure, because you know every eyeball in the building was on you on that last lap. I mean, every eye
You
was
played that
watching.
inside corner really nicely, Cade. Good job on that.
I mean, think back to the past of how many times I've blown it in the last corner. You think at some point I'd learn how to handle the situation.
They did. It was perfect.
Now, JT and Daniel, because they're racers, right? I wasn't allowed in this conversation, but they were saying that if they're Hunter should have hit you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 100%. On the last lap, I was contemplating how hard I'm allowed to hit Hunter when he passes.
He was already thinking it.
Yeah.
If he gets me,
yeah,
I'm teeing him.
Yeah. There was a lot of contemplation going on in my head.
Hey, so did you know when you got the white, did you know it was him? That he was the next one?
I knew before, because the lap, he didn't gain anything on me. So I could see him come in. I was entering the second set of whoops, and he was exiting the first set.
Mm-hmm.
And with a lap and a half to go, to a half a lap to go, he didn't catch me at all. And I was like, is this dude okay? What is happening right now?
Hey, didn't he allow himself to even feel good about himself? Is he okay? Is something wrong with that guy?
Because I felt like I was riding good. Cause I did a really good job of just focusing on Freddie, and I did catch Freddie, which was sick. But I was like, there's no way, I don't know what he had going on back there, but I was pretty stoked because I felt like I had a big enough gap with half a lap to go.
Yep.
And that all disappeared in the sand.
Yeah.
I don't know what that dude did when he entered the sand.
He went nutty on the last lap.
That's
I forgot.
what factory guys can do when they need to uncork it. I've seen it over and over, right? When they need to uncork it, they can really uncork it.
That's right, because the corner before the sand, we were already thinking, oh, it's over. And then at the end of the sand, we're like, oh, no, he's got a shot, because he did rail the outside.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he went full degaff, didn't care, and then got right to you.
Yeah.
And then we were like, all right, it's the game. It comes down to the game. And, dude, you just didn't even really do anything other than just go inside. I don't know if you widened up just in case to embrace, but, dude, nothing. Just cruised on by.
Well, I got kind of lucky because I was actually cutting the inside of that corner all day in practice. For if I did 2 laps, I'd do it on my second one and roll the finish line. And so I had kind of already been hitting that inside. So it was kind of just a fast lap in practice. So I mean, most of the time you would never do that, but I thought because the berm was so far away, it was faster in practice for me to go inside. And so it was just second nature to me, man. I was just,
super, super great flatland right there. Yeah.
Dude. So yeah, it wasn't ideal for sure. I had a malfunction in the main, and we think it was because I flat landed the shit out of the finish line.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I was going to ask you how the main went for you. I saw you. You were into the tough blocks, pushing the tough block into the next lane at one point.
Well, I crashed in the second set of whoops into that giant tough block that was there dividing them, which was I'm very thankful was there. And I actually hit a tough block into the whoops, but I knew Jet wasn't far behind me.
Okay.
So as soon as I got up, I picked up the tough block that I hit into the set of whoops and put it back before I picked up my bike.
Put it back.
No problem, guys. I got
like-
this, Dirtworks. I got this. Don't worry about it.
I was like, that's the last thing I need is to freaking get in here, not get Hunter into the main, and take out Jet.
Yeah,
Oh,
that'd be
God,
great.
Gazzy would have killed you.
Yeah, I saw the tough block like halfway in the whoops, and I look up and I just see that brown gear of yours, and I'm like, oh, Cade. Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, are you with me on my Race Tech rant about the 0 points for 22nd place?
Oh, I think everybody's with you. I don't know whose dumbass idea that was, but it's terrible.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible. I mean, come on, guys.
It just doesn't make sense. Like, I mean, the fact that I think I put it in the group chat, Steve, and then I think I saw you tweet it, that it's like $200 or $300 more for last in the main. But you have to do,
20
26 more laps than the guy who gets fifth in the LCQ, and now you get 0 points. It's like, cool, bro. I just go out here and risk my life or even more for you guys for nothing.
Well, and the crazy part is it used to be 0 points for 21st and 22nd. That's how it was before.
Yeah.
So they addressed it halfway. Like they knew that they had to do something. That's what I'm saying is it's just one more point change for fourth, and everything's fixed. If you want them all to have points, it's just move them all up one spot at
Just
4.
give 21st and 22nd 1 point.
Whatever.
And then they added 1 point to the outdoors. So now 21st in the outdoors is worth a point. Like what?
And I get that they're trying to make that the same, but it's not the same. Like, it's just, I think people need to stop associating Supercross and motocross as the same thing, because it's not the same thing. Like, they're very different, and it's okay that they're different, and it's okay that at the end of the year there's a combined thing that tries to make them the same, but they're not the same thing.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you.
Hey, let's talk about your brother.
Oh, dude, how's he doing down there? He gets there, he comes back, in 2 weeks or something?
Yeah, hey, so Cade's got a little brother, dude. He's gonna smoke Cade so bad when he gets older. Like we're planning on it, we're working on it, we're already studying Cade's weaknesses. But yeah, there's another one, Steve. There's another Clason out there that will be joining the ranks here pretty soon. Yep.
Oh boy.
Taller one too. Is he taller than you?
He is taller than me.
He's taller.
Jeez.
He is taller than me. I got him foot pegs. I got him down and back foot pegs for Christmas.
Nice. No, he came up to next level. When was he there? November? Just October? November? I forget. He was there for like a month, but he's coming back, and I think 2 weeks, and I think he's gonna be there for a while.
Yeah. He's hoping he can get into a futures race. He's still a B rider, so he's not like top priority, but he's been down there riding with Daniel and stuff, so he's hoping he can get into one.
Cade Clason on the show. LCQ, I was going to say champion, but Justin Hill won that. But LCQ hero, Cade Clason on the PulpMX show. Woodrow's on 3. Woodrow, you want to talk to Cade?
Yeah, I do. I want to congratulate him on what he done, stopping a factory rider like he did.
Yeah.
Thought it was pretty cool, and there's a lot of buzz saying, "Hey, Cade should have an HRC ride now."
Yep, a lot of buzz.
I've been hearing it. I've been hearing it since Saturday.
A lot of buzz.
It's been going around, but and sorry for Hunter. Like, I know Hunter's a great rider and everything else, but he got the full field. He got the full experience of.
He did. Privateer Islanders, the Privateer Islanders, and what goes on in that thing. Yeah.
Oh,
he learned right away.
He did, going to the LCQ and everything else, and and Cade's doing his thing. You don't mess with Cade when it's in the LCQ.
Also, but the good news is Hunter Lawrence is currently leading the Yamaha LCQ point standings. So there is.
Steve, I was going to text you that and be like, if Hunter sneaks into the LCQ challenge, do you let him race?
I do let him race. If he gets enough points to get in, Hunter Lawrence will be racing.
So Hunter's in, Stanks out.
Yeah.
Oh, Cade, you better be careful. You better be careful. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Woodrow. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Cade,
do you think,
what? Go ahead.
Hold on. Do you think Hunter knew it was me that ran him over in the first turn when we were on the last lap of the LCQ?
You ran him over?
Yeah, I was the one. Well, I mean, it wasn't my fault.
Right.
But yes.
Oh, pour salt on the wound, man.
Yeah, way to go.
That hurts.
It was an idea. It's a rough – dude, he had a rough weekend. He had a big crash in practice.
Yeah, he did.
Big crash in press.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who had a worse night, Hunter or Benny? Probably
I
Hunter.
mean,
Probably Hunter. Yeah.
What happened to
probably
Benny?
Hunter, but Benny's nights suck too.
Benny's
I
bike
felt
broke.
that.
Heat and the LCQ.
Oh.
The Beta broke.
Well, I think it was the same problem. I think they fixed the wrong thing.
Oh, okay.
That's from what?
Hey, PRMX team. You're on a team for the third year total, second year in a row. You guys have made some changes. You got Maxxis Tires on board with you guys. You got some new sponsors with exhausts and everything. Yeah, like you guys are Hunter Yoder made the main event as well.
He did pretty good too.
Yeah, good job, PRMX.
Yep. Bro, we're crushing it.
Great parking spot too. Great parking spot.
Our parking spot wasn't bad. I know you didn't like it, but
it's too far.
Is
Julian
Bennick on the team too?
No.
So who's on the
he's
team?
not on.
Who's on your team?
It's me, Tanti, Yoder, and Mitchell Harrison.
Is Tanti all right?
He's not racing for a goal.
Dude, the fact that he's like able to walk is like astonishing.
How did that even happen?
Dude, so our whoops on the one track are pretty steep, and he said his foot just slipped off, and he like kind of whiskeyed, and he's just like he couldn't let go, so he just kept it wide open. But like I was one of the first people to him, and like seeing how mangled his bike was and all this stuff, like I didn't want to watch the video. I didn't even see the crash until it made it to our group chat, Steve.
Oh wow.
I was the first one seen the video. And yeah, like the fact that like, he had just gotten back from Abu Dhabi. He went straight to Australia and then straight to SOB for, a collapsed lung and broken ribs. And the fact that he didn't re-injure that stuff was like astonishing.
Yeah, good point.
But yeah, he's okay. He has to go home to get like a minor surgery on his shoulder. So he flew home today, I think. And then he's going to be back. I think he said he hopes to be back here around Detroit and then back racing just like a couple weeks after that. So he wanted to race this weekend.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
He got an X-ray.
He had a sling on it. He had a sling on it. How's he going to race?
So the first couple X-rays he got, they couldn't see what was cracked. And he's like, I'm just going to deal with it. Like, jeez. I mean, it's just pain.
Right.
And, and then he got a CT scan, and they could see, like, the inside where it was cracked, so that's why he's going to get it fixed.
And how long are you are you out here for a month, or what? How long are you staying out in Cali for?
Yeah, I'm going to go home after A2.
Okay.
So, and then my wife's going to come to the next two after that, so
nice.
I got to fly home.
What about our buddy A-Ray? He smelled like a brewery on Saturday morning.
Dude, you know what's crazy? Never came to the truck to see me. The only time I saw him was in staging before the main.
Jeez. O'Neill guy now. He's enjoy the ride.
Dude,
he's hanging out with Ferrandis. And
I was working with A-Ray this morning on something O'Neill related.
Really?
Yep. And guess what? Let me tell you right now, I've only experienced him once in this role. Dude was on it.
He was on
everything.
it.
He was all over me. Like he was complaining to me that I wasn't on it at his level, and he was right.
He smelled like a brewery on Saturday morning.
Is he the one you're concerned about?
Is that the friend you were just talking about from the group chat?
I know who that is.
That is not the group. That is not the friend I was talking about.
I know who you're talking about.
But he's another one. Maybe we should start a concerned friend group.
No, when it came to doing his job, it was way more impressive than his riding.
I went through him for the PulpMX OGO layover bag. I got limited numbers to sell. He was very professional throughout the process.
I mean, this guy literally, I was emailing him logos today for jersey placement, and he was responding back as the email was coming in and showing me proofs.
Yeah.
It was like that.
Good job, A-Ray.
Yeah, he's on it.
He's really grown up.
He's on it. Dude, Steve, do we need to add DB to the group chat? I feel like now that he's like not.
No, you guys are a bunch of shit talkers talking about my life behind my back.
No, that's not the group.
Oh.
No, that's not the group. No. This is all
who's in it?
Well, first of all, Chiz, I love Chiz, but Chiz is in it. So how can it be a privateer group with Chiz?
It's not called the privateer group anymore. It's called Mathis Island.
Yeah, I know, but
who's in it?
Dude, I don't even know.
Is it as active as our fantasy football? Because that one I had to actually put the mute on because it gets going too much, and then I just come back to it and catch up.
Right, the fantasy football one is, I would say it's about the same activity level as the fantasy football one.
That one's active.
Yeah, that one's very active, mostly Myrtle.
And you and Will.
Okay, yeah, Will
you
too.
three, I'd say.
Yeah.
There's some people in there I forget that are in there. I'm like, oh yeah, Knowles is in the league.
Yeah.
He doesn't say anything
The
for like a
Privateer
year.
Islander ones, I have that one on mute because it's very busy.
Yeah.
Very busy. So
It's a lot of shit talking for sure.
yeah.
A lot
But
of shit talking.
I don't even know. I think Marcelisi's in it. I don't even know.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Right.
Yeah,
Moran's is in it.
Ben.
Moran's doesn't even talk. He's in it. I don't know. Yeah. So.
But
No.
Thanks,
Cade. But
And
thanks for the invite, but
there was a big debate about Benny because Benny's in it and he's on a privateer.
Factory beta.
So we're not sure about Benny. We want to boot him. So I don't know.
We can't boot Benny. He's an OG.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah. All right. Maybe
I can't be in it. I got a bunch of kids in my roster with tricker bikes than any of the guys in your group text. So I have access to better parts than all of those guys.
Yeah,
so.
probably.
Nah, I'm probably not welcome.
Fine.
Hey, kid, I got a real one for you.
Away, bro.
Obviously, life changes, right? You know, every year is different, and your expectations change. I mean, you've really done a good job for yourself the last few years, and just kind of changing from a guy who's like, oh my gosh, if I could just make a main, to now like you're making Anaheim 1.
the dude was suspended for like a year.
That's right.
Know?
The guy got clipped for a year.
He didn't even. He was a gear guy.
That's right. But I my question is what's it feel like now, expectation-wise, for you when you come to Anaheim 1, where in years past, I mean, I know what it was like on certain years to be like, God, if I could just get in and get some of the money tonight, or if I could just make the main. But you put on X that you're feeling the best you've ever have. I mean, what's the expectation like now, being in a place where you can go to A1 in a stacked year and be a main guy?
You know, I hold myself to a pretty high standard, and sometimes people kind of get on me because I get angry about it because I can't always live up to those expectations. But it's almost been like a bummer to me this like the last 2 days, because everyone was like so excited for me to like get in this weekend. And like to me, it's like yeah, I was pumped mostly because I felt like I rode like crap all day and never rode up to my standard. And then like when I made it in, I was like, yes, like that's how I ride. Like that's how I normally, feel. But it was like it was almost like it felt good, obviously, but a bummer that like it was such a surprise to everybody else. And I hold myself to a high standard, and I want to be like better than I am. Like it irritates me that I was just getting left by Chiz and Derek in the main. Mm-hmm. And like I felt like I couldn't hang with them, and like that's what I think about afterwards is like yeah, it's cool to be in there, but like that's not who I am. I'm not a get in there and just be there kind of guy. I want to be a get in there and fight for every spot that I can. But I think that's part of the reason I've been able to improve so much is like once I reach it a step, I want to keep going up. I'm trying to not settle. I want to keep improving because I see room for improvement in me. Somebody asked me today, like, how much longer I want to keep riding. And I'm like, well, I've got this year and next year on my contract, but it's like, I don't see right now, at least, like me wanting to stop because I'm having so much fun. I love the people that I'm around and doing it with. And, if I was like, winning every single weekend, yeah, maybe I wouldn't want to keep doing it. But like, I see room for improvement, and I see where I can get better, and I want to achieve that, and I want to give it everything I can as often as I can.
Yeah, how do you, like, obviously, I love the privateers, and I support them, and I'm always following them. But there is, like, in these main events, 20 laps is 20 minutes is a long time for you guys, for everybody. And I know you guys are all working hard, but sometimes I feel like all of you guys, including you, Cade, are lumped in, 16, 17, 18, 19. And how do you get into that, next level of guys? Like, how do you break through? Because it does seem there's a lot of pecking order, and we, because for PulpMX Fantasy, we kind of know what, we're looking at the guys' finishes, and we're like, okay, well, this is where they finish. What is the secret to breaking through to that next crust of guys?
I don't know, man. I feel like I've been stuck behind Chiz forever. Can you figure it out and let me know, because I'm not there. I think a lot of it is just being confident. Like, I've honestly never been great. I made the main at A1 2 years ago, but I've never.
Poor troll.
My first
poor troll.
Poor troll. Yeah. But like, I've never been good like my first or second main of the year, and I don't like that. But I feel like I almost have to get like, I can go to a 20-minute moto, at SOB and be within a second the whole moto. Like that's not an issue. It's like getting out there and like having dudes that can honestly just blow my doors off. Like I'm not going to sit here and say I can go as fast as Jet. I can't. But like to be out there and be like, holy crap, dude, like it's like a shock to see him gap you 5 seconds in one lap. And you kind of like lose your focus, and then it's hard to like get back in it. But like getting that main event focus back and, learning how to ride around dudes and learning how to be aggressive when you're getting lapped. And that's such a hard thing, to me. And like this weekend I crashed at like 8 minutes. So then I'm getting lapped all by myself. So it's like, I'm not battling anybody. So like I have to just let everybody by. So then I'm lapped by everybody. And it's like, well, this is just miserable. So then the next 10 minutes is just like the longest 10 minutes of your life because you're just kind of out there trying to survive.
Getting lapped is a getting lapped really fucks your race for sure. Daniel, you've been there too. Like it's tough.
Yeah. Well, it confuses the race because now you're like, am I supposed to still race or who's next? Like which one's coming next that's going to interfere with my race too? Because everyone always wants to point the finger at the lapper. It's like the lapper's in his own race too, and he has to shake his whole night's over when you get to him because it gets weird and confusing. So some don't
well, that's what's
care.
Hard, knowing who's still in front of you, right? Like if you get lapped, you can lose who's in front of you.
Oh, 5 seconds, just real quick.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you're like, wait, where'd that guy go? And then you lose all motivation.
That's why you latch on to the guy that laps you, dude, and then sneak by. Come on, Cade.
Yeah, it's really tough for sure getting lapped.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I was struggling after I crashed to like even focus. Like I said, I had a small issue in the main with my bike, but I was just like struggling to focus. And I can't remember who lapped me, but there was like a big gap behind him, and I just like sat on my bike and looked at my front fender and was like, okay, we're just gonna start over right now. And after that, I was coasting across the straightaway, and as they lapped me, and I'm like, okay, here we go.
Right.
Like just restart. And the next like 3 laps were really good. And then I got lapped again. So, I mean, I just, I got to get back in that flow. It's not like I'm, I can't go out there and do 20 minutes and not get lapped right now. It's just, it's not possible. And I mean, I think even Kenny got lapped this weekend in 10th. So, it's tough, but like I said, I can be better, and there's plenty of room for improvement. So that's kind of what keeps the drive going for me.
Okay. Well said. All right, man. Well, hey, thank you for calling in. Appreciate it. I wanted to get you some time tonight to call in because you rode really well. So
thanks.
Yeah.
Have you publicly congratulated Marks on his fantasy football win?
I have not.
Really sorry to hear about that loss there, Cade.
Want to because it wasn't.
You know what, man? If I was going to lose to somebody in that league, I'm glad it was you.
I took out Steve.
If anybody else in there beat me, it would have sucked.
Took out Steve, slayed the giant that is Benny after his 11-2 or 12-2.
The guy's
season.
never played fantasy football in his life, and he won the.
I made some good trades mid-season.
Steve, I have never
just
played
crushed
either.
it.
That was my first time.
Really?
You guys will get last and second to last next year.
Oh my
pure luck.
Perfect.
Dude.
Yeah, fantasy
perfectly
sucks.
Steve,
executed.
we brought up the bottom this year of our league.
Yeah,
bad.
We did. Although I ended up getting 9th out of 12 in the playoffs, so I wasn't totally.
I stopped playing at the end.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Marks went 6-8 through the regular season, had the last spot in the playoffs, and won.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Fantasy football is
like Eli
really
Manning.
It's all skill. It's a
okay,
skill-based.
skill.
It's a skill-based game.
He's saving his players for the playoffs. Resting his roster.
Speaking of that, like, did we play for money?
No, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. I didn't know how that worked.
Marks is like,
no,
yes.
Yeah, I didn't realize people did that.
Yeah, the industry idiots one we're in.
Yeah,
that's
that's a good thing you guys didn't invite me to that one, huh?
$150 or something.
Sweep it up.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Paul runs a tight league.
Sweep it up.
Not with his waiver wire.
No, you're not a fan of that, but I had to like approve paying everybody. They sent me like an approval, and I could deny it. I could have just said no, like no. But no, he does it like super overly legit.
Yeah, absolutely. So good job, Cade. What do you thought? What are you thinking about for San Francisco? You're happy to be going back to? Did you ever? You must have done San Fran. No, maybe not. Maybe
I did Santa Clara.
Yeah,
Once.
so you never did San Fran. Yeah.
No, never did San Fran.
It's a cool
I'm just
stadium.
hoping it doesn't rain, man.
It's
That's all I'm hoping for.
stadium is rad.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't rain. That could. Be
I bought a scooter today on Facebook Marketplace because the pits are so far away.
Yeah, where are the pits?
I don't know, but they told us at Track Walk, they're like, there's a shuttle from industry parking to the pits because it's so far.
Holy shit! Wow.
And they're like, you guys need to plan accordingly because it is a long ways from the pits to the track. I think it's at like a shipyard or something.
A shuttle.
Like a dock. But yeah, there's a fucking shuttle. So,
wow. Okay, good to know that. That's good for the media also to know this.
Yeah. So bought a new scooter, amped on that. But yeah, I'm glad. I like Oakland Stadium and the dirt, but I'm glad we're not going back there.
Yeah, I think everybody can relate to that. Good job, Cade. Thank you for calling
Proud of you,
in,
dude.
and keep it up. And PRMX, Cade Clason. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, boys.
All right,
Later.
see ya. That's Cade Clason, everybody. A1 rider. Maybe the surprise of A1 getting in. I don't know. I mean, Derek Drake, really good rider, I think. So Derek should be in there.
I like Cade's answer on how he wasn't as thrilled to make it as others were for him. And I think what he maybe isn't picking up, at least why I would be stoked for him, is there's a lot of guys that are really, really good in that bubble, and some don't get it that night.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And for him to come out at the first one with the pressure and everyone looking at him on, 100, to me, it was like he should be pretty stoked that through the chaos that is Supercross, he got in when other good guys didn't.
Yeah.
That's just the reality. There's a block of them, and he was one of the better of the block.
I agree. I think that's a great
awesome.
point. Thanks to the folks at Michelin, by the way. Guy at Michelin in South Carolina.
Oh, that guy, my gosh. The one thing about South Carolina that's a struggle.
Is that guy?
He's aggressive online. It doesn't stop.
He is. No, it's a lot. Everything's a production. It's very aggressive, yeah.
A lot of threats.
Yep.
Too.
Yeah. So are you how are you going to respond to this stuff online, this slander against you?
Oh, I ignore him.
Oh, okay.
That's what I've done for over a year now.
Yep. So just keep that
I
going.
want you all to know that every time he posts about the thing that I stole from him, just know that I see the post too, and I don't care.
Okay.
Stuff's mine now.
Fair enough. All right. So fair enough. I don't know if you're going to get Starcross 6s with that kind of attitude.
I'm not getting some tires from Randy for that.
Yeah,
for sure.
right.
But I got a ramp and a stand. So
well, okay. MichelinMan.com /motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. Michelin Starcross 6s. I got these on my Blue Crew right now. 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn. The Starcross 6s are much improved over the 5s. You can even ask Chris Kiefer that. He's tested them and reviewed them as well. Available in 6 versions: sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, hard versions. And the tires are designed to win. So whether it's Starcross 6s, whether it's mountain bike tires, even tires for your car, anything, Michelin's got it. MichelinMan.com /motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of these tires, at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram. And yeah, we'll see what happens down the road between Michelin Man and Daniel Blair. But I'm keenly tuned to this.
Yeah. He'll let you know.
Moto Money shootout at PAX Track. You ever been to PAX Track?
No.
Daytona-ish?
I almost did, though.
Okay.
Did you see the video I did with Carson Brown and Ken Roxon?
Yeah, I did.
That was supposed to be at PAX Track, and it poured down rain. So, we pivoted that morning and went over to Sandbox and pulled it off.
I was going to say that was at Sandbox.
We barely pulled that whole thing
really?
off. Oh, just because of weather. I mean, we had to stop a couple times and wait, and there was moments where we were like, "Hey, this might not happen."
Oh,
and
wow.
then it
and
ended
you only
up
have
happening.
that window too, right? The Verb guys there. You got
Barely.
Kenny there.
And then Kenny was a pretty good sport because it obviously went a lot longer than he probably expected. But dude, he was into it all day and loved it and played into it 100% into it.
I didn't watch the 125 video. I need to, but who was faster?
Kenny was better on the 125 than he was on the 85.
He was.
The gap got bigger.
Oh, it did. Okay.
Yeah. Kenny was. He was good on the 85, but dude, he was actually pretty psycho. On the
Kenny
125.
texted me about it, and I just watched it, just maybe 30 minutes before he texted me, and I said, "Wow, man! I really thought Carson would beat you on the 80." And he's like, "You don't have any faith or whatever." And I'm like, "Dude, Carson Brown rides him all the time. He shreds. He's skinnier and lighter than Kenny."
Dude,
I thought Carson Brown had him.
The funny part is that Kenny was tripping the whole time. He was super. And I was like saying stuff to get in his head on purpose. I was just messing with Bo. That's my job, is to provoke, right?
Yeah.
And he was like watching Carson. And he's like, oh, dude, I'm gonna like. He thought he was gonna lose because Carson is loose, man. He is so wild and can pull off. So Kenny's just watching him going, dude, I know I didn't go that fast.
Yeah.
But he didn't realize that he is so good that he didn't have to. And he was so efficient. Dude,
Yeah.
he
So
was,
light on the pegs. And
him on an 85 is the same as him on a 450, just not moving as fast. He did the same stuff. You couldn't even hear his bike. You didn't know if he was even out there.
Yeah.
He's just purring it around. I mean, he is a phenomenal talent, and you obviously know that. But seeing him ride that little 85 after 5 minutes, you're just like, yeah, he's a freak. We forget.
Where'd you get the 85 from?
I don't know where he got it, but they hyped it up, and then I actually saw it. It was at Anaheim.
Oh, really?
Under some truck.
Okay.
I don't know. Someone brought it. It made its way here, but no, that was one of the radder things I've done in the offseason, and Kenny was so about it. So.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, motorsport.com, of course, Carson Brown, obviously a big part of that team. Moto Money Shootout. This is the Wednesday before Daytona Supercross at PAX Track. If you want more info, at motomoneyshootout.com. Please check them out. They have a huge payout for all the classes and contingency card payouts for amateurs, cash payouts for the pros, over 100 only 100 entries per class. Check it out, man. You want to make some money? You're a privateer. You're on the road before Daytona. Go to PAX Track Wednesday before Daytona Supercross.
You could do Wednesday PAX Track, Friday Arena Cross, Saturday Futures, and Sunday RCSX. I mean, you could do it if you're just an A-class guy.
Right. Yeah, that would be a pretty good
like
good
a
deal.
young chiz.
Yeah, just
some young A chiz out there. There's your schedule, pal.
Gary, where are we going?
Yeah.
Where are we going, Gary? All right, everybody.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A. Boy.
That guy would chase the money too.
Oh, he would.
Let's bring your kid in.
We doing this?
Yeah, let's bring him in. All right, Evan Blair. He's in studio. He was in section 511 with you.
511.
Yeah. Come over here. Yeah, you got to grab this headset here. Level Up Training Facility shirt on and everything.
He's been wearing it for 4 days.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Can put that on.
Yeah, there you go. What's up, bro?
What's up?
How are you?
I'm doing pretty
You're
good.
13.
How are you? Yeah.
You're Daniel's kid. You're in section 511 at Anaheim 1.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What are your thoughts of Anaheim from up there?
Dude, I could see everything. It was such a fun experience just being out there.
Uh-huh.
It was awesome. Most of the time when I get to watch.
Because you've been on before. You've been down with your dad down on the floor. I mean, you've got the access of all access.
Yeah. Which that was super cool to experience too. But seeing it from up there was really good.
I got in trouble once for him down there with me.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, at Tampa.
Well, yeah, because it's okay that he was with me, but he was just following me out onto the track for my track report. So it'd be like me, camera guy, and then him standing there, and they're like, hey, he's got to stay back by the podium or something. He would just go wherever I would go out on the track. He'd just stand next to me.
I could get that.
During
being
the
a
mains.
bit upset. Right, yeah. You're just like, hey, check me out.
Yeah.
So, hey, you're a racer, obviously. You're riding. And our buddy Kiefer was at the race this weekend. Of course, he left before the night show. But I said to him, like, hey, man, does Aiden ever want to come? Like, Aiden's older than you, obviously. But I'm like, Aiden never want. He's like, nah. He races. He doesn't want to watch these guys. You know, he doesn't care about. And I'm just like, that blew my mind because when I was a kid, even when I was racing, I was all about watching the pros. It was. So where are you at with that? Like, are you down with watching pro races?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so
more than racing, even I love watching the sport, especially in person.
Okay.
It's just great feeling. Being there, and I love it.
Okay, so you're not that way. Like, get you as many pro races as you can.
Yeah,
go to. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he goes. Like I said, I got companion pass with Southwest.
Yeah.
So if I'm going, he's going.
Yeah.
He's become like carry on.
Right. So how's life in South Carolina for you?
It's been going really good.
You missed NorCal or no?
I missed parts of it, but overall, I'm more happy in South Carolina.
Okay.
And yeah, we just have our own training facility now, so I get to ride there all the time, and it's really awesome.
So it's you like it because of the riding?
Yeah.
Not because of like.
Well, just living there with friends too. It's good.
Are you making friends? Or
yeah.
Chicks?
Not yet. No.
No, not chicks.
Nah, he kind of he had one in his sights, but
no.
She started ghosting him. So
hey, listen, welcome to the hardcore life. Like early
I told him,
on.
don't worry about it. I said if one, you're 13, I wouldn't worry about it at all right now. But I said that's just one. There's plenty more coming.
And so how's the riding going? Like I know you had some setbacks. You've been injured a little bit over the years, right? Like it hasn't been easy for you, but you're healthy now, feeling good.
Yeah. We've been going what was it now? Like 3 months of like hardcore training, pretty hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's been going really good. I've been going faster than I ever have.
Okay.
And I'm kind of outgrowing the bike, so pretty soon
it's
time to upgrade.
Listen, I don't know anything about kids. I don't have any kids. I don't even really like kids. But, like, I looked how tall you were, and I would have said you were older than 13. Do you know what I mean? Just from the way you're – I don't – again, I know nothing about children. Is he tall for 13?
I'd say –
is this normal? I don't know. Mark's, is he
pretty
tall,
good. Like
Don't ask me, dude.
Does anybody know anything about kids?
Well, here's what I'll tell you.
He's average.
If you were to put him up against a bunch of 13-year-olds at school, he's still pretty small.
Okay.
But for moto, he's big for his age for moto.
Well, what's the birthday? Where are we at?
April 5th.
Oh, we don't even have like a January birthday, like one of those birthdays that really is good for amateur racing.
No,
well, April's pretty good.
The funny part is he's not even letting on with any truth. So he doesn't race.
Oh,
he doesn't want to race at all. He has no interest in racing. He just
really?
rides.
Oh, I thought you raced.
No, he rides and trains and eats right and goes to the gym, but he doesn't race because he doesn't want to race.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's temporary. One thing I do know for sure.
Okay.
2025. 125C class. I want to race.
You're
that.
racing.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got this stupid dream. He wants
to. You got it in my head.
It was a joke, and you bought into it. He wants to just super low-key sandbag and then show up at Loretta's in the 125C class when he's overly qualified, go 1-1-1, and then never go back again, so he could be the only undefeated person there in history.
I like it.
I don't.
I like it. Yeah,
you know what happened to me? If all of a sudden they're like, dude, this sandbagger kid, and it's Daniel's kid. He happens to be here managing like half the brands, but his kid's down there sandbagging the C class.
It does look bad on you.
That's what I told him. You can't do
Shouldn't
that.
have joked around, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Messed up.
It was a joke, and now he's like, it's written on the wall. He's gonna sweep Loretta's.
Yeah,
I like
that's
it.
like 100%.
So so you're not even racing right now. So you'll get back into it. We'll get a 125 soon or what?
Yeah, super soon on my birthday.
It's birthday in April.
I mean, what are we in January? Yeah, get him on one now.
It's his birthday. He has to look forward to it.
Can you get him a free bike?
No, I have one.
But you can get it cheaper. Yeah, you get a free bike.
I have a bike.
You get a bike?
I got a bike.
We saw your crash. Dude.
That was not good.
That was not good.
It was not good at all.
The most like cartoon crash I think I've ever seen. In
I watched
sport.
it 10 times on
It hurt.
Instagram. I couldn't get enough of it.
So bad too, and I had to fake the face.
Our buddy from Piedmont had a good time with that.
Dude, do you know how many views that video got on Instagram? 1.8 million.
Really?
That's how many views that video of him yelling at me has. 1.8 million on Verb's Instagram.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Well, who's getting that money? You should be getting some of that money.
Verb's. I mean,
the Verb guys.
They didn't tell me it got 1.8. I went and found it myself.
So I don't know if you were listening earlier. You were on your phone like all typical kids, but there's a group of us in a text that are a little worried about your dad.
What about?
Well, he was on TV, and now he's in Section 511.
Oh no.
He's at this track every day with you and the other kids. It's sunny, it's raining, it's dirty, it's dusty. Eddie Ray's spraying him with the water truck. All this stuff. We're worried about him, but he says he's happy. So, do you think he's happy, or do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think is mom getting does it get taken out on her, or how's things at home?
No, everything's been
mom
better.
And dad,
really.
So
it's been good. He's happy out at the track training. Likes it.
I'm happier, dude.
Okay.
Swear.
Just blink twice if you're getting, if this is like a big, Right. Let us know if Daddy's
acted up.
Yeah. He's been actually way worse.
Right. That's what I mean. Let us know if this is just,
Yeah.
Because he was on TV and he was going after that goal and life was good. And then now he's in Section 511 eating chicken tendies.
Bad chicken tendies too, not even good ones.
Right. So he's good. Your dad's happy.
Yeah, he's good.
Your dad's
he's
good.
Yeah,
It's all good.
All
Okay.
good.
Happy. I'm telling you, it ain't fake, dude. I'm happier than ever.
Who's your favorite racer? Do you have one?
Chase. 100% Chase. Yeah.
Okay. Does Sexton know this? Have you?
Yeah,
probably. Yeah.
Evan had a really bad injury a couple of years ago. He came over a big jump, and there was a bike laying there.
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
And he landed and broke his femur and everything.
Right, or something? Or
no, that was his first one.
Okay.
But actually, Sexton FaceTimed me and asked to talk to Evan when he was just coming out of surgery, and
it was so awesome. I was laying there in the hospital, all beat up, barely even able to process it. But it was.
I was like, Evan, someone wants to talk to you.
Yeah.
And it's FaceTime. He's like, what? And it's Jay Sexton. I was like, what the hell?
You were all drugged up.
I was so confused.
Yeah.
But no, Chase called him to check in on him.
Yeah,
just see if he was okay.
Yeah, that's great. So Chase is your favorite guy.
Yeah, Chase and Cooper. I've always liked Cooper.
Yeah. And then where are you at with Chase's third at Anaheim 1? You're good with that? Did you like the move to KTM?
Honestly,
obviously.
yeah.
Duh.
Well, yeah.
Obviously. Duh.
I liked it. It looks sick.
Okay.
But, yeah, I wanted him to win, but,
I did not like the spotted dog gear.
No, neither did I.
Okay,
I noticed that, and I was like, normally he runs some pretty good stuff,
Yes.
but, like, that was just, like...
Yeah, normally he's lit kit. I wasn't so sure on the weekend if he was or not. What? No?
No, yeah, I'm just agreeing.
Oh, you're
I'm thinking back, and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, usually A-Star's got some pretty bitchin' stuff, So, you're a fly athlete? Are we fly athlete?
We were until...
What happened?
He owns his own gear company.
He owns his own gear company.
You don't know that?
I don't know this. No.
What?
I'm not aware of this.
So
I'm not a big amateur
started
motocross fan, so I don't follow it.
So part of him being homeschool with On Track, we told him, we learned right away that he does have more time during the day because they run a tight schedule. And I told him he had to do something other than be a racer. You can't go to homeschool to be a racer. I don't believe in that. So I said you had to take up something, a hobby, or start a business.
Okay.
And he started thinking about doing a clothing company. And then it turned into, he was like, well, I want to wear my own gear of my clothing company and then just me wear it.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, sick. We can call Canvas. I can get you your gear made, whatever.
Yeah.
And then that ended up, he wanted to have his own gear company and design his own gear. So he designs it with Canvas. They actually print it. It's called Stay Young. And I'm not going to lie, I'm a fly guy for a long time. And JT is a good friend of mine and has always sponsored Evan and taken care of him.
Yep.
And I'm not going to lie, it was a very scary call when I called him to say, hey, Evan's going to do his own gear.
He's going in business.
And we sponsored this kid. We sponsored a little 50-rider kid. And I told JT, I said, man, not only do we love fly and we respect fly, but, I want to do this for my son, but at the same time, we want to stay fly. So can we be fly helmet guys, whatever? And JT not only takes care of Evan and me with helmets and everything, but even the little 50 kid that we sponsored,
he gets a fly helmet.
Fly sponsored that kid
Which is
too.
Awesome.
All right, look at this. Evan Blair, entrepreneur.
Young businessman.
Yeah.
My thought is that I've done the math. I'm 41. I know how much battery I have left. I know that I'm going to end up peaking probably right around medium financial. That's my limit.
Okay. Yep.
But if I could get some things going with him young and he turns 18 and turns this into something big, then I've got my safety net the rest of my life, which is him. And I've already told him this isn't going to be something later we talk. I'm telling you now, you're going to take care of me all the way when we're done. So there's no confusion. So
this is my talk with Pookie because she's never wanted kids. We're not having kids. We're gone. We're done with this. Mark's team, no kids too. And I'm like, hey, I want you to know that when we're 60 and 70 and we're old and losers, no one's going to be around.
Yeah.
No one's going to be around. Yeah. No one cares. So just FYI.
Yeah,
I'm not going to have an entrepreneur son with $1 million gear company.
I told him, I said, this is the exact house I want. This is the truck I want. I want to play golf only.
You never said a kind of truck. That wasn't part of the agreement.
House, truck, golf.
Okay.
Unlimited.
You can walk to the golf course.
What is I'm going to ask you this both, put you both on the spot right now. What's the one thing, Evan, that your dad does that bugs the shit out of you? What's the worst thing that you're just like, Dad,
let me pick
got
one.
it. Yeah.
Probably when he's just nerding out on his phone and just won't answer me no matter how much times I talk to him. He'll just out of nowhere get into a phase where he's just
makes me look
and no
makes
matter
me look pretty bad, but that's
it's
super.
true.
There's a lot missing from that.
What's the face again?
It's and he just won't pay attention.
And you're saying hey, Dad, my foot's caught in a rope, and Dad, I'm on fire, and just nothing.
No, nothing works. Yeah. No, I'll be right here. He's just on his phone, and I'll be like, Dad.
It's not how it goes at all. There's so much more to it that. No, it's like a family problem. Him and my wife both have the same problem.
I remember
they talk to me by talking away from me. They'll be looking the other way. They'll be like, "Hey, babe," and I'm on my phone doing something important, and then they get mad while they're talking the other direction.
See, that's
a family
crap right there.
Okay, what's one thing that he does that drives you crazy?
He's because he's bigger now, right? So he's almost my height, and he's gotten to the point where he's trying to kind of get physical and step up.
Oh, okay.
Every time I walk by, he puffs his chest out and checks me and hits me, and I'm just being cool. But I feel very soon here a reminder's coming.
Okay.
Because it's getting to the point where I've warned him now probably 5 times, like, stop checking me when I walk by. Like, just don't. I don't like it.
Just click a little check
And
mark.
it's like it's that stage where he's just getting physical, and
Okay.
I'm gonna have to remind soon.
Hey, Daniel, as the father of a 14-year-old boy, do not hold back. Let him know sooner than later, okay?
Oh, I won't.
I give you my blessing.
I'm waiting for him to go just far enough so that he knows it's deserved. But.
Yeah. And the beatings shall now commence.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but no, he's.
Okay.
I reminded him a little bit this weekend too. Hotel room.
Yeah, he let me get like, how long was it? Like 20 seconds.
I put
to
my
pin
arms
him.
behind my back, and I let him pin me in any spot he wanted, and I said, you say go.
And then once the timer ran out, 5 seconds, he had me pinned.
In 5 seconds.
It's a little reminder for you, son.
Yeah, I wrestled all through high school, dude. I know stuff.
I know stuff.
Okay, you have no chance.
Do you have do you have any photos of Dad in the house with the cape on the parade lap?
The what? The
cape.
That one didn't make it up on the wall.
Your dad put a cape on for a parade lap once.
You did?
Yeah. That was,
Jeez, bro.
Yeah. That was back when Dad would do anything for money.
Sounds gay.
That's super gay. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's.
That's my son, Steve. There he is.
Yeah, let's hang out for the rest of the show, and we'll get on the next segment. Motorsport.com, tweet at Tits segment. Let's do this.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from
Motorsport.com. It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear it all the time. I'm good.
You can call me Peter. That's also fine.
Did you get to the bottom of this construction stuff yet?
No.
Okay.
The ball's in your court.
Motorsport.com, great guys. Do you guys have Motorsport people?
Oh, through and through.
Okay, all
Love
right.
those guys.
Great guys, great return policy. Free shipping on everything over $79. OEM and aftermarket parts. So if it's a Cherubies, if it's Works Connection, if it's Get Data, if it's Atlas neck brace, Maxima, whatever it is that we got, they got great prices and they got great availability on it as well. Please check out motorsport.com. Go through the banner on PulpMX.com to help us out. And great company, great guys. Dedicated team of gearheads there, except for one guy. The rest of them are dedicated. There's one gearhead there that's not that dedicated. I did talk to Shorty this weekend, Andrew Short.
Yep.
And he said he called Motorsport and Talon answered.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he's there. He's there for everyone but you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
that
right.
seems
All right.
likely.
These questions submitted at PulpMX Show on the on Twitter, and Tits picks the best ones for Daniel, Blair, and myself.
Lot of questions this week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Let's do
I'm not
this.
answering all of them, but there's a lot of them. Just
Yeah.
so you know. First one is from
9:12.
Yes, plenty of time.
You don't have to answer them, Tits. Just ask them.
Yeah, exactly.
Or that. Yeah, thank you.
Dummy.
Dummy. From Tyson Stegall for you, Daniel. With your passion for music and moto rivaling each other, what is your favorite moto video segment from the 90s moto movies? Also, what new band are you listening to these days?
What's
Social Distortion, Don't Drag Me Down was a song. I think it was on Steel Roots.
Steel Roots.
That's probably my favorite.
Tits with the 90s moto drum.
That's probably my favorite individual segment ever. And then as far as the band goes, there's a band called I Prevail that's all I've listened to for 6 months. No one else but them.
Falling in reverse.
That's literally the only thing that's played on your phone.
Yeah, I just go on YouTube and I just if they come in, they make the rotation every once in a while, and then I move on to an I Prevail song. So no, I'm weird like that. I always get a band, and I just that's all I listen to for a period of time.
Are you having Blair 45?
Yeah.
Underscore 45.
From Ryan McPherson for you, Daniel, again. How much stock do you put into the A-Class with the Freestone Texas Winter Series?
How much do I put in, to a
How
result?
much? How much do you pay attention? How big of a deal is that to you?
The Texas Winter Series in the A-Class?
Yes.
I hope this isn't taken the wrong way, but 0. I don't know.
Wow.
Well, I don't have any. I don't have any A riders.
Skippy really wanted this question answered. And
Well, I don't have any A.
Broke his heart.
I don't have any A riders on the roster. Well, actually, that's going to be changing. But I really pay attention to the kids I have, and then their competitors wherever they may be, and there's not as many there, at least in the kids that I have on the team right now. So.
Okay. Next one is from Aiden Irvin. General idea question. Should Anaheim 1 be an East-West showdown for 250s? I imagine Coast would need to be selected before race day, make it a team press conference selection thing or something like that. But then you get all the 250 guys in the first race.
No, I don't think so.
Raddest idea ever, but impossible.
Yeah,
I'm kind of like 50-50 between that because I feel like it's like how like cool Anaheim is, how like a banger it is just to show like one side of them, and the other guys like when they start off, it's just like, oh, it's their turn now. There's no like super big hype to it.
Do you feel that way, Steve?
Yeah.
Like
yes.
Detroit doesn't feel like Anaheim to me, but then again, I always love the first round of the East too because it's just new groups. So,
That's
but
true.
I
like the shootouts. Just I don't want it in the first round. Just let's not do that.
East-West showdown triple crown at Anaheim 1.
There we go.
From Matthew, do you think the pointing out rule in the 250 class is defeating the purpose of the points structure? Why or why not?
Defeating the purpose of the point structure. I don't understand why that would be. What does he mean by the point structure? Defeating.
Maybe he's
the
talking about the odd number of rounds.
I don't know.
It's not my question. I don't know.
Of course not. Tits wouldn't. There's no more pointing out on points. The only way you get out of that class is by winning titles now. So no more point threshold in 250 Supercross anymore. The only way you're getting out of there is by winning titles. And apparently you're not getting out of there being 30 years old with children. That's not happening. You're still allowed to race that. So.
The next one's from Jimmy G. Daniel, is it true that you discovered Julian Beaumer? If so, can you share the story?
I didn't discover him. It's not like that. So I'll make it as quick as possible. I saw him riding an RM85 back in the day at one of the old futures. Remember the old Amateur Day Sunday futures things they were doing a couple of years back, Steve?
Oh yeah.
So he was there on an 85, and the reason why I remember watching him is because I'm a big Rider D guy. Like I like Rider D, and this kid was like all over him that day, and I'd never heard of him. So kind of watched him and thought he was good, and then a few years later on big bikes, oh there he is, and he's like super fast all the time. Every qualifier, he's like number one, whatever. So he'd been doing that, and I'm watching him. I'm like, God, he's good, but it was messy a little bit. It was like always problems. And I'll tell you guys a story. When we lost Dax Bennick, I was super bummed about that, as I've gone on record many times saying. And we started looking at names, and he was one of the names that got brought up. And we actually decided not to. Because we'd done our research, and it was a lot of hot and cold, and the cold was a little bit, it was unexplainable. And we were like, man, he's really close, but we don't know. And we ended up not doing it. Instead, signed two other kids. We signed a kid named Wyatt Thurman on an 85 and a kid named Beckham Smith on a 50. That was the two riders signed in the replacement of Dax Bennick. So Juju and I, though, kept in contact we were talking all in the offseason because it was close. I mean, it almost happened. We almost were able to make a move on him, but it didn't. But we stayed in contact. After Anaheim happened, found out really quickly that he was a privateer and that he was working with Davey and that there were some conversations with Carlos and that his eyes were on and Ian had watched. And then I got the call, which was, hey, do we have room on the team to make this happen? And we did, because we saved some spot. We saved a little bit just in case. And it was about a 48 to 72 hour back and forth. Boom, boom, boom. Got him on the bike. He ends up loading up, driving to Arlington, and signed his contract with us in the vehicle, driving to Arlington to race the bike that he'd ridden maybe twice at Futures. And he had an okay one there. I think he got fourth, and then got to work, came back and won the next two, won two motos at Loretta's, got signed to Red Bull KTM, and you just saw what he did at Anaheim. That's exactly how it happened.
Okay, thank you. Next one is from Corey Mosier. On the Supercross broadcast, they have run out of colors for the little triangles next to each rider's name to denote the brand of bike they are on. Why can they not run two-color triangles? The beta could be red and blue instead of just a shade slightly different than red, so you can actually tell a difference.
That'd be kind of cool.
Sure, yeah. I don't know. Honestly, Moser, I don't think too much about this. Yeah, it doesn't really matter to me. Get a life.
The common people do.
Okay.
Get a life. All right. From Vin Diesel, what are your thoughts on the SMX Championship number plates?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Harkens back to like the Camel Supercross days, and
I kind of like it because it's like more of the stuff. Like the red number plate is just like more of that out there, so it's kind of cool. So
okay.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Yeah.
I think to anyone who knows, especially people from the old days, like it's pretty rad. But I think a lot of new people would be confused.
Okay.
From Shane Borden for both of you. How true could the Deegan broken scaphoid rumors be?
Yeah, I think so. I think you heard something. I don't know why everybody's so weird about it. Just because it's Deegan, I don't know. Like she's just another racer, like any other racer that gets hurt. So I don't know. I tried to dig around a little bit, but I think he's hurt. Yeah.
Yep, I had heard, but I've heard that from people that I trust as reliable. So that's as far as I know about it. I don't know anyone there, but people I trust have said
he's injured.
He's injured.
Yeah.
When did he say that he did it? Was it before, like how?
I heard it was a while ago.
Yeah, a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering.
Next one's from Ryan Humphrey. Is there any chance that NBC or Feld would ever explore a Manning cast style alternative broadcast? Not taking shots at the current booth, but man, there are a few former racers that would be fun to watch weigh in on the races in real time.
That would be sick.
Could you imagine Villapoto doing a Manning cast, wasted?
A few CLs in them, yeah.
Put him and Weimer on one of those together. Oh
fantastic.
My God.
That would be amazing. Yeah, I would think that'd be
Quiet down.
That'd be great to watch. Yeah.
They have a Spanish broadcast now, in case you didn't know that.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to promote that. I was supposed to talk about that.
That is an absolutely brilliant idea. By the way,
TJ Rios is the color guy who used to race.
Yep.
And
the other dude, the play-by-play dude, he gets revved up.
Yeah, and he did some big-time Olympic stuff, I guess. He's like a real name in the Spanish community.
Yeah, that is a great idea.
It's on Sirius XM radio.
That too.
Yeah, so
that too.
It's cool.
Good moves.
Next one is from Tanner. Since Ferrandis is only getting a limited factory support from Honda, why is the Honda logo so massive on his jersey?
Well, they got Honda bikes and parts. They're a Honda support team.
A-Ray does his jerseys, so.
Yeah, it's not just, it's bikes and parks and stuff from Honda, so, that's what you're going to run.
They just want.
I think on the broadcast they said it was not like a lot of parts. It was only a few certain things.
It's
or something like
some
that.
brake stuff and triple clamps.
There you go.
Yep.
From Scott McElroy. Travis, this question is for you.
Oh.
Travis.
Wakey.
Not interested.
What grade do you give Race Day Live coverage of practice from A1?
I honestly didn't watch a lot of race day. I was busy answering emails and stuff, so maybe I'll watch San Francisco and report back.
Okay.
Can't wait.
From Bryce, with Chisholm again making the main, how many does he need to make to get the record that Reed holds? Most mains?
I think he was. I think he wasn't. I don't think he was even in the top 10. The last time I saw it.
Was JT up there?
It just seems like it because he's older.
Yeah, JT was like 10. Well, Chiz did 125s and stuff too. I don't know. We can look into this, but
okay.
I don't think Chiz is that close. No, I don't think. He's got a long way to go.
Okay. From Shane Borden, for both Steve and Daniel, who do you think will be the first to beat Jet in a main event this season?
Ken Roxon.
Okay.
Dude,
Yeah.
Dad, you thought Ken was gonna win the first one.
I did too. I picked him too.
Yeah, right after the first corner, I was like, "Oh, I think you're wrong."
Yeah.
I was so bummed out. How
no,
many people fell.
I mean, Cooper's got me fired up too, and you want to go and just scratch Anaheim off as Anaheim and have a lot of hope, but I don't want to go as far as Chad, but I feel like Jed's going to win a whole lot of them. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be one of those things like when someone does beat him, it's going to be like, oh, my God. And that could be like in January. So, but yeah, I'll go Kenny.
Okay. From Justin Haley, ML spoke about Honda giving a warning to MCR. Has a team ever lost OEM support due to one of its riders' antics?
Yeah, I don't know. Mumphy hit Joe on press day on Friday. Like, kind of tapped him in a turn. And then in the main event, he kind of went after him, too. So, Mumphy clearly doesn't like Shimoda. I don't know what's going on with that. But there was a real...
How about Mumphy, just the first guy to lead the way in 2024?
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, that was cool.
Those first couple laps, that heat.
No, I don't know. I don't know if teams lost support. But, I mean, just things like that add up to eventually where the OEM just goes, we don't want to help him the next year,
Would you think they would say fire your rider before they would take support from him?
Nah. They would just say, hey, budget cuts the next year. We're not supporting you.
Okay. Next one is from Drew. Should the moto community not be more surprised at the level of supercross skill that Prado has? It feels like everyone is just ignoring the fact that he only has a few months of supercross under his belt.
That is true.
It's
When
not
I
even
saw
close.
him, I was like, "Oh wow, he's not doing that good." But I always forget, like this is his first time
Yeah, I think it
riding
was fine.
Supercross ever.
I think it was fine. I mean, he's a factory rider on a great motorcycle with great teammates, riding Supercross every day.
Yeah.
He's talented.
I
Obviously,
hope he does
So,
better. Like he gets better.
I
feel
watched
like that'd
him.
be super sick.
I watched him at the test track multiple times in the off season, and he's really, really good and talented. But what you could tell is that it's still very conscious for him. He's having to think through each part, and then Barsha shows up, and you could tell like he doesn't think about half of it. He just does it,
right.
and that's the big difference. So for anyone that was thinking Prado was going to pull some kind of a like miracle, I don't think they realize the hour meter. Like, there's none on Supercross for him other than just now, and it's pretty good for what it is. But it would take him till next year to be something more than like just up in there. You know what I mean? To take the next step and be able to race a 450 on Supercross, that's a huge step, and he needs a whole other year before he's ready to do that.
Chiz has 192 mains. Chad has 265.
Oh
so.
my God!
I think Chad might actually have a couple more, but that was what Wikipedia said.
Who's second behind Chad?
LaRocco?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
From Jimmy G, Stephen Daniel, are there any AMA rules allowing the riders to protest over safety concerns? Could the 450 riders or teams collectively protest Vince Freeze's participation as a safety risk?
No, I don't believe protesting safety stuff is an option.
Especially because it wasn't his fault.
Yeah, AMA is there to hand out discipline.
Next one is from Darkside's Old Shovel.
Okay.
If Jet continues to win, does this hurt the series or improve it? I think the core fans are fed up with Jet being shoved down our throats. His words.
I think that Feld would like Jet to start dominating and transcend the sport like Tiger, Jordan, those type of guys, because then that will get the sport onto other platforms, because like Gretzky or whoever, he's amazing. The fans and the people in the industry will be like, we just want to see a new winner, man. Because I was there for McGrath. I watched the races. I was late at the races for McGrath, and it got pretty damn tiring to see Jeremy win it over and over and over.
All the time.
You know, this one's pretty hard, and they're gonna actually have a pretty tough battle balancing this, because I think you're right. I think that the Lawrence group, sees them as a piece and a possibility to push the sport into a new world, because obviously that's where they're going. You could tell by the way they're doing things with the Rolls Royce and the opening ceremonies, and they're pushing the brand heavy into the mainstream, which is like, I think, good, because he can do that because he's so brandable. But at the same time, this fan base is a blue collar, hardworking, middle class, root for the underdog type fan base, and if he starts dominating and it gets annoyingly dominant, and you're gonna have a lot of that high end stuff being pushed all the time, I could see the fan base actually having a problem with him. Like,
people want parity as well.
Yeah,
they do. So that's what I'm saying is I think what they're doing, the motives are right, and I think it's around building the sport and making us come across more commercial in a bigger space. But if you do that, and you forget who the fans are and what they're like and what they're about, there could be a disconnect there that could backfire.
Are you with me though about Feld wanting him to be bigger than the sport? You know, like that benefits them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it gives you a singular figure that you can sell to everyone as, look at what we have here, and he's special,
right,
which he is. So that's what I'm saying is I think that the moves they're making are intentionally for the better, but they're going to come with a big gamble with the fans.
All right. Percentage that Billy Laninovich makes a main event this series.
Dude, I want him to so bad.
60. He was
How close was he?
He was 11th in the heat, and LCQ he got a garbage start.
Worked his way up, but almost dead last.
What's the question? If he'll get one?
Yeah. What are the chances you say he gets one?
He's gonna get one.
Okay.
60%, I say.
Yeah, I'll say something about that too. About 60.
From Arik Nichols, for both of you guys, at the end of the season, which will be more likely after A1? Webb back to elite level speed, or Tomac not able to bounce back from injury?
Well, if we have to pick one, I'll go Webb, because we've seen it.
Yeah, I mean,
but A1's a weird race. Weird things happen.
I feel like both.
You can't
But
pick
yeah,
both.
I know. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I'd go Warren Cooper.
Cooper.
He's starting to do really good right now, and it's awesome.
Yep. Webb.
From the lacrosse defense coach, Prado had what looked to be a Get RPM launch control looking gauge on his fender, while none of the other Eurobikes appear to have it. Do you know anything about it? Is that a negotiated part for him to ride? In-house part made in Australia?
Yeah, it's something.
Austria, not Australia.
No, it's a Get launch control. And he uses it in MXGP, so he's comfortable with it, so they put it on for Supercross. Honda guys got it as well. It's a light on your fender that tells you when you've reached the right RPM level that you're comfortable with. So you do a bunch of starts, you find an RPM level that you're comfy with. They set the launch control light to light up when you're at that RPM, so the rider knows he's at the RPM, and it enables him to do a perfect start.
So Jet does this and Prado does this?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's pretty sick.
I mean, they're pretty good starters.
Yeah. Honda's been using the Get stuff for a while. You can get a discount on it if you email us using the contact form at PulpMX.com. We can pass it on, and you can get a discount and get the same Get stuff that Jet Lawrence and Jorge Prado has.
Next one's from Ollie Dillon. For all of you guys, with the resurgence of Troy Adamitis on Instagram and his mysport.tv, what is your favorite The Great Outdoors movie?
The one I'm in. Yeah, that's my favorite one.
The one Steve's in.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Yep.
They mic'd me for a race with Timmy, and it was hilarious and fantastic.
What was this Nick Way thing that was on Twitter in the last week? Some podium interview? Semi?
Yeah, that was just a race where he thanked me on the podium.
He thanked you?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was great. He said
That's cool.
Steve Mathis tuned YZ250.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's super sick.
Nice and Nick.
From Clay Walker, do the riders that get in the lead notice when those lights come on? Can they actually see them on the bike?
I think they can. I think they can notice them at the bottom of their eyes. Yeah.
I can't believe it, because when I first saw that, I was like, what? And now I don't know if I'd be able to watch without it. I mean, coming from 511, where I was on Saturday night, without them damn lights, I would have had no clue who was winning.
Chicken tendies in your eyes.
Yeah. So to be honest, that is a good move too. Like I actually, by watching the leader lights, the guy in the lead that had the bright lights on his bike. Did you notice that?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Oh, well, all
Pay
right.
attention.
Never mind. Didn't work.
I'll
Didn't
pay
work that
attention
well.
next time.
13-year-old dude.
Didn't work good enough for me.
He was on his phone.
All right, last one is from Aiden Irvin. Is Nate Thrasher the most dramatic rider ever after crashing? Seems like he was crawling to a tough block like a non-veteran missing a leg, then he comes back the next week. He says jokes all in good fun.
I mean, he's got a point. Like, I thought he was seriously hurt. But, again, you don't know. You don't know how hurt he is. You can't really say.
Is he not? So. Did he come out and say?
They said he's going to be back this weekend.
Yeah, they said he's going to be fine.
Well, then
I thought he was.
Yeah.
I thought he was shoulder or collar. Like I thought it was more legit, and I was bummed for the guy. But it'd be good if he's back.
That's old news, right?
Lots of questions, and then the guy asks four. That's how he rolls.
He's on the clock. He wants to sign off.
Motorsport.com, tweet at Tits segment. Thank you, everybody, at PulpMX show for those. Really appreciate that. All right, Daniel Blair. San Francisco predictions. Give it to me.
I so badly don't want to pick Jet. See what's already happened? He's run one race, and I already want anyone else in one.
Yeah, I'd be fine with literally anybody.
I'll live on the wild side. Kenny gets his Anaheim 1 revenge, and then 250s. RJ does it again.
RJ does it again? Okay.
Yeah, RJ's going to do it again. I feel like Juju's going to do better in the next one. Like, probably get top 5. I'd say maybe even a podium.
He got 6th.
He got 6th. He
he
almost
did
got top
okay.
5. He got. Didn't he get like stuffed?
Yeah.
They hit him after the whoops, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. And who do you got for 450s, Evan?
Probably Kenny. I want Kenny to get it. Kenny or Webb, but I don't think Webb's gonna get a win.
All right. I'll go Jet and RJ again. But I do think Kenny. I said Kenny earlier, but you guys went Kenny, so I'll go that way, and we'll see.
You're gonna change it up?
I'll change it up.
If we're changing it up, then I'm gonna go Webb.
We need to see if. I mean, look, it's NorCal in January. It's a chance it could rain, and affect things.
So. And then Kenny, I don't know, because in case he stalls it, he'd have to kick it.
Yeah, Kickstart
in
Kenny.
the mud.
Yeah.
So
they really like Kickstart Kenny term. They really like that a little much. But
who's that?
The announcers.
Oh,
did you watch it? The race
I haven't watched the broadcast back yet.
Come on.
When?
He's gonna get sad.
What?
Never mind.
Shut up.
I want some constructive thoughts.
I honestly, I haven't watched it. I haven't had time. Sunday I was recovering. I was little tipsy on Saturday night. So Sunday was a little bit of a rough recovery.
Okay.
And then this morning I worked at KTM super early, then went to the track and came here. I haven't watched it yet.
What track did you go to?
Elsinore Supercross.
Oh.
Dude, that track was so
watch
sick.
amateurs or?
Yeah, 2 of my Futures kids were out there.
Oh.
And then Anderson and Volan and Faulkner and Hammaker were out there.
Oh, okay.
It was super cool.
So
how's the main track?
The outdoor track?
Yeah. I got to get out there. People liked it. People like it.
Is it like a good track? From
I don't
what
know.
I could
People
tell, it looks like
say
a vet track.
it's a good track. I mean, it's like Elsinore, so it is what it is. But I mean,
I have never driven past. I don't even know where it is. I've driven to the gate and turned right to Supercross. So I don't even know where the main
that
track is.
track right to the left of it?
No, that's like a kid's track.
Oh, because I was going to say that looks like a vet track.
Okay. Yeah. Well, nothing wrong with vet tracks, son. All right. Cooper Webb, Chad Reed, Cade Clason, Phil Nicoletti. Best interview tonight. What'd you think, Daniel? Son?
Webb's was good.
Yeah.
He's always good, but there was a pep in the step.
A little bit.
You can feel it with him. So
Right.
I mean, it gives me hope because again, watching Anaheim, we're looking for hope to combat Jet, and Webb sounds like he's up for the task.
Yeah.
So
Coop's really a
his
good
attitude
interview.
is in.
He's been
so.
really good to get on the show the last little while. I think coming in studio one time, a couple years ago, he came in studio, and he was great. And I think he's a little more comfortable with just the media and stuff. What do you think of best interview, Marks, tonight? Best guest for you?
Shoot, I'll go Phil.
Let's
All right.
go. Uncle Phil.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I didn't even listen, but I knew Uncle
I wasn't
Phil's
gonna
Yeah,
ask
like
you
over
guys.
a year
I
ago,
know.
he hung out with Phil one day, and then next thing I know is I'm getting pictures of him, my own son, flipping me off.
Oh,
Phil.
Yeah. Nice.
Him and Phil. Phil taught him to
Right.
flip me off on
Yeah,
camera.
no.
I did teach you. I flipped you off before that.
I don't like that. I was at Phil's truck, and he's just literally posing with little children, flipping off little. And I'm just like,
sorry.
I don't like it. It's not classy, Phil.
So sorry.
So, Tits, best interview tonight for you?
What?
Okay, moving on. Just get that construction fixed, okay?
Yep. Okay.
Get the permit number.
Yeah, get the permit number and everything. Drive by and get it for me, and let me call
I'll see what I can do. Yeah.
Show me the website that I can complain about too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
All of that.
Fine, there
You
you
got
go.
it.
Evan, thanks for coming in, man. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for
thank
hanging
you
out.
for inviting me.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. And good luck with the 125C class 2026
Yeah.
title.
Yes.
Yeah. Good luck with
yeah.
that. Yeah. That's awesome.
It's ridiculous, dude. Not gonna let it happen.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have joked.
What's that?
I'm saying he shouldn't have joked.
Yeah. You brought this on yourself.
Yeah, it's your
Right?
fault.
I guess if that's life where you make jokes and then your kids take you serious and then act on them,
You
then
gotta
if that's
make the right jokes.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, Daniel, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Anaheim
anytime.
won. We had really good views tonight. Marks was saying on the YouTube.
On
so
the
that was
Tube?
good. People were excited. People were
Sweet.
excited for Anaheim 1, or they were excited for you. I can't. You go figure.
A1.
A1?
A1. And your guess.
We'll get you back in here for sure. Absolutely. Marks, thank you. Appreciate it.
My
Good
pleasure.
job.
Thank you.
Thank you to Roto. Thanks to Swisscore. Thanks to Moser. Thanks to Pookie as well. Tits, great work over there.
Thank you.
All right. Do we take this phone call or no? Okay. No, we're not taking it. Okay, we're not taking this phone call. Thanks to our sponsors, by the way, PulpMXShow.com for all the codes to save with the sponsors. We appreciate you guys using the codes, and yeah, I hear great things from a lot of our guys about you people using the codes to save and use the products and all of that. So I really want to appreciate you guys for doing that. And again, Motorsport.com, Decal Works, Fly Racing, presenting sponsors of this PulpMX show. Next week, in studio, Derek.
Is he?
Yeah.
By himself?
By himself. You know this dark guy?
Dark Side?
Yeah. You know him?
Heck yeah.
Shady, huh? Shady?
Evan loves Dark Side.
Dude, me and Dark Side are tight.
Wow. Okay, be careful around him.
Has Evan heard the intro?
No.
Should we, let's do it.
Oh shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
That's your guy right there. That's your guy. The guy that you're tight with. Crashing bikes.
Don't let that change your opinion of him at all. Though.
No.
Did you know he used to have a ponytail?
Yeah.
You knew that?
Yeah.
A greasy bandana and a big ponytail?
I thought he still had it.
No.
Aw.
It's all
That
cut.
thing was awesome.
Steve saved his life.
I did. Kids nowadays, that thing was awesome.
I don't tell
What's wrong
you.
with kids?
A lot.
Jesus.
I was
All
only
right.
calling him.
What's that?
It was only cool on him. Anyone else couldn't rock it.
Wow. No, it was not, sir.
Yes, it was.
All right, everybody. Thank you for listening. Thanks to our guests, Cooper Webb, Phil Nicoletti, Cade Clason, Chad Reed as well. And like I said, next week, Dark Side. For Daniel Blair, I'm Steve Mathis. See you next week.
Might have came the earliest he's ever come.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.